So the main news, as I say, is Sean Hunt is back in the side after injury. Jade Evan Nudkat, who's been here for the last couple of seasons, a lovely man, Indian left-arm fast bowler. He's back in the country and he's going to be playing for the rest of the season for Sussex, so that's really good news. Ollie Robinson, as I say, not playing, so the captaincy's been taken over by Tom Haynes, who are skippers today, and he will also open the batting. Do you know what? I don't know, but what we do get is a voucher, so we go across to the pavilion at lunchtime, and who knows what it might be, Alison, but we do get well catered for. What we have got, though, is lots of coffee and a big glass, what am I talking about? Yeah, like a vase, a biscuit tin full of ginger nuts. So, yeah, so I should just... Yeah, I should just say, Alison, that the toss has just been made. Sussex won the toss, and they are going to bowl first. They can also go to the BBC website, go to the cricket page, go to cricket commentaries, and you'll see there Sussex against Glamorgan, and myself and Nick Webb will be chattering away from about 5 to 11. Come with floodlights.
Thanks, Adrian. I'll do the usual at 11:30, so she'll just do a line into you and then we'll come straight to you at 11:30.
Super stuff. Thank you.
Thanks, Adrian. Bye-bye.
Bye.
A lot of your big slugging shots. My legs are my leg and no back. No back. Jogging your chest bigger than you. No, but but also though, let's say that's the good in your Australia, you're batting here, the ball runs and bounces outside of outside of leg stump, and if it's just your legs, you can't react.
Well, a very good morning and welcome to Hove, a return to County Championship cricket here at the County Ground. Before we make our formal introductions and give you the news of the teams and the toss, a quick make sure that we're going out around the ground on the commentary. We generally get someone waving from the Spenkarma Pavilion who no one seems to be waving, which is slightly worrying. Generally we've got our correspondents up there who wave when the commentary is going out on air, so we'll try and get that sorted out. But a very good morning if you're listening on the BBC website, or if you're listening via the Sussex Cricket Club live commentary page. The news from here is that despite heavy rain yesterday, we are starting on time, but it's a very gloomy morning. The floodlights are fully on. It's very overcast, but an improving weather forecast throughout the day. The news from the middle is that Sussex have won the toss, and they are going to bowl first. And without further ado, it's really good to welcome Nick Webb from BBC Wales. Nick, good to see you.
Thank you very much indeed, Adrian. It's a pleasure to be here for my first away championship game of the season, and what better place than the picturesque surroundings of Hove, with Glamorgan and Sussex both in the top half of the table.
Yeah, which is good news in itself. We'll talk about that, I'm sure, as we go through the morning. I have to say, Hove not looking at its best this morning. It's really grey. It's really overcast. The floodlights are on. The forecast is that it's going to be dry all day, but I have to say the light is not at all good at the minute, which is why the floodlights are on. So we'll have to keep an eye on that throughout the morning. But the weather forecast is an improving picture throughout the day. So let's hope that happens. The news from the middle, as I say, that Sussex won the toss. They are going to bowl first, but some changes from their last county championship game. In fact, 4 changes from their last county championship game. Injuries and call-ups really the main reason for that. Tom Clark, who injured a knee in the T20s, out for about 3 months, unfortunately. So no Tom Clark in the side. No Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's got a foot problem, so Sussex will miss him opening the bowling. Charlie Tear is left out of this particular game, and Ollie Robinson, of course, who is playing for England. As the umpires make their way out, that's Ian Blackwell and Nigel Long. And Nick, perhaps you could give us the news on the Glamorgan side.
Yeah, it's fairly simple. If you following the last championship match back in the back half of May, it's unchanged. So Glamorgan line up: Al Hassan, Tribe, Carlson, Callaway, Ingram, Dixon, Cook, Van der Hoogten, Crane, Norton and Hadley. Tom Norton, the young seam bowling all-rounder, fresh from his first selection for England under-19s. And the players left out of the 13, Andy Gorvin and Billy Root.
And I have to say that in terms of our commentary position here, which is an excellent commentary position at Hove, however, today the wicket is cut a long way away towards the Spenkarma Pavilion. So if you're sitting in the Spenkarma Pavilion, you've got a brilliant view of the cricket, but it's a very short edge. And I've talked to the ground staff, pretty much on the limit of what it's allowed to be. So it's a very short boundary.
I'm told by the match referee that it's actually a third of a yard, or a foot, as we say in English, shorter than the minimum. But they asked for special permission.
Really? Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, well done. That's good information, Nick. So, the bowling is going to be opened by the Indian seamer Jaydev Nudkat. This is his first game of the season for Sussex. It's the 4th season he's been here at the county ground. It's great to see him back, and his arrival is opportune because with no Ollie Robinson in the side, no Finn Hudson-Prentice in the side, they're the 2 bowlers who've been opening the bowling for Sussex in the championship. So good to have Jaydev back, and he's going to be bowling from the C end of the ground, and he's going to be bowling to Zainul Hassan, I should say, with 4 slips in place: a backward point, cover, mid-on, mid-wicket. The players with hands tucked deep into pockets. It's a really un-June-like day here at Hove, and Jaydev Nudkat is just tossing the ball from hand to hand, and he's on his way to bowl his first ball of the season. He's in over the wicket and bowls, and a pacey delivery let go outside the off stump and taken by John Simpson, and there is no run. So in terms of Nick and I being able to call LBW decisions and the like,
Forget it.
forget it. I mean, we're almost looking over. To the left-handed Al Hassan, we are at wideish mid-off, so we've really got very little idea of potential LBW decision. We might need binoculars. As in comes Nudkat. In and bowls, and played into the floor, well fielded there at 4th slip by, who's that in there? Jack Carson, and there is no run. So those changes for Sussex mean that Tom Clark, who I think fair to say is probably the best fielder in this Sussex side, and certainly a very fine slip fielder, Sussex have a reorganisation in the slip cordon. It looks like Tom Alsop is in at first slip, who's a very good slip fielder. James Coles at second. Tom Haynes in at third. Jack Carson at fourth. As in comes Undercat over the wicket, bowls. Alisson is up on his toes and plays that to backward point, where it's fielded by Tom Price, who plays his first championship match since injuring an ankle up at Headingley in the third match of the season. An injury that looked fairly innocuous, just running around the boundary, turned his ankle and was out for several weeks. Hasn't played any championship cricket since then, but did feature in a couple of the T20s. As Undercat runs away from us. In and bowls, and Alisson is forward, plays to backward point. There is no run. In fact, I said James Coles at second, so I've just realised that James Coles is fielding at mid-on in his white sun hat. That's very unusual. I mean, generally James fields in the slip, so it must be Jack Leaning is in there at second slip. Yeah, it's Alsop, Leaning, Haynes and Carson who are in the slip cordon. Price at point, Daniel Hughes at mid-off, clapping his hands. James Coles hand in pockets, having made some good runs for England Lions in the week against South Africa. Undercat in again, bowls and gets the first runs of the match, slicing the ball over the slip cord, and the ball runs very quickly down to the third man boundary. So Glamorgan are on their way for that loss. I'm not entirely sure he's in control of that shot. Al-Hassan, but nonetheless he picks up a boundary.
No, he'll be grateful for that because he got a pair last time out at Edgbaston. But he has got a new contract since then.
Oh, there we go.
And he does have a career best within the last few matches as well.
Henry Crocombe is at square leg, and Sean Hunt all the way down the far end of the ground at a wideish fine leg. The light is really not good at all, I have to say. Were it not for the floodlights,
Defeat could be damaging. Well, yes, Sussex would be joint top were it not for their points deduction, as Hunt is in to bowl to Carson, who plays and might have played inside the line, might have played and missed. That was the impression given by the fielders anyway. If you are just joining us, welcome to a murky Hove. I thought the weather was due to improve rather better than it has. It was certainly wet and windy in Hove yesterday afternoon. But we haven't got the wet. But we haven't got the sunshine either, as Hunt bowls to Carlson, who goes for a drive and misses outside off stump. Didn't have his feet in the right place there. Beaten through it goes to John Simpson, and certainly this is a very precarious start for Glamorgan in these grey, murky conditions, and the floodlights certainly needed. 3 slips and a gully in place, or a cordon of 4 slips you could say, plus a wider gully. As Hunt is into bowl to Carlson, who does get a solid bat on that one, and it's defended out on the offside. There's no run.
Yes, it certainly looks a good toss for Tom Haynes to win. Certainly in the the overheads as much. It is very windy out there, Nick, isn't it?
Is it? Oh, right, the wind's picked up as well, is it? Yes, the flags on the scoreboard away to our right are flapping away furiously. Here comes Hunt then to finish his successful over, and Carlson, I think, played inside that one. It is a wicket maiden though, and Glamorgan are 5 for 1 after 2 overs here on BBC Sport Online. Mentioned the Glamorgan email address, glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk. Not allowed to encourage people to get in touch via social media, but I am NickWebb2017.
And the usual Sussex email is up and running, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. But as I say, slightly concerned if you are listening in the ground or hoping to listen. I say normally we get a signal that everything is going out on the live stream, so there seemed to be a glitch maybe somewhere in the ground. Anyway, J. Devon Nugcat, he's going to bowl his second over of the morning, coming in from the C end of the ground. He's going to be bowling to Asa Tribe. First time I've had a look at this young cricketer who's made quite an impression, Nick, over the last 12 months or so.
Yes, well, came with a tremendous run at the back end of last season, a double century up at Northampton and a couple of one-day cup centuries. Spent the winter with England Lions, has had centuries in 4-day games, both against Australia's second string and South Africa's second string, albeit didn't have the best of times in the one-day series recently against South Africa A.
J. Devon Nugcat runs away from us in and bowls to Asa Tribe, who plays very confidently just off the hip onto the onside and picks up a single fielded by Tom Price, who trots back from mid-on to feel there is no run. The light has just improved a little. Still grey skies overhead, and brings the Glamorgan skipper Kieran Carlson back onto. Did I see he scored? He made a big score in a T20. Kieran Carlson recently.
Yes, he had a tremendous century against Somerset.
Right.
Second time he's got 100 against the same opponents, and he has 542 runs at an average of 54.2 in the champ.
Fine player. The Nugcat in bowls, but he's beaten outside the off stump by Nugcat through to Simpson, and there is no run. And he seemed to have a habit, Kieran Carlson, of scoring runs against Sussex as well. I remember that game down at Cardiff. Must be 4 years ago, Nick. I think it was the Ollie Robinson game. Well, Ollie Robinson got 13 or 14 wickets in the match. I'm pretty certain Kieran Carlson made 100 in both innings in that game, or he certainly made a big 100. I need to look up the records. Nugcat in again and bowls, and Carlson plays this one into the gully region. Good stop there, a good diving stop by Jack Carson, and there is no run. Yes, a couple of Sussex players were also involved in the England Lions action against South Africa. Henry Crocombe and James Coles. James, who hasn't had a great season with the bat, but made 60 odd not out in the victory on, I think it was Monday or Tuesday, down at New Road. So hopefully a return to form for James. He's fielding at mid-off, hands in pockets as Nugcat is in and bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery. I think Carlson played at that. The ball whistled through to John Simpson, and there is no run.
It's one of those days where you say, get through the first hour.
I agree.
But Glamorgan will be lucky to do that without further loss. Just looking back at the Ul Hassan dismissal, it wasn't a ball he really needs to play. It was outsider off stump and probably staying well outside from Sean Hunt.
So two left-arm seamers opening the attack for Sussex. Nugcat bowls and Carlson is forward and played on the offside of the track. No run. Impressive start from J. Devon Nugcat. This is to say his first appearance of the season for Sussex. Sussex are completely hamstrung in terms of anyone they can bring in. They can't bring in any loan signings, so what they've got is what they have. But J. Devon Nugcat was signed before the ECB restrictions came into place, so he was still able to come to Sussex. So for the first time this season, Sussex have got two overseas players playing in this match, J. Devon Nugcat and Daniel Hughes, but they haven't had that luxury for the first 6 county championship games of the season. It was just the Australian Hughes. Nugcat's changing the angle of attack. He's coming around the wicket to bowl to Carlson and beats Carlson outside the off stump. Taken by Simpson, there is no run. A maiden over from J. Devon Nugcat. Sorry, just one run coming off the over. I'm talking nonsense. 6 for 1. Carlson yet to score. Tribe on one. And certainly the bowlers on top in very murky conditions here at Hove.
And it's welcome to listeners to 5 Sports Extra with the news that Glamorgan are 6 for 1 after 3 overs having been put into bat under the Hove floodlights, under grey skies, really gloomy conditions. It really was a definite wind toss and bowl day. Indeed, one of the umpires said it before John Simpson had time to say it. Nice to see a bit of humour out in the middle. Sean Hunt, the only wicket taker, having Zainul Hassan caught behind for 5 with his first ball back in the Sussex team for the 6'5" left arm seamer, who's coming down the slope towards us from the Cromwell Road end, and bowling to Ace Tribe, who is beaten by that one outside off stump. Torrid times early on for these Glamorgan batters. The Glamorgan side is unchanged from that which finished the first block of the championship, albeit unbelievably almost 6 changes from the team that last played in the T20 and won an absolute thriller up in Blackpool on Sunday, taking 41 off the last 11 balls.
Crumbs.
To win it.
And who scored those?
Mostly Chris Cook, and then Tim van der Hoogten needed to hit the last ball of the match for 4 and did so with some sort of bizarre reverse scoop.
Right.
Over short third man. Hunt in, bowls, Tribe pushes it down to backward point, and there is no run. Tom Price, the fielder.
Was that your away game out of the area?
Yes, that's the pick a match at random.
Right, okay.
Unfortunately, I didn't cover it myself.
Well, that's a hike from Cardiff to Blackpool.
Yes, well, my colleague, I did the Taunton game on the Thursday night, and then my colleague Kenneth Davis did Worcester on Friday night, and then drove straight up to Blackpool on the Saturday, didn't come back to Cardiff. Hunt bowls, Tribe forces into the offside, but again picks out Price at point, and there is no run. So very different championship side from the T20 side. 2 different overseas players for this, in the form of Colin Ingram, who's fit again, missed a few of the T20 games, or most of them in fact, with what we just described as minor niggles. Ryan Hadley has stayed on, as Tribe turns that one away on the leg side to the short side of the ground, but it's fairly gently played and picked up by the man running round from fine leg to backward square. Just to give you the geography, we are on a pitch very much towards the pavilion side of the ground. It is the closest that they can play to the pavilion, and I'm told it's 49.7 yards. But Sussex have been given permission to use this particular pitch.
So presumably it should be 50, should it?
Should be 50 minimum.
Well, there we are.
As Carlson works on the leg side. No run, 7 for 1 it remains. I'm told by Glamorgan assistant coach David Harrison that the pitch they played on at Edgbaston in Glamorgan's most recent championship game was actually shorter again than this particular boundary. So how Warwickshire got away with that, I'm not sure.
I mean, conversely, it means it's a very long boundary out towards the clock tower scoreboard side of the ground.
Hunt in, bowls. Carlson gets a solid defensive bat on that one. Trickles back towards the bowler. 1 off the over. Glamorgan is 7 for 1 after 4, having been put into bat here on BBC Sport Online, and for the time being on 5 Sports Extra as well.
And I understand now the commentary is now going out around the ground as well. I don't know if we can get a wave from someone up in the pavilion to let us know, but I am told the commentary is going out, and it's going out loud and clear. So that's good news. Just in terms of the Sussex side, changes as well to Sussex in this game. Ollie Robinson clearly away with England, so he's not here. No Tom Clark, who would normally bat number 3 for Sussex. He's out long term with a knee injury, so best wishes to Tom if he's listening. And also Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's been opening the bowling with Ollie Robinson. He's out with a foot injury. But J. Devon Nudcat, first match of the season, comes in and bowls and beats Tribe outside the off stump through to Simpson, and there is no run. There are 1, 2, 3 slips in place: a gully, point, mid-off, mid-on, a short leg, and a fine leg way down in the distance in front of the temporary stands that are put up for the T20 competition. And a scattering of spectators there on a really cold, blustery, un-June-like morning in Hove. And Newcat's changing the angle of the attack. He's going to come around the wicket. He's just standing by a small pile of sawdust, tossing the ball from hand to hand, and is on his way now. In fact, there's now 4 slips in place instead of 3 in a gully, as Newcat is in bowls, and it's on the thigh pad is Asa Tribe. The ball just falls short of Daniel Hughes, who's in there at short leg, and there is no run. Sussex with a good start to the season, won 3 of their opening 5 games, but as Paul Farbrace said, if Sussex hadn't been deducted the 12 points that they were at the beginning of the season, they would have been joint top of the Championship. However, Sussex got very lucky down at Taunton in the last game, where had it not been for the rain, they would have almost certainly lost that game. In comes the Newcat, bowls and clipped nicely. That's a lovely shot by Asa Tribe. Just slightly over pitching was J. Devon Newcat. And Tribe with a beautiful shot, just flicking the ball away through square leg for 4 runs. Lovely shot. He goes to 6 and Glamorgan into double figures. They're 11 for 1. So it's the first chance I've had a chance to look at Asa Tribe, who's made really quite an impression over the last, well, really since the middle part of last season. Would that be true, Nick?
Yes, came particularly strong towards the end. He won a championship place in the 4th round in May, I believe, off the top of my head.
And Newcat floodlights on around the wicket, bowls, and Tribe plays beautifully straight to James Coles, who's very quickly round from mid-off to field. As Nick and I were saying, they are 2 of the players who featured for England Lions in the recent series against the South Africans, the one-day series, together with Henry Crocombe, who played in a couple of those games, the Sussex seamer. And Crocombe will be the 3rd member of the Sussex seam attack, the Newcat Hunt, Henry Crocombe, and then backup bowling Tom Price, Tom Haynes, both in the sort of seam department. As in comes a Newcat again, bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery, and Tribe is wrapped around the thigh pad. The ball just bounces down in front of him, fielded by Hughes. And there is no run. And then Sussex always pick 2 spinners. And they will be Jack Carson and James Coles. So talking about those changes for Sussex, Tom Alsop comes into the side at number 3 as a replacement for Tom Clark. Tom Price back into the side instead of Finn Hudson-Prentice. J. Devon Newcat in place of Ollie Robinson, who's of course playing away with England at the moment. Newcat in again, bowls, and caught behind. It's a full shot from Asa Tribe, and J. Devon Newcat picks up his first wicket of the season for Sussex on his seasonal bow for the club, and Glamorgan have lost a 2nd wicket. Asa Tribe caught behind, a 2nd catch for John Simpson, and Glamorgan here in very tricky conditions with the floodlights on. Very gloomy morning here in Hove, has slipped to 11 for 2, and Tribe is on his way.
Yes, just a little bit outside off stump. He was looking, I think, to work it through the covers off the back foot, but got a similar size nick to that, offered by Ul Hassan off Hunt earlier on, and Glamorgan in trouble. Sussex on top. And
didn't need to play that.
Didn't need to play.
No, he didn't need to play it.
A little bit of early movement, and Tribe waiting for the umpire's confirmation, but I think he knew. And he's on his way back up to the pavilion, and Ben Callaway is in rather earlier than he's used to being, really. He's been bunted up the order in the Championship and in the one-day stuff this season.
Well, he's been an excellent signing for Sussex in the seasons that he's been here, J. Devon Newcat. In fact, he's come back this season earlier than normal. Normally, he's just come back to the club for the run of games towards the end of the season, but Sussex managed to secure his services. He will just play county championship cricket from now until the end of the season, and I have to say, mightily impressive the way he's opened up here, considering he's played no championship cricket. He's bowled a good line and length, and he's bowled at a good lick as well. And gets a good round of applause from the spectators, who are rather huddled together in the southwest. I mean, it feels more like the first week of April than the middle of June. I mean, you know, it's Royal Ascot next week. That's how far into the summer we are. but it's a really cold day. And if you think you're coming down to Hove, my advice is bring a coat.
Here comes Hunt then in to bowl to Carlson, who plays no shot with something of a flourish. Outside off stump. So Glamorgan losing Ul Hassan for 5 and Tribe for 6. Both caught behind a wicket apiece to Hunt and to Anudkat. With Sussex having 4 changes from their last championship match, but of course that was several weeks ago, since we've had half a dozen T20 games since then. Hunt in, bowls, Carlson leaves through to the keeper. Chris Walters on X, saying last option for county championship again, maybe with regard to the positioning of the wickets. What gets priority at Hove? I presume it's the T20 gets priority for the central wickets, Adrian. Some degree.
I mean, interesting. I mean, they've got a championship game here next week as well against Hampshire, which is the matting wicket, which is
two or three towards the centre.
Yes.
Hunt bowls, Carlson drives and will get off the mark with a single into the covers. It's the reality of life, I suppose, that T20 pays the bills.
Yes, I mean, actually, most of the wickets that we've had this season here at Hove have been very much more towards the clock tower scoreboard side of the ground, which gives a much better view from us in terms of judging LBWs and that sort of thing. But we're a long, long way away from that this week.
They're back on at Trent Bridge. Nottinghamshire against Somerset is on 5 Sports Extra 2, and for the time being we continue from Hove here on 5 Sports Extra. As Hunt bowls and Kellaway plays no shot outside off stump, having seen both the openers perish to balls that did not have to be played outside off stump. Carlson and Kellaway adopting a more judicious approach towards leaving. 12 for 2 then. Here on the south coast of England, the journey down from the south coast of Wales was largely in rain yesterday.
Yeah, miserable, I should think.
Hunt bowls, Callaway pushes it away on the leg side. Ball trickles down towards backward square and they're through for a single. So if you are a Nottinghamshire or Somerset supporter, then flip over to 5 Sports Extra 2 if you want to listen to events at Trent Bridge. Here it's Adrian Harms and myself, Nick Webb, on 5 Sports Extra for the time being. Reminder that you can follow the Women's World Cup across the BBC website and radio channels. As that one gets up on Carlson and he fends it down slightly aerially into the gully, managed to play it with soft hands, and the ball didn't carry as far as Hughes, but it was in the air for a while. England beginning their campaign against Sri Lanka at 6:30 at Edgbaston, the England women, and the T20 World Cup, an event so momentous that it's made it apparently to the script writers of the Archers, and a busload of them from Ambridge are off to Edgbaston this evening.
Do you know, strange enough, I heard that the other day. Not that I regularly listen to the Archers, I'm sure it's a very fine programme, but they were talking about that. I heard that the other day, that they were off to and they were saying how excited they were to be going to Edgbaston. So good luck to everybody. And in fact, although it's gloomy and cold here, the weather I think is meant to be improving from the north. So hopefully they get a full game in Edgbaston and the weather's set fair next week, I think, for the Women's World Cup, which is great news. Meanwhile, here at Hove, it's grey and murky, the floodlights are on, and Sussex have picked up 2 early Glamorgan wickets, having won the toss and decided to bowl. Tom Haynes, the stand-in skipper, with Ollie Robinson away on England duty, as in comes Nudkat, bowls to Kellaway, who's forward and plays into the slip cordon. There is no run.
Clammy podcast, people asking if the umpires have taken a light reading. I presume they did before the start of play. They haven't obviously done it during the course of play, but I would have thought that they had a a quick shifty before the start.
Well, certainly we did say. I think the light has improved slightly, actually, not a lot since they started play, but it was very gloomy at 11 o'clock as a Nudcat races away from us in and bowls. Oh, and he beats Kellaway outside the off stump. This is a fine spell of bowling by J. Devon Nudcat. He's in his 4th over, figures of 1 for 10. Sussex with 2 left-arm seamers in Sean Hunt, who's bowling down the hill from the Cromwell Road end. I would imagine that Tom Haynes will probably use Sean Hunt fairly sparingly because this is his first championship outing for a good while. Certainly this season, and having had some elbow and arm problems, I think they'll be just keen to make sure he's not over bowled in this game. As a Nudcat, he's in again, bowls, and Kellaway takes a step down the pitch. He's struck on the pad. The ball dribbles down the leg side. A bit more of a dribble actually, because John Simpson needs to run from behind the stumps to field, but it's signalled as a leg by. The Glamorgan total goes to 14 for 2.
Breaking news that New Zealand Kane Williamson has retired from international cricket with immediate effect during the middle of a series. Strange. Made 0 and 18 in the first test against Lords, but will play no further part in the series, which restarts at the Oval on the 17th.
That's interesting. A Nudcat in and bowls. Oh, there's another super delivery from J. Devon Nudcat. Beats Kieran Carlson outside the off stump and rattles into the gloves of John Simpson. And there is no run. The light has improved actually, Nick. It seems to be slowly improving from the west, and let's hope that continues. But that's a big blow for New Zealand.
Yes.
In the middle of a test.
Williamson says, I thought about it for a while. Over the last few days it's become clear now is the right time. I take pride in knowing I've given it my all in every match I've played for New Zealand. It's a team I love. I feel incredibly fortunate to have been part of it for so long, but wasn't feeling it anymore, obviously.
Nudcat in again, bowls. Oh, Peace Carlson again outside the off stump. It's another super delivery from Kieran Carlson. Looks heavenwards, almost as if to say, it's difficult from where we're commentating from to comment as to exactly what J. Devon Nudcat is doing with the ball here, but he's got it on a piece of string. He's bowling an excellent line and length. And he's proving a real handful, as indeed is Sean Hunt in these opening overs. We just see a replay of that delivery. Well, it didn't miss the off stump by very much either.
Or the outside edge.
Or the outside edge.
Yeah. Difficult times.
A Nudcat around the wicket, bowls, and forward comes Carlson, more confident on this occasion, plays into the covers where it's fielded by James Coles in his sun hat. He always wears a sun hat, does James Coles. Not needed today. And more like sort of earmuffs needed today. It's very cold down here at Hove. And end of another excellent over from J. Devon Nudcat. He's bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 10. Glamorgan are 14 for 2 with Carlson on 1, Kellaway on 1. The 2 wickets to go down. Al Hassan, who was caught by John Simpson off the bowling of Sean Hunt, his first delivery of the morning for 5. And then Asa Tribe, who was caught also by John Simpson off the bowling of J. Devon Nudcat by 6.
Update for BBC Radio Sussex.
Yeah, do you mind if I just take this delivery, Nick, and then I'll hand
Crack
back
on.
to you.
They don't want to hear me. They'll be thoroughly confused.
So Sussex have got 1, 2, 3, 4 men in the slip cord, and Anna Gully as well, as Tom Haynes just applies a bit of pressure. And why not? Having picked up these 2 early wickets. Glamorgan 14 for 2 as Kellaway survives the onside field. Hunt bowls. Yes, thank you, Alison. Grey, cold and gloomy here at Hove this morning, but we did start on time for the resumption of the County Championship. Sussex playing Glamorgan in this round of matches. The floodlights are on. The news is that Sussex won the toss. They decided to bowl first, and that's proved a good decision because already Sussex have picked up 2 wickets. Zain Al Hassan was caught behind by John Simpson off the bowling of Sean Hunt for just 5. And then J. Devon Nudcat, the Indian fast bowler back in the Sussex side for the first time this season, picked up the wicket of Asa Tribe for 6, also caught behind by John Simpson. So a really good start here for Sussex in the gloom at Hove. Glamorgan are 14 for 2.
And that last delivery just flicked the pads and has run away down to fine leg for 4 leg byes. Not much that Simpson could do about that one. 18 for 2. Emir Evans messages on X. Ironic that Zayn seemed in T20 mode, having not played in the shorter format in the last few weeks. As that's through outside off stump. There's a lot of bounce in this pitch early on. I suppose the tall figure of Hunt would expect to get that anyway. 6'5". As our radio listeners are treated to cruel summer. Apt in these conditions, maybe. Ace of Tribes singing along in the dressing room, or possibly not. Emir confirms the commentary's up and running in Lampeter as Hunt bowls, and Callaway flicks it away off his legs down to fine leg for a single. 19 for 2. And an account by the name of Bumpy Fender, which I'm sure is a real name, messages me, "Welcome back to proper cricket," he or she says. "My memories of Hove include being dismissed top hat fell on wicket against 22 gentlemen of Sussex in 1796. Great days." Their tagline is "playing with a straight bat since 1744. Hunt is in to bowl outside off stump and Carlson leaves. Thank you very much indeed, Bumpy, if I can call you that. If you can hear the little chatter in the background, that's because our effects microphone is close to the ladies and gentlemen enjoying themselves in the Cow Corner hospitality suites.
Yes, we walked through there, Nick, didn't we, on the way to the toss? All the tables were sat out. It looked rather nice, actually. And all ready for lunch or whatever a bit later on.
Hunt is in to bowl, and that one gets up on Carlson as well, and he gloves it down into the ground and looks in rather disgruntled manner at the pitch and proceedings in general. I mean, we can expect, I suppose, Hunt to get a bit more bounce than most from his height, Adrian, do you think?
Yes, absolutely. He's a handful, Sean Hunt, and I think he's a little quicker than he looks as well. His approach to the wicket is not as fast as, for example, J. Devon Nudcat, but he does do a bit with the ball, Sean, and his height means he gets some good bounce as well. And just on a personal cricketing level, really, just delighted to see Sean back. I remember last season, Nick, the last game of the season at Worcester, and Sean had a really difficult time with injuries, was due to play in that game, and just before the match started he pulled up with the elbow injury, and I remember seeing his parents had come into the ground to watch him play, and Sean couldn't play, and it was a really sad way for him to finish the season. And he had a frustrating winter as the injury just wouldn't go away, but he's had a minor operation and he's back in the fold. As in comes a Nudcat, bowls, pacey delivery, let go by Callaway outside the off stump, taken by Simpson, and there is no run. So it's just good to see a young cricketer back, and I spoke to him after the T20 win here against Kent on Sunday, and he was just so pleased to be back playing cricket. And Paul Farbrace echoed that and said he's just one of the most popular players in the dressing room. So good news all around. Let's just hope Sean can keep fit. And I say for that reason, I suspect he'll be used sparingly by Tom Haynes. And Nudcat around the wicket, bowls, and forward comes Callaway. Plays that without timing to Tom Price, who comes in from a shortish square leg, and there is no run. So still the 4 slips in place. Point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Sorry, Nick.
Yeah, it was just a little surprised to see Haynes out in the middle at the toss. Thought Simpson would be the stand-in for Robinson.
Yeah, so beginning of the season, John Simpson is now they call him the club skipper, and Tom Haynes was appointed vice skipper. I did wonder, as in comes Nudcat around the wicket, bowls, and Callaway takes a step down the wicket and plays defensively to mid-on, fielded by Daniel Hughes, and there is no run. So Tom had previously been skipper at the club. He was appointed, in my opinion, a little too early, really, 5 years ago, when Sussex had so many young players and were pretty much getting beaten every week in the county championship. And although Thomas said he enjoyed it, and I'm sure he did, it was a really testing time. But appointed vice skipper, I did wonder with Ollie going off to play for England whether they might revert perhaps to John Simpson as the club skipper to cover a couple of games, because Tom's not been in great form with the bat. But maybe that extra responsibility will help his batting, and it certainly seems to have helped Ollie Robinson this season. As in comes and look at around the wicket bowl. Oh, it's a good delivery and almost cuts Kellaway in half. Goes through to Simpson and there is no run. There's good carry in this pitch. So to the groundsman, 12 mils of grass on the wicket, which I think probably aids. And Sussex do like to have wickets here where it bring the slips and the keeper into play. So this is challenging for Glamorgan.
Yeah, looks like the batting conditions could improve over the weekend with quite a bit of sunshine around.
Yes. Not
expected today, though.
No, I think a little later perhaps it's going to brighten up. But this is a difficult spell for Glamorgan as in comes and Lucas again. Bowls hit on the pad is Kellaway. The ball bounces out into the offside. But umpire, is that Ian Blackwell at this end? I'm just trying to distinguish it because they're dressed identically. Ian Blackwell and Nigel Long, the umpires in this game.
Yeah, Mr. Blackwell isn't as carrying the weight that he used to, if I can try and put it politely.
I think he's at square leg.
Yeah, I think it's long this end.
Yes.
Or llong, as we would say in Welsh. With a double L on
the
his
double
name.
L.
Yeah, it translates as ship. He's Mr. Ship in Welsh.
Really?
Yeah.
Does he know that?
Probably not.
Okay. Under the floodlights is in, around the wicket, bowls and edged past fourth slip. It's going to run away down to the boundary for 4 runs. Henry Crocombe is in hot pursuit down towards the players' balcony at the far end of the ground, but it's run away for 4 runs. So an edged 4 for Kellaway, who goes to 6, and Glamorgan at the end of the over are 23 for 2. Carlson on 1, Kellaway on 6, then man out Al Hassan for 5, and Asa Tribe for 6.
Yes, just about kept that one under control, Kellaway, but it was a thick edge up to the pavilion area. My Welsh-speaking colleague Edward Bevan might have told Mr. Long about his second meaning, since he has been on the circuit for a fair few years. Mr. Long, good morning, Edward, if you're listening. As Kieran Carlson checks his guard with umpire Blackwell.
I think the light is getting better, Nick. Marginally.
Yes, it's less murky, but you still wouldn't want to be... No, you'd rather be bowling than batting.
Oh, definitely. And this is interesting, actually. I mentioned about sparingly using Sean Hunt. Interesting that he's been pulled out of the attack and Henry Crocombe coming on. So I think that's probably something Sussex have discussed, or Sussex just taking things gently with Sean Hunt. Henry Crocombe is going to replace him at the Cromwell Road end of the ground.
Yeah, well, there's 4 frontline seamers, aren't there, with Tom Price yet to come, and Tom Haynes is back up, so he's got 5 seam options at least, as that first delivery from Crocombe is played gently on the leg side by Carlson. So what would you say, 5 incredible seam options plus the spin of Carson and Coles?
Yes, I would. Yeah, absolutely.
And a few others who can turn their arms if necessary.
Yeah, I was trying to think. So Daniel Hughes won't bowl. Tom Alsop won't bowl. So
Leaning's taken a wicket this season, I see.
Yeah. So I mean, the main spinners will be Coles and Carson.
7 pretty decent bowling options.
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
As Crocombe is in, right arm over, bowls, and Carlson pushes and misses outside off stump. And after losing those 2 very early wickets, this is torrid stuff still for Kieran Carlson, who's now faced 23 balls for his single, and he's probably, his numbers of plays and misses might be approaching double figures by now. I'm sure he'd tell us different, unless he meant to leave most of them. Here comes Crocombe down the slope. Bowls to Carlson, who turns it on the leg side, but straight to shortish mid-wicket. and there is no run. Talking about playing and missing the last championship game that I commentated on, Glamorgan against Somerset in Cardiff, we must have seen a daily record for Glamorgan playing and missing on the last day against the Somerset seamers. They had a battery of 4 seamers who bowled all day, and they could not believe what was going on. As that's flicked away nicely by Carlson off his legs. Now, fine leg is quite square on that short side of the ground, so it raced down the slope towards that Sharks stand for 4. And Carlson moves up to 5, and Glamorgan to 27 for 2. Principally the last man, Ryan Hadley, who was a night watchman and saw Glamorgan through to victory with a very slow 50, which he reached with the winning hit of the game. It was quite the nerve-jangling day, that. As Crocombe bowls to Carlson, who tries to run it down through the gully, but gets too much bat on it, and it's fielded at backward point by Price. And afterwards, Hadley said, well, they bowled Jack Leach for 1 over in the day. And afterwards, Hadley said, well, he nearly played onto him in that 1 over and said, oh, thank goodness they didn't bowl him anymore, because I was struggling there in that over. So Somerset missed a trick there. As Crocombe is in, bowls to Carlson, who square cuts hard. Didn't quite time it, so Price is off in pursuit, but won't pick it up. The ball just hops over the rope on the longer side of the ground. So a couple of boundaries to Kieran Carlson to get himself moving after a very slow start. And Glamorgan are 31 for 2, and we are through 10 overs here on BBC Sport Online and 5 Sports Extra.
I just thought that Kieran Carlson, the delivery before he hit his first boundary there, Nick, he played a nice forward defensive shot onto to mid wicket, and it sort of seemed to come out in the middle of the bat, and he just looked a little more confident. And then Henry Crocombe straying down the leg side and being picked off by Carlson, and that one overcompensating. Carlson very quick to take advantage of anything that is offline this morning. Now we've got a double change because Tom Price is coming back into the Sussex, coming back into the first time he's bowled in the county championship since the game at Leeds several weeks ago at the end of April. He injured his ankle. Nigel Long decides that not forward was Kellaway. And there was a loud appeal from Tom Price, supported by the slip cordon. Slightly trapped on the crease was Kellaway. Nonetheless, he survives. Glamorgan remained 31 for 2. Nick's got his iPad set up so we can see the replays that you're getting on the Sussex stream, as well as Price wheels around in front of us, running up the hill from the C end of the ground, bowls, and Kellaway's full to a ball of good length and just defends down the track. There is now, and the light, which I thought was improving, has now got more gloomy again. So those brighter skies that I was forecasting coming in from the west seem to have been replaced by some rather darker clouds.
Yes, if you are listening on the via the video streams on the county website, we don't have the benefit of simultaneous or real-time replays, so bear with us on that.
Price makes his way in again, past umpire Long, and bowls, and Kellaway takes a step down the wicket and then lets that one go outside of the off stump, taken by the energetic John Simpson behind the stumps, and there is no run.
Who's not the oldest wicketkeeper in the match.
No.
Chris Cook turned 40 the other day.
Did he? Wow, he's been a terrific
Belated
servant.
happy birthday to Chris, and celebrated by, at the end of a, slightly threadbare run of form with the bat, celebrated by hitting that match-winning innings up at Blackpool last Sunday. 44 off 15 balls overall. As we are left by 5 Sports Extra listeners.
Price in bowls, let go outside the off stump by Kellaway through to John Simpson. There is no run, so 3 slips, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Yeah, John Simpson will be, he's a youngster, isn't he, compared to Chris Cook. He'll be 38 next month, John Simpson. And he is, goes without saying, he's been a terrific signing for Sussex since arrival from Middlesex 3 seasons ago. Price is on his way, and then aborts his run, rather lost his run up. They did Tom Price. It's very windy. We're quite lucky here. We're tucked inside the commentary box in the warm, but it's a really cold, blustery day here at Hove as Price is in again. Bowls and clipped away down to fine leg by Kellaway, fielded way down in the distance by Sean Hunt, who gets in the throw on Morton's total 32 for 2.
Crispin John on Blue Sky says, what is it with Glamorgan and floodlights at the moment? From faults in Taunton, a dull evening at the non-floodlit New Road, and now quick wickets at an autumnal but illuminated Hove. We're not having much luck, says Crispin.
Actually, when Sussex played the championship match at Taunton, we had problems with the lights as well. As in comes Price and bowls. That's a good delivery. That leaves Kieran Carlson, who played and missed. The ball zips through to John Simpson. Tidy over from Tom Price on his return to the county championship side. Just the 1 run coming off of it. Glamorgan 32 for 2, having lost the toss here this morning. Been asked to bat on a grey overcast day. Yeah, there was a couple of occasions during the match where, and in fact it did help Sussex, because there were delays when the lights were going on and off. And Sussex were very, very fortunate to get out of Taunton with a draw. In the end, it was a combination of bad light and rain that saved Sussex's bacon in that game. But there were problems.
Yeah, Glamorgan were batting second, chasing 200. The second innings was delayed because the lights went off at half-time, then went off again after a few overs, and then, most infuriatingly, went off for a third time in the final over of the game, when Glamorgan needed 9 off 4, and Dan Dowswaite got out off the next ball after the resumption, obviously breaking the batter's concentration. As Crocombe is into Kellaway, who on drives, but gently to mid-on, no run.
But Glamorgan won that game.
Yes, Glamorgan won the game. They did get back on, and Jimmy Neesham hit the last ball for 4. So out of it's not great for the heart, I can tell you, following Glamorgan this season in the T20. They've had 6 games, obviously, and 4 of them have been decided off the last ball.
Wow.
2 lost and 2 won. As Kellaway runs one down to third man, he's found the gap between the 3 slips and gully, and deliberately playing that, and it races away down the slope here at Hove, and bounces up towards the T20 shelters, which have been parked down the bottom end of the ground in front of us. 36 for 2, Kellaway to 11.
That's the 3rd boundary that Henry Crocombe has conceded in his 8 deliveries.
Yeah, 2 of them down the slope though, so.
He is the quickest of the Sussex bowlers, but
Crocombe in again, bowls. Kellaway drives on the leg side, finds mid-wicket, who shies back at the stumps just in case Kellaway had overbalanced.
look, also the first season since T20 came into being with the Southern Group, Sussex haven't played, or are not playing Glamorgan this year, Nick.
Yeah, we're back to the original setup of 2003 season with the 3 groups.
So who's in your group? Somerset, Gloucestershire,
Yeah, and the
Worcestershire?
Midlands,
Right.
Worcestershire, Warwickshire, Northamptonshire.
So it's better for you travel-wise, because
Yeah.
you're going to Kent, Essex,
Yeah, it cuts out those
and
very
here.
long trips.
Yeah,
This would have been one of the medium-long ones.
yeah.
36 for 2 as Crocombe in to Ben Kellaway, who leaves that outside off stump. Kellaway hasn't done a lot of bowling in the championship this season. He missed one game, 2 games in fact, through injury, and then didn't bowl in a third, so has delivered between 2 and 4 overs per T20 game. So he has been winding a bit in recent weeks. Bowled reasonably economically in most of them. As Crocombe bowls, Callaway hit on the pad, looks for a leg by. Carlson says no, as Price comes in quickly from the gully area. 36 for 2 it remains. Glamorgan cricket at bbc.co.uk or Sussex cricket at bbc.co.uk for your emails, if you would.
Yes, Mark Cotteridge has been in touch from Birmingham, who says that the sun has broken through in Birmingham, so hopefully good weather for the Women's World Cup, which starts today at Edgbaston.
So that's through outside off stump. Callaway plays no shot. Callaway did get his maiden 5 for here a couple of years ago. But all the years merge into one. We didn't play here last year.
No.
Sussex won by an innings in 2024. And Glamorgan pulled off the great escape back in 2023 when they scored 737 across 200 odd overs in the second innings to save the match. John Hughes, Lord Tenby, says, I recall watching Sunday cricket at Hove in the 70s and 80s. There were giant plastic eggs placed around the boundary. Was this a weird dream, or can Adrian confirm this?
No, there was.
Yeah.
It was a local egg company, and I think if you hit the egg, you got money and various things. So no, that's true. There were eggs around the boundary edge. Tom Price is running in again, and for the second time, he aborts his run-up as he was about halfway through his run. Kieran Carlson is waiting. 9 without loss. 9 not out is Kieran Carlson. As in comes Price. 3 slips go down. He's in and bowls to Carlson, who shoulders arms, lets the ball go through to John Simpson, and there is no run.
And Trevor Freeman, presumably in Dublin, welcoming me back on commentary, and says, I've got my Chris Cook tie on since his last knock for luck. And posts a picture of himself in his Chris Cook benefit tie. Very smart you're looking there, Trevor. Presume you're off at work.
Price wheels around again. Right arm over the wicket. Bowls to Carlson, who for the second time in the order shoulders arms. That's that one passed through to John Simpson. If you're just joining us, Sussex winning the toss this morning, electing to bowl first on a cool grey morning here on the south coast. Floodlights shining brightly and 2 early breakthroughs. Al Hassan out for 5 and Tribe for 6. A wicket apiece for Hunt and a Nudcat. But since then, at that stage Glamorgan were 11 to 2. These two have battled away and have done a good job for Glamorgan. They haven't lost any further wickets. 36 for 2 as the skipper Carlson waits. Price is in and bowls, and Carlson drives. That's a lovely shot. That's probably the shot of the morning. Beautifully played by Kieran Carlson. Lovely shot through mid-off for 4 runs. He goes to 13 and Glamorgan to 40 for 2. And not, I remember Kieran Carlson making those hundreds down at Cardiff, Nick, and sort of wondering quite why he's never in the discussion around England. Or is he more, and I haven't taken any notice of that?
No, I think that's a fair point. One of my colleagues was remarking on this the other day. I mean, I'm not sure how much it's been noticed outside Wales, to be honest.
Well, he's a fine player. Price over the wicket, bowls to Carlson, who's going to get more runs here. He works this one down towards third man. I'm not sure if it's going to go all the way. There's a good sliding stop way down in the distance, I think, by Henry Crocombe. But 2 more to Carlson. He goes to 15 and Glamorgan to 42 for 2.
He has got 1,000 championship runs twice in the last 3 seasons, and he's just past 550 for this season. And we're less than, well, we will be halfway through the championship season at the end of this match. So hopefully he'll get to 1,000 again.
Price. And again and bowls. Oh, and he's caught behind, is he? Yes, he is given. Well, just as we were singing Kieran Carlson's praises, He's been dismissed by Tom Price. It's a third catch behind by John Simpson. Just a little feather from Carlson through to John Simpson, who snaffled the catch. Tom Price has got the breakthrough for Sussex. The Glamorgan skipper goes. He did just wait a couple of moments, waited for the decision from Nigel Long, who gave an affirmative decision to Tom Price. So we'd rather put the mockers on Kieran Carlson there, who played a couple of nice shots. He's out for 15, and Glamorgan are 42 for 3.
Curse the commentator, Adrian.
Sorry, Glamorgan supporters.
So, interesting one that. They all went up immediately behind the wicket. Carlson didn't seem to think he'd hit it, which is strange because I don't think it could have been pad. But it's a long trudge back, or a shortish trudge back on this particular pitch, but a trudge it is, as Colin Ingram will come to the wicket, not having played since the first match of T20, although he has played in all the championship matches. Got a century in the second innings at Warwickshire, last time out against a red ball, and a century in the first match of the season against Yorkshire. Overall 381 runs at 38. And Glamorgan really need a substantial innings from Colin Ingram here today.
So a wicket apiece for Hunt and Nudcat, and Tom Price, as I say, playing his first match since the game at Headingley, which was much earlier on this season. In fact, the third game of the season. I was looking whether he bowled in that game. Yes, 5 overs, 0 for 20, but then injured and hasn't bowled in the county championship since. That was to say the third match that Sussex had this season. But he's picked up the important wicket of Kieran Carlson.
Remember we had a remarkably short game down here with a pink ball a few years ago.
Was that when Jofra Archer got a load of wickets?
Yes.
But there was certainly one game where Archer, I think it was over in 2 days.
Yeah. It was meant to be a day-night, but we hardly got to the night.
Yes. Now Price for the third time has started his run, and again stops. And Colin Ingram has to wait. Now Price is ready. A sort of slightly stuttering start to his run, and then gets into his stride. In and bowls, and the wicket goes. No, it's dropped. He's dropped at first slip. Ingram gets a life, and that could be very, very expensive for Sussex. It's Tom Alsop who's put the chance down. It was away to his right-hand side. It looked as if it was about chest high to me. I think it'll be one that Tom Alsop will feel he certainly should have taken. It's a bad miss by Alsop. The chance has gone a-begging. I was saying earlier on how Tom Clark is such a fine fielder for Sussex in the slip cordon, but Tom Alsop will be furious with himself. He's let that one go. Ingram gets a life, and Glamorgan 42 for 3.
Good afternoon to Steve West, who I think that email might be a couple of moments ago before the Kieran Carlson dismissal. Difficult opening conditions, but if we can hold on till lunch, runs will flow this afternoon, says Steve optimistically. Well, they need some top order batters to score them. As Crocombe this time pulls out of his run because Colin Ingram had dropped his bat at the non-striker's end. So Crocombe kindly not delivering while Ingram was still fiddling around. And Callaway drives on the leg side and takes a single to wide mid-on. 43 for 3.
That game I was thinking about, Nick, was, I can't believe this, 2021, that's 5 years ago, where Kieran Carlson made centuries in both innings against Sussex down in Cardiff.
Time goes quickly.
It does, and Ollie Robinson, I know, took a stack of wickets in that game, and it was really following that game that he then first got called up by England. Yeah, time does go quickly.
Yes, are you expecting Archer will be straight back in for England now?
I think probably with Atkinson out, I think he probably will be.
Crocombe around the wicket, the left-handed Ingram, who gets a thick edge down into the gully. Just about managed to keep it under control. Would have been interesting to see if he'd got in had Atkinson and Stokes been tucked up with their Ovaltine by 11 o'clock.
Yeah, absolutely. And I suspect the answer is probably they might have kept the same side. And perhaps
With a nice long gap between tests.
Yeah.
As this is down leg side, and Ingram plays no shot.
Yeah, I mean, we just don't see anything of Jofra in a Sussex shirt anymore now. The last time that he played in a championship match was last June when we were up at Durham on a horribly flat pitch with a Kookaburra ball, which didn't. And I did speak to Jofra afterwards, and we were talking about was he fit? You know, they all talk, would he be fit for the Ashes and would he play some Test cricket in the summer? And he was saying, you know, you couldn't get more un-Australian-like conditions than Kookaburra ball on a flat deck.
Next delivery, it's edged, and Ingram has gone this time, caught at slip, and Crocombe joins in the wicket-taking party, leaning with the catch. Ingram dropped first ball, but not getting a second reprieve. He's gone without scoring, and Glamorgan are all over the shop at 43 for 4.
Well, that was a good catch because that went very, very quickly into the slip cord, and the most relieved man in the ground will be Tom Alsop. Because that went very, very quickly to Jack Leading. It was a good catch. And Tom Alsop, having put the chance down in the previous over, and he's such a dangerous player, is Colin Ingram. Henry Crocombe bowling with good pace from the Cromwell Road end. And well, Sussex will be very pleased with their morning's work so far.
Yes, it's been an excellent first 65 minutes or thereabouts for the home side, with all four seamers claiming a wicket. And well, the standard, isn't it, that you expect at least 3 in a session if you put a team into bat in the championship.
Yes.
And Sussex have already got 4 with plenty of time to add.
Back to Jofra Archer, I did wonder whether, because there's obviously quite a big gap between the New Zealand Test series and the Pakistan series coming up in August, and I'm sure Jofra will be playing in the 100, and it did occur to me whether, if he could play in the 100, could he play in the Blast for Sussex for the last few games? He'd only be bowling 4 overs in a game, but unfortunately Sussex don't have any control over that. That's very much down to England.
Well, yes, one has to raise an eyebrow about the management of Jofra Archer this year, in that he's allowed to be on a central contract and be in the IPL. Now, I know the IPL financially probably pays more pro rata than England, but why he's on a full central contract rather than some sort of part-time deal. As that's down leg side, Dixon, the new batter, looked to flick it away. There's a gentle inquiry, but not a serious one, for a catch behind down leg side.
Yes, there's been quite a lot of debate in the press about that. I think Mike Atherton wrote about it, didn't he?
It's poor management by England, really, isn't it? Surely they should say, right, we understand the finances of the IPL, and therefore England will employ you for X months a year, 10 months a year or whatever outside that. As Dixon pushes on the leg side and there's no run. And why he then isn't immediately available, or at least in the nets in Lords, is allowed to go back to Barbados. He may well have been training and bowling in Barbados, I don't know, but that certainly wasn't made public if he was. And
I think there's every
who's got control of these matters? Not the ECP, it seems.
I mean, there's every chance that for that second Test match, it'll be an all Sussex opening bowling attack for England. You know, Robinson and Archer. And I can't remember the last time that the pair would have opened the bowling for Sussex. I don't know if it's at Durham. I don't think Ollie Robinson played at Durham last year, actually. Anyway, Tom Price is in. Over the wicket, comes in and bowls, and clipped around to the onside by Ben Callaway. He's going to pick up a couple of runs in, probably 3. as in hot pursuit towards the boundary edge is Daniel Hughes, and indeed they do come back for a third run, so Kellaway goes to 15 and Glamorgan to 46 for 4, which will bring Sean Dixon onto strike. Is this Dixon's second season at
No, first season
at Glamorgan? Okay.
from Somerset.
Good
Somerset
signing.
did not offer him a fresh contract, upon which he promptly won the T20 quarter-final for them and finished
that's
off
right,
the
yes.
final as well. And scored crucial runs against Somerset this season.
Price. In again. Bowls. Oh, that left the right-handed Dixon, who's beaten outside the off stump through to Simpson, no run.
So Sean Dixon against Somerset was out cheaply in the first innings of the championship match. Top scored with 76 in the second innings. Then he hit 4 fours to win it. I mean, it was already won basically, but hit the last 4 boundaries against Somerset in Cardiff. Then top scored against them again in the T20 in Taunton. So I think he's made Somerset aware of his feelings.
Yeah.
And Steve West on email, no, we're not blaming you for the collapse of wickets there.
Thank you, Steve.
Says, why don't I keep my mouth shut?
Price. Over the wicket bowl. Dixon drives down the ground, fielded by Hughes. There is no run. 46 for 4 for those just joining us. Floodlights still on. Every time I think the light is improving, all of a sudden it seems to not improve. But it's pretty much the same as when we started now. Apparently it will improve later in the day. Sussex very much with the better of the conditions as Price runs up the hill here at Hove, away from the sea. Comes in and bowls to Sean Dixon, and Dixon takes a step forwards, wrapped on the thigh pad. The ball bounces down in front of him. He very obligingly stretches down, picks up the ball and throws it to Jack Carson. And there is no run.
Yeah, Sean Dixon had a ropey start in the championship. He only got back into the side because he was dropped for the second match and then came in as a substitute, but didn't get any runs in his first 4 innings. Since then he's been going pretty well. 90 or 50 or 70 odd and 230s in the last match.
I would say he's a really good signing. Runs away from us, comes in and bowls to Dixon, who's forward, plays into the offside. There is no. Did he score runs in that T20 that was on the box the other night, the Somerset game?
Yeah, he did 60 odd at Taunton against his.
I bet he enjoyed that.
Quite. I interviewed him afterwards. He didn't really rub it in. So gave it the old nice to be part of a team winning performance, etc.
Yeah. No, what did he say? What did he say to you after the interview?
I had to go home after the interview.
Comes Price. Still the 3 slips in place. In and bowls to Dixon, who's beaten outside the off stump. This is very tricky for batters this morning. End of another 3. Good over from Tom Price. 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 13. Glamorgan are 46 for 4 with Kellaway on 15 and Sean Dixon yet to score.
Yeah, it was I think around about 11 o'clock by the time we were doing the interviews that night because of it's a 7 o'clock start anyway, and we lost about half an hour to the floodlight problems. The game didn't end till gone 10:30. Mason Crane then had to be interviewed first because he'd just been called up by England Lions, and there was a taxi waiting for him to go from Taunton at 11 o'clock at night to Leicester, where he was playing at 11 o'clock the next morning.
Goodness gracious. Presumably that was paid for by the ECB,
yeah,
was it?
Yeah. It wasn't ideal, and Crane didn't have a happy time really in those one-day internationals that he played for England Lions. Didn't bowl in the first match and then got carted all over the place in the second.
Was that a T20 or 50 over games?
Yeah. I don't think he'd played 50 overs for several years, because he'd been in 100 squads. Crocombe bowls outside off stump, and they really do seem to be getting a lot of bounce out of the pitch from that top end. Crocombe as well as Hunt.
Yeah. He's quick, Henry Croker. I think he's surprised people around the country this season with just how quick he's been. Certainly at the
Callaway, who drives back past him, it just eludes the bowler, might have got a fingertip on it, but Dinkson does want a rather ambitious second and gets there because Crocombe was still sprawled on the grounds rather than being at the wickets. So 2 more to Callaway. He moves on to 17, which is Glamorgan's best score so far. Batting to come, and already having to do that at 12:15. Chris Cook, Tim van der Hoogten, Mason Crane, Tom Norton, the boy wonder, and Ryan Hadley, the night watchman wonder. Crocombe bowls. Callaway works it off his legs again, but will just take a single this time down towards backward square.
Yeah, that was extraordinary. The hat trick from. Were you at that game?
Yes, I was commentating on the hat trick. Luckily, had that pleasure.
And that was against Somerset, was that right?
That was against Somerset. Yeah, an eventful game. Hat trick for a debutant on the second evening, and then a thrilling final day run chase. As Dixon allows that one to go through outside off stump, 49 for 4. I say run chase, it was more of a run crawl really.
Right, yeah.
It was a very slow process. They got to 280 off. A great deal of, I think it was about 120 overs or something like that. Morgan scraping home by 2 wickets in the end. Dixon looks to flick on the leg side but makes no contact through to Simpson.
Paul Farbrace was very glowing in his praise of Glamorgan, and particularly for Richard Dawson as well, who he gave very high praise for being a coach, and he's clearly done a good job at Glamorgan, Nick.
Yeah, well, he got Glamorgan promotion without really anything in the way of extra resources last year, and mid-table without really extra resources this year. Through for a quick single this time as Dixon turns it on the leg side between the 2 fielders in front of the wicket, and Dixon is off the mark and Glamorgan's 50 is up. Will anyone applaud?
Nick
No.
will. Nick's going to. Well
Provide
done.
your own sound effects as well. So Glamorgan's 50 is up in 16 overs, but crucially for the loss of 4 wickets.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Nick Webb. Great to have your company on this pretty chilly Friday morning for the resumption of the county championship. 2 matches in this little spell of championship cricket, then we're back into T20, then the One Day Cup, and then a run of 6 weeks of continuous county championship cricket. I mean, I must admit, I hadn't realised that the champion, you get these. I didn't realise it was 6 consecutive weeks.
Yeah, it's a 6-2-6 formation this season.
Yes. Well, at least at the beginning of the season, you get that week off in between, but there's no week off, is there? So there's going to be some tired bodies at the end.
Yes, I'm going to have a week off somewhere.
Yeah, I mean that's a lot of cricket that's going to be crammed in August and September. But for now, it's Tom Price who's running away from us to bowl to Sean Dixon, who's 1 not out, bowls to Dixon. Give Dixon the benefit of the doubt. I think he pulled the bat out on the line. If that the ball that goes through to John Simpson, and there is no run. So just mindful people joining us all the time, and I don't like to sound like a broken record, but Sussex winning the toss here this morning, electing to bowl first, unsurprisingly, with lights on and very gloomy skies, and picking up these 4 wickets this morning. Price with 1 of those. He's in again, bowls, and Dixon this time does play and miss, taken by Simpson, and there is no run outside of the off stump. Al Hassan for 5, Tribe for 6, Carlson for 15, and Ingram for a duck, a wicket apiece for Hunt and Nudcat Price. And for Henry Crocombe, still the 3 slips in place. There's a point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a short leg and a fine leg right at the end of the ground, far end of the ground, in front of the blue seating, the temporary seating, which is there for the T20 blasters. Price is in and bowls, and it's a curious shot by Sean Dixon. I must admit, I lost track of that delivery for a moment. I thought for a minute he'd let it go outside the off stump, took a step down the wicket and played it to, I think James Coles fielded that at mid-off.
Yes, it was a sort of square drive, wasn't it?
Odd shot, wasn't it?
Very peculiar.
Almost as if he'd made up his mind he was going to play an attacking shot before the ball was delivered. Anyway, no run, and in the scorer's notebook it will go down as a dot ball as Price, number 53 on the back of his shirt, runs in again and bowls and cut away, and that is going to be 4 runs. Just leant back did Sean Dixon, and despite the chasing Henry Crocombe, who I think someone said the other day they call him the Labrador because he chases after everything, Henry Crocombe, and he chased that hard down to third man, and Sean Dixon picks up his first boundary. He goes to 5 and Glamorgan to 54 for 4. There was a gap between slip and backward point. There was a safe shot from Dixon, but he just looked a little frustrated with the previous delivery. But he's 5 not out, and Price is in, bowls, and Dixon this time is very securely and solidly forward, plays a 4 defensive to mid-off, fielded by James Coles, and there is no run. Just looking at a couple of people around the ground, there's a fella over to our right hand side outside the corporate area in a white hoodie, and he looks absolutely frozen. And most people down below us are in coats and really wrapped up against the elements.
Good job we've got the aircon here.
It is, yeah, we're inside, we're okay. And comes Price again, bowls, and Dixon can pick up his second boundary of the over. Nicely cutting that one away through point. The fielder there at backward point is disappointed it didn't stop there. I think it was Henry Crocombe. Ball's raced away for 4 runs. So 2 boundaries in the over to Sean Dixon. He goes to 9. And Glamorgan at the end of the over are 58 for 4. It always makes my wife laugh, Nick, because during the winter months when we're outside commentating on football or whatever, we're outside in the freezing cold, and in the summer when it's lovely sunny weather most of the time, we're inside a commentary box. It's a bit perverse, really.
Yes.
But a change of bowling, and it's going to be J. Devon Nudcat who's going to bowl again today, but for the first time today from the Cromwell Road end of the ground.
First spell was 1 for 14 off 5, so he's switched ends. Yes, experience here though is probably 3, nearly 4 times as long as we'd be experiencing a football or rugby commentary though.
That's true.
Don't think we could stand those conditions for that many hours. Well, Nudcat is in to bowl, and Callaway plays no shot through outside off. Remember, I was presenting a BBC Radio Wales Saturday afternoon programme for 4.5, 5 hours from the Liberty Stadium, where Swansea City was the Swansea City or the Ospreys. Anyway, one of those was the main event of the afternoon, and I had to go and sit in the media room for half an hour before I could drive home afterwards, because I literally couldn't feel any of my extremities to drive. The Nudcat is in, and Callaway runs it down, but it's well intercepted at gully, and there's no run.
I remember a similar experience going to Blackpool, where Brighton and Hove Albion were playing, and it was bitterly cold. And just wanting the game to finish, and I think it was a 0-0 draw in the freezing cold in Blackpool in January. Yeah.
David Battersby on X points out that it's Javed Miandad's birthday. 69 today, as the former Glamorgan and Pakistan great. As Callaway pushes at that one outside off and misses, and David wrote a monograph about him, and particularly about his 200 not out, on Royal Wedding Day at Taunton, 1981.
Really? That would have been Charles and Diana, I guess.
Yeah,
Wasn't
yeah. I remember that day we arranged an extra cricket match for those of us who didn't want to watch the royal wedding.
it? Oh, right.
Mike Unwin sends us a picture of Trent Bridge where the weather is similar to this. As Callaway defends on the leg side, and there is no run. And very good afternoon to Edward Bevan,
Hello, Edward.
listening back at home in sun-kissed Trebanos. So 58 for 4. It's not glad tidings for Glamorgan listeners at the moment. They're just hanging on until the ball gets a bit older. The weather maybe improves a bit. And they'll be hoping they have some batting left, but not like that, as that one was edged towards the slips but didn't carry by Ben Callaway.
I've got Tom Haynes standing right in front of me at third slip. I thought for a moment that they had a bowled Callaway. I think he played it quite late, Nick. I just might just see a replay of that delivery. Yeah, he made a late decision.
Yes, might have just been tickling off stump had he not done so. Chopped down on it. 58 for 4. Unadkat in left arm balls, and Callaway swipes that one
Shot.
away on the leg side, past the umpire, flies away for 4 to that short side of the ground. 62 for 4. Unadkat maybe just straying onto leg stump, and Callaway taking full advantage and putting it away.
Yeah, nice shot by Ben Callaway. Now we're going to have a double change, and so Sean Hunt is going to come and bowl up the hill for his second spell of the day. Picked up the wicket, the first wicket of the day, his first ball of the match, when he had Zain Al Hassan caught by John Simpson for 5. Elsewhere around the country, we've been quite lucky because they're off at Grace Road, start delayed in the game between Leicestershire and Essex. They are playing at Trent Bridge, as Nick was saying. Somerset 47 for 2 against Nottinghamshire. They are also playing at Headingley. I presume that's at Headingley, where Yorkshire are playing Warwickshire.
Isn't it?
But
Might be Scarborough time, yeah.
It is Scarborough. Yeah, you're right. It is Scarborough. Yorkshire off to a flyer, 81 without loss against Warwickshire. They're also playing in Durham, who are 63 for 2 against Derbyshire. No play at Blackpool so far. The game between Lancashire and Kent. They are playing at Northampton, where Northants are 85 for 3 against Gloucestershire, and the Middlesex 31 for 1 at New Road against Worcestershire, as Sean Hunt is in from the C end of the ground, comes in and bowls. There's good bounce again to Sean Hunt, let go by Sean Dixon outside of the off stump through to Simpson, and there is no run. 62 for 4, as Nick was saying, at Glamorgan on a grey day on the south coast. The flags of the two counties are flying on the clock tower scoreboard away to our right hand side, and the trees outside the ground are sort of swaying away in what's a little bit more than a breeze, to be honest. I don't think you want to be taking you'd have to be a pretty good sailor, I think, taking a boat out today from Brighton Marina, as in comes Hunt and bowls, and again a bit of extra bite and lift from Sean Hunt, and Dixon plays it well defensively into the offside. And there is no run. Great to hear that Edward's listening to us from Wales. Always enjoy Ed Bevan's company down the years. I'm sure he's enjoying Glamorgan's good start to the season.
Yes, he's been involved in commentary on a few days in Cardiff.
And isn't he a Swansea fan as well?
Swansea City, yeah.
Right, okay. As in comes Hunt. In again and bowls, and Dixon cuts that away firmly, but only on the bounce to point, fielded there by what looks like Ollie Carter. So Sussex have got a 12th man on the field. It is Ollie Carter. So somebody has gone off. It's clearly not Sean Hunt because he's bowling. It's not J. Devon Nudcat. Have a look around the field and see who's gone off. What if it might be Henry Crocombe?
Yeah, Crocombe was in that area, wasn't he?
Yes. In comes Hunt again, bowls. Oh, again he's surprised by a bit of extra bounce there from Sean Hunt, who's on a good line and length here, and Sean Dixon just played the ball, sort of just swayed his head back out of the way as well, having played the shot. It was a steeply rising delivery from Hunt.
We've had a few of those today.
We have, yeah, and he's just getting in on the right place here. Umpire Blackwell in deep conversation with Tom Price at square leg. As comes Hunt again, bowls, and Dixon is forward, and well, an uncertain shot. He gets a big thick inside edge, and the ball ends up down at fine leg with J. Devon Nudcat. So moral victory to Hunt. Total goes to 63 for 4, and Dixon into double figures. He's on 10.
First time we've had 2 men in double figures, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right. Ben Callaway is retaking his guard. 22 not out. He came in when the total was 11 for 2 at the demise of Asa Tribe, who was out for 6. Hunting again over the wicket, bowls and straying onto the leg stump, and nicely tucked down to fine leg by Callaway. He goes to 23, fielded again by the Nudcat. That's the end of Sean Hunt's over, the end of his 5th over. 5 overs, 1 made, 1 for 6 is Sean Hunt's figures, and Glamorgan are 64 for 4 with Callaway on 23, Dixon on 10. Again, apologies for some of the loud voices you can hear in the background. Our effects microphone is in the vicinity of the corporate hospitality area, so
well, it's better than not having anything, I suppose.
yes,
It's the nearest group of spectators to us.
yes. So at least you can tell there are people in the ground and people watching. And actually, considering it's a pretty miserable day, not a bad attendance here at Hove on the opening day of this county championship fixture.
Yeah, reasonable numbers on the pavilion side.
Yeah.
A few in this Sharks side stand just to our left. As Unadkat bowls and Callaway is forward defending. Back to the bowler, and there is no run, and a few up at the far end have taken advantage of the fact that those temporary stands are there for the T20 blast, and are getting a good view, particularly those on the pavilion side. That's a nice straight view and not too far away from proceedings.
One of the Glamorgan players might have been sitting in the seats up there. Certainly someone in whites is wandering over there.
Callaway drives square, but straight to Price, and there's no run. Yes, the nets are behind that stand, diagonally opposite us. As we look out from our usual perch at the sea end of the ground.
Yes, they'd have struggled to get any nets in yesterday with the weather, which was really awful down here. I think they got some practice in the indoor school, perhaps, Glamorgan yesterday. But it was really very wet.
In comes Unadkat. Bowls. Callaway gets a top edge, and is he going to get away with it? It's fallen safe down towards long stop. They'll come back for 2 runs. He had no control over that at all, and half of Hove was converging on that one as Hunt was coming round from fine leg. Simpson and 2 of the slips chased back, and in the end the ball pitched agonisingly for Sussex and satisfactorily for Callaway between the lot of them.
Yeah.
Didn't go for 4 though.
No, they were all chasing back one. That was quite funny to watch. But got away with it.
As Callaway plays that next ball defensively. 66 for 4. An update for BBC Radio Sussex listeners to follow fairly shortly.
Yes, thanks, Nick. Well, grey, cold and overcast here at Hove. The floodlights are on, Alison, and they've been on since the start of play at 11 o'clock. However, Things are going very well for Sussex this morning because they won the toss and unsurprisingly decided to bowl, and they've reduced Glamorgan to 66 for 4, a wicket apiece for Sean Hunt, Jaydev Anukat, the Indian, making his first appearance of the season, Tom Price, and also a wicket for Henry Crocombe. So good. So far, so good, I should say, for Sussex. Glamorgan are 66 for 4.
And remain thus, Ben Kellaway the top scorer so far and 25 not out. Neil Thornycroft, a regular Welsh listener, inquires on X, what's the goal situation? Few and far between this morning.
Yes, like none.
As Kellaway drives inside, edges it onto his pad, trickles back down the wicket. No run, 66 for 4 at the end of the over. Not much in the way of avian population to report so far today, Neil.
No, I have to say that generally towards the end of the day, Neil, they do sort of tend to make an appearance, so we'll have to see whether that happens. I have to say, actually, just to talk about the attendance, I don't know what you've seen, Nick, down at Cardiff this season, but generally speaking, Fridays have been really well attended here at Hove. I think that's better attended than days over the weekend. Actually,
yeah.
I think a lot of people, perhaps taking a chance to take a day off or whatever, or work from. Hunt is in, bowls, short, pulled away to the leg side, it's spooned into the air by Sean Dixon, and for the second time in consecutive overs, Glamorgan perhaps a little fortunate to get away with that. It was short from Hunt, and Dixon looking to pull the ball away on the leg side, didn't time it at all, the ball spooned onto the leg side, but between Price, who's at square leg, and Hughes at mid-on, the ball drops safely. Nevertheless, it's another single to Glamorgan. They go to 67 for 4. As Hunt comes into bowl to Kellaway, and that's down the leg side, and that's 4 runs. Nicely played by Ben Kellaway. Just Sean Hunt just erring in line and length, and Kellaway very quick to accept that bit of a gift and just clip the ball down to fine leg for 4 runs. He goes to 29. Glamorgan to 71 for 4. Certainly that has been the case that, as I say, a lot of people working from home in inverted commas on a Friday, but it has been noticeable that they've been the best attended days of Championship.
Yeah, it tends to be the same in Cardiff.
Yeah.
Fridays, Saturday and Sunday roughly the same. Monday drops off a bit.
Hunt in and bowls. That's a good delivery by Sean Hunt, and a play and a miss outside the off stump by Ben Kellaway. The ball rattles into the gloves of John Simpson, and there is no run. It may be slightly better tomorrow. Sometimes when during the football season, certainly when Brighton and Hove Albion were playing at the Amex, you would certainly, a lot of Sussex cricket fans are fans of the football club as well. So it'd be interesting to see what the attendance is tomorrow, particularly if it's going to be a nice day, which I think is forecast. Hunt in again, bowls, and this time Kellaway shoulders arms, gets the back gloves high out of the way in the ball. Steeples through into the gloves of Simpson, and again there is no run. Sean Dixon comes down, does a bit of gardening from the non-striker's end.
Yeah, Glamorgan had decent crowds for the Somerset game for the first 3 days anyway, bolstered, it must be said, by a healthy number of Somerset travelling supporters, which is always good to see.
Yeah. Hunt in again. Over the wicket, bowls, and this time he does beat Kellaway outside the Dixon outside the off stump. My apologies, through into the gloves of John Simpson, and there is no run. Because this is the Sussex do play Glamorgan again in the One Day Cup this season. That game is at Neath, where we were 2 years ago, Nick. I remember coming down to Neath for a game in the One Day Cup. But this is the only time they'll play each other in the Championship this season, and they're not in the same group in T20, as we were saying earlier on. Hunt, bowls, perhaps give Kellaway the benefit of the doubt that he pulled the bat inside the line. End of another good over from Sean Hunt, despite the one down the leg side. Apart from that, again causing problems outside the off stump. 7 overs. Don't get it right, Adrian. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 11. Glamorgan are 71 for 4, with Dixon on 11 and Ben Kellaway, who's played nicely, on 29.
Yes, nothing's gone for about half an hour or so, which will be counted as a triumph as far as Glamorgan are concerned, just hanging on and trying to preserve wickets for hopefully easier batting conditions in the afternoon session. But the light isn't changing much at all. Looks as though we might have the lights on all day, which is not great for those of us who are light sensitive because of drugs at the moment. There we are, peering out into the middle. Unadkat then into his 8th over of the morning. He's bowling to Sean Dixon, wearing 58, and Dixon goes for a big shot on the leg side and gets it, I think, slightly finer than he was intending, down to fine leg for a single.
Well, he was looking at pull. He was looking to get sort of play off the front foot and sort of hit it into the pavilion, I think, on the leg side. Nick, he'd certainly made up his mind that was going to go.
Well, if you are just joining us, that is a very short side of the ground. It's 49.7 yards, and as a result of that attempted shot, square leg is pushed back from single saving to a boundary rider on that far side, on that leg side. Unadkat bowls, and Callaway pushing forward. Out on the offside, no run. You have to say that if anyone makes any serious contact, it's going to fly away with a 50-yard boundary.
It is. Yeah, I hope those members in the pavilion are prepared, because it could come quite fast as well.
Particularly with the factor of the slope for those sitting behind square as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So you don't need to make full contact to get it away there. Unadkat in. Bowls outside off. Callaway well, just goes for the trigger movement and nothing more there. He kept his bat pointing backwards, well out of the way. 72 for 4. If you've just joined us, Glamorgan losing Al Hassan for 5, Tribe for 6, Carlson for 15, and Ingram without scoring, a wicket apiece to the 4 Sussex seamers. Unadkat, Hunt, Crocombe and Price. Unadkat left arm around, bowls, Callaway defends. Still in the habit of writing T Price from the many years that he played alongside his brother Ollie at Gloucestershire.
Yeah. He's been mighty impressive. I mean, he hasn't played a lot because of this ankle injury, but certainly the first couple of games that he played, Tom Price, he made valuable runs in both matches and looked a really good player. Certainly the victory here against Warwickshire, he was instrumental in winning that game.
Averaging 61.
Yeah, which is pretty handy coming in at number 7.
That is a play and a miss by Callaway, who is occasionally in all sorts of trouble. Charlie Tier batted 7 in the last game. It's his birthday today, the Scottish international. What a birthday to be carrying drinks rather than being bought them. 22 today. Happy birthday, Charlie.
Yes. Who batted very well in the one defeat Sussex have had this season in the Championship, which was the game at the Oval, obviously against Surrey, where Sussex, a greenish pitch at the Oval. They were in all sorts of trouble in that game. Unadkat
bowls, and Callaway is beaten yet again outside off stump. Slips with heads in hands. They can't believe that the Indian international Jaidev Unadkat did not take a wicket in that over, but he didn't, and it's 72 for 4.
Well, Ollie Carter is just going off the field, and James Coles has come back onto the field. So I think it was Crocombe who was off originally. Certainly Henry Crocombe is back on the field, and now on comes James Coles. I'm just a little surprised that James Coles isn't fielding in the slips. Interestingly, I remember in the game at Taunton, he put a chance down in the slips and then didn't field there for the rest of the game. So whether or not he's perhaps decided he doesn't want to field in the slips, I don't know. I'll have to find out what the reason is, because he's a very fine slip fielder, is James Coles. Anyway, he's back on. He's fielding at mid-off, and it's going to be Sean Hunt who's going to carry on. We've got, another quarter of an hour or so to go until lunch. As Hunt is in from the C end of the ground, bowls and beats Dixon outside the off stump. Through to John Simpson, there is no run. It's been a really difficult morning here for Glamorgan. Some good bowling from Sussex, it has to be said, who have exploited the conditions well with the lights on. Very gloomy conditions, but a bounce in the track as well. Could carry through to the slip cord, and it's been really tough.
I know Sussex have taken 4 wickets and time is allowed for that, but they're still, I think, going to be maybe a couple behind on the over rate.
Yes, how many? Oh yeah, they've only bowled 20. This is the 23rd over as Hunt is in and bowls played under the offside.
So it's not going to be more than 27, even if they hurry up.
Yeah, it's a great... And we haven't had any stoppages, have we? There haven't been any injuries or reasons to, the ball getting in. It's quite a small ground here at Hove, and sometimes the ball can get hit out the ground, and that takes a bit of time to get the ball back, etc. But, yes, Sussex will be very mindful about that. No sign of the on the over rate at the moment of where they stand, as in comes Hunt and bowls. And up, so he's played into the offside. Now, that's a well-judged single. Actually, eventually by Sean Dixon. It was played into the offside. Henry Crocombe came charging in from backward point to field, and is now walking rather awkwardly and holding his left hip. He fielded the ball, dived, and threw the ball at the non-striker's end, and now looks a bit of discomfort. Let's hope he's okay. Sussex do not need another injury in the fast bowling department. Single to Dixon, he goes to 13, 73 for 4. Hunt in again, bowls to Kerr, who had no idea where that had gone at all. He was looking to play it onto the onside. He got a thick edge and the ball squirted away through point and picks up a single. He goes to 30 and Glamorgan to 74 for 4. Well, that was a strange delivery. We'll see the replay of that in a moment. Nick's got his iPad set up. Let's just see this. Yeah.
Mid-wicket.
Yeah.
Aiming to. Ball ended up at cover.
Hunt. In his 7th over, figures of 1 for 13. He's in and bowls, and forward comes Dixon. Plays to mid-wicket, fielded there by Tom Price, and there is no run. They've got some white umbrellas in the corporate hospitality area away to our right-hand side. They're getting quite a buffeting. People sitting down there enjoying a glass of, I can't see any beer being drunk, it's mainly wine that people are tucking into at the moment. No doubt lunch is just around the corner for them, as in comes Hunt again. Bowls, that's a nice shot by Dixon. He's going to pick up just a single as a diving Daniel Hughes feels at wide-ish mid-on. One more to Dixon, he will retain the strike. He goes to 40, Glamorgan 75 for 4. Dixon 40, Callaway 30, Hunt has bowled 7 overs, 1 maiden, and has taken 1 for 14.
Hospitality for clients, I think you'll find it is down as in the corporate area.
Yeah, well, they seem to be...
vital meetings.
Yes, yeah, important business to discuss.
Absolutely. Whatever you're going to do next week.
Yeah.
So Tom Price, who's bowled his 4 overs at a cost of 1 for 18.
Well, he's suddenly juggling around the bowling,
yes.
Tom Haynes.
What was that spell for Nad Cut? That was even shorter than the first one, wasn't it?
I think that was only 3 overs that he bowled, because he's now bowled... Let's see how many Nucat has bowled. He bowled 5 in his opening spell. Just see how many... Sure, he bowled... I think he bowled 3 overs in that spell. Sparingly used as a... But as I say, having just arrived, maybe they're just making sure these are getting over bowled.
First ball from Price is driven back past him by Sean Dixon for 4 runs up the ground, but firmly timed. And no need to chase that one. Up to the sight screens it goes. Interestingly, they've still got a black sight screen up, as well as the white ones, which tells you how far the pitch is over. Another championship game here to follow, and that pitch has got a mat on it. As that's no shot played by Dixon. Hit him top of the thigh or stomach area. Bounces down Into the slips, no runs, 79 for 4. Glamorgan inching towards a modicum of recovery, having been 43 for 4 when Ingram edged Crocombe to slip. John Simpson, the keeper, responsible for catches for the first 3 wickets. As Price is in bowls and Dixon drives through mid-wicket up towards the dressing rooms. It is being chased for path away by Crocombe, but he gives up the hunt. And it's run away for another boundary, and Dixon moves to 22 and the total to 83 for 4. So there's a few more positive shots starting to come out from the Glamorgan batters, but it has to be said there are quite a few plays and misses still going on in between.
Partly over 40 between these two, Nick. And the light is actually getting a little better.
As Price bustles in, bowls, and well, the ball just trickles away on the leg side. Dixon says, "Shall I pick it up?" Fielder says, "Yes, please, Crocombe." And Tom Haynes looks as though he's going to give himself an over or two before lunch.
He does. He just bowls a nagging sort of medium pace, does Tom Haynes.
So it won't be even the over of spin before lunch, it doesn't seem. Price bowls, and Dixon is turned inside out by that one. Pushed forward, beaten through to Simpson. I think Simpson, the 3 catches that he had to make, all fairly routine at this sort of level. Not to denigrate him in any way, but
No, I agree. No.
They were relatively simple pouches for anyone at this level. As Dixon pushes at that one, but with his bat half hidden, not quite sure whether he was playing at that. Just saw a replay of the previous delivery, which was a snorter from Price. Peter Moore ends up 83 for 4. The end of Price's over.
Well, it is going to be the skipper, and with that, John Simpson is brought out the helmet, so he's going to stand up for the stumps. I think that's Don Goodman. He's brought out the helmet. Goodman, who hasn't played for Sussex, signed in the winter from Gloucestershire as a quick bowler, but picked up an injury and hasn't yet appeared for Sussex, which is a great shame when he made a new signing. It is going to be Tom Haynes, isn't it? Good observation about the over 8, because we've only had 24 overs this morning. We have had 4 wickets. Tom Haynes will rattle through his overs a little more quickly, perhaps. The field, keeper Simpson standing up, 2 slips, point cover mid-off, sweeper on the cover boundary, the onside fielder mid-on, a very short, close mid-wicket, James Cole's in there, and a fine leg as in comes Haynes, the Sussex skipper for this game in the absence of Ollie Robinson. He's in and bowls, and they came off a bit of glove. The ball dribbles down towards fine leg. Umpire Long says that's a legitimate run, and Callaway goes to 31, 84 for 4. Sorry, Nick.
That's right. I'll just squeeze in this email before I depart for a lunchtime radio report. Good afternoon to Mark Morgan and the crew at the Abergavenny ground after this morning's shift to make things ready for tomorrow.
Comes Haynes, bowls wide outside the off stump, and a play and a miss from Dixon through to Simpson, no run.
Errol, Hoggy, Brian Mayer, Mike, Brian Coulchard, John, Stiggers and Kinners, who almost fell off the ladder putting the black sight screens up.
Oh.
Which Abergavenny are playing. The first team's away to Cardiff, second team home to Whitchurch Heath.
Haynes in again, bowls. Dixon hits it on the thigh pad. The ball ends up at second slip. There is no run.
Third team take on Abertillery at Crickhowell, and the fourth's away to Whitchurch Heath in Cardiff. So good afternoon to everyone at Abergavenny, which of course is the home club of Glamorgan's Tom Norton.
Well, good luck to everybody, and I think the weather's meant to be half decent tomorrow.
Yeah, okay,
so
should be.
Good news. Haynes, bowl, smartly taken by Simpson, let go by Dixon. There is no run. 84 for 4 Glamorgan. If you're just joining us here on BBC Radio Sussex, via the BBC website. Adrian Harms, Nick Webb, your commentary team. What's been an eventful morning with the floodlights on a grey day that's probably more akin to early April than the middle of June. Nonetheless, we've had play since the start as Haynes is in bowls and he beats Dixon outside the off stump. He just bowls this nagging line, just Tom Haynes, and he's a little bit quicker than he looks as well. Simpson standing up to the stumps. Dixon remains on 22. So there's 2 slips still in place. James Cole's having a natter away there to Ben Kellaway, who's standing at the non-striker's end. I wonder how they know each other. Or perhaps they don't. But,
England Lions?
Possibly, yeah. In comes Haynes bowls, clipped away nicely by Dixon. That's way through mid-wicket. As a chase for J. Devon Nudcat, who's going to put not racing after it, but he's going to pick the ball up just inside the boundary edge. He was sort of cantering after the ball was J. Dev.
The chase of a man who knows he has more important things to do in the match.
That's a great description. He prevented the boundary, but he certainly wasn't giving it the full throttle. Was J. Dev. Nonetheless, Dixon picks up 3 runs. He goes to 25. And Glamorgan are 87 for 4. Tom Haynes is opening over, costing 4 runs. We've got another 5 minutes to go till lunch, so probably 2 overs, which will mean Sussex will roll 27 in the session, which is sort of okay, because I guess 4 wickets have gone down, but something they'll be mindful of as we go through the afternoon, as Tom Price is going to bowl what I think will be the penultimate over before lunch.
Yes, I don't think I'll be able to complete it since I have radio duties shortly, but I'll try the first couple of deliveries as Price is in, running down the slope towards us and bowling to Dixon, who drives nicely but straight to mid-off, no run. So if you are just joining us on the BBC Sport website or app or via either of the county streams, Sussex winning the toss and making full use of that. A wicket apiece for Hunt, Unadcat, Price and Crocombe. Glamorgan losing Ul Hassan for 5, Tribe for 6, Carlson 15, Ingram without scoring. As that's played nicely into the offside by Dixon for a single down to deep point. 88 for 4, and I think I'd better transfer next door for a quick radio update, and I'll speak to you again the other side of lunch.
Very much. That's Nick Webb. And we'll see Nick, as he says, after the lunch break, as Price wanders back to his mark at the far end of the ground, the Cromwell Road. It means he's bowling down the slope here at Hove. Comes in to bowl to Ben Kellaway. He's in and bowls. Kellaway takes a step down the wicket and then plays with soft hands into the offside, picks up a single fielded there by the Australian Daniel Hughes. 1 more to Kellaway, he goes to 32. Glamorgan to 89 for 4. These two staging a good recovery for Glamorgan, who were 43 for 4 when Colin Ingram was well caught in the slips by Jack Leaning off the bowling of Henry Crocombe for a duck. This partnership now worth 46 as Price over the wicket bowls, and Dixon drives firmly back to Price, who fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. So 3 slips in place, Allsop at first, Leaning second, Tom Haynes at the third, Jack Carson fielding just to our right hand side here at deep backward point, come wideish third man, Daniel Hughes at cover, James Coles in his white sun hat at mid off, J. Devon Nudcat at mid on, Henry Crocombe at mid-wicket as in comes Price and bowls, and up on his toes is Dixon. Again takes a step down the wicket, played defensively to Hughes, who fields, and there is no run. And Sean Hunt down at fine leg. Hassan out for 5, Tribe for 6, Carlson for 15, Ingram for a duck. A wicket apiece for Hunt and Nudcat, Price and Crocombe. It's Price, the final ball of what I think will be the penultimate over before the lunch break, is in and bowls, and down the leg side and glided down to fine leg by Sean Dixon. He picks up a single. It's the end of Tom Price's over. He has bowled 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 29, so a little expensive. Tom Price Glamorgan 90 for 4. Dixon on 27, Kellaway on 32, and a good partnership between these two, now worth 47. And Glamorgan will be very pleased with their progress since losing those 4 early wickets. It's going to be Tom Haynes who's going to bowl the last over before lunch. Just a quick update on other games around the country. Still no play at Leicester in the game between Leicestershire and Essex. I see Leicestershire have signed Joe Everson, who's a very fine player, I think. The Kent all-rounder on a short-term loan deal. In comes Haynes, bowls to Dixon, who lets that go outside the off-stump, taken by Simpson, and there is no run. At Trent Bridge, Somerset in a bit of trouble against Notts, 63 for 3. A wicket apiece there for O'Neill, Hutton and Pennington. Nottinghamshire winning the toss there and bowling first. Leaders of the championship, as in comes Haynes, bowls. Dixon is up on his toes and with a high right elbow punches that into the offside. There is no run. Elsewhere in the First Division, Yorkshire off to a good start at Scarborough against Warwickshire. They're 118 for 1. Adam Lyth making 29. Will Luxton going along very nicely. He's 57 not out. Haynes in again, bowls. Dixon defends solidly down the offside of the track. There is no run. In the Second Division at Durham are 74 for 2 against Derbyshire. Delayed start at Blackpool, where Lancashire have won the toss and will field first when they get underway. The other 2 games, one at Northampton 123 for 3 at home to Gloucestershire. Haynes in again, bowls, again let go through to Simpson, who's standing up to the stumps, and there is no run. Zaid Saib, 48 not out for Northamptonshire. And finally, in the Second Division, Middlesex away at New Road, Worcester. In this round of matches are 62 for 1. With Sam Robson, 45 not out. Haynes in again, bowls to Dixon, who pushes at that one outside the off stump, gets a single to backward point. Fielded there by, I think that's Henry Crocombe down in the distance. One more to Dixon. He goes to 28. And Glamorgan at 291 for 4 as we approach the final ball before the lunch break. Sussex with 2 fielders very close in on the leg side in front of square as Haynes is in and bowls, and forward stretches Kellaway, who plays into the offside, and there is no run, and that is lunch. As Tom Haynes takes his jumper from umpire Nigel Long. We'd have to say very much Sussex's morning, having won the toss and picked up those 4 wickets apiece for Hunter, Nugcat, Price and Crocombe. But all credit to Glamorgan, because it's been a tough morning with the lights on and glowering skies here at Hove, and good bounce in this Hove pitch, and having been at one stage 43 for 4 with Hassan, Tribe, Carlson and Ingram all back in the pavilion. A really good partnership between these two, has seen Glamorgan through to lunch with the score 91 for 4. So a partnership of 48 between these two. Sean Dixon on 28, Ben Kellaway on 32 as the players leave the ground for lunch. So thank you very much for all of your company. Thank you for your emails and messages. Nick and I are going to have a break and have some lunch. We'll leave the effects microphone bubbling away, and we'll speak to you in about 40 minutes time. Thanks very much for listening. Hello. Well, it's been a grey, cold morning here at Hove, but just a sign now that the sun is starting to break through. But the floodlights are still on, and it's been an excellent morning, Alison, for Sussex. They won the toss this morning and decided to bowl first, and they picked up 4 wickets. The wickets shared between Sean Hunt, J. Devon Nugcat, Tom Price and Henry Crocombe. They've all taken a wicket apiece. However, a bit of a recovery for Glamorgan before lunch, a partnership between Ben Kellaway, who's going along very nicely on 32, and Sean Dixon on 28. They've added an unbroken 48 for the 5th wicket, but still very much Sussex's morning here. They're at lunch on 91 for 4. I think 3, Alison, and at shepherd's pie and peas for lunch. How about that? Well, a very good afternoon and welcome back to Hove, where the umpires are just making their way out to the middle. Glamorgan to resume on 91 for 4. In terms of the weather, actually during the lunch break the light had improved considerably and there was just a glimmer of sunshine a few moments ago which has disappeared, but suddenly brighter skies are on their way. So from a Glamorgan point of view, although the floodlights are on, together with Nick Webb from BBC Wales, we'll be guiding you through this afternoon as make their way out to the middle. And Nick, I think with Sussex will feel delighted having won the toss. They picked up those 4 wickets, but from 43 for 4, Glamorgan 91 for 4, and I think a huge credit to Sean Dixon and Ben Kellaway, who they did play and miss on several occasions, but to a certain extent they've weathered the storm leading up to lunch.
Yeah, they'll certainly hope so, and that things will ease during the course of the afternoon, but you have to say there was an awful lot of playing and missing during that morning session, and maybe to be expected with the conditions overhead and underfoot as well. Quite a lively pitch with several of the bowlers able to extract quite a bit of bounce from it.
Well, it is going to be Henry Crocombe who's going to get things underway after lunch. 4 overs, 1 for 17. Tom Haynes has used his bowlers pretty sparingly in short bursts today, and that could well be because of the fact that Sussex are pretty depleted in the bowling department, with Ollie Robinson away on England duty and Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's been opening the bowling this season, also injured. So Crocombe to get things underway after lunch. He's in and bowls and let go outside the off stump by Sean Dixon, and there is no run. There's quite a group of people up at the nets at the far end of the ground. We can't see from here who's bowling in the nets, but I'm told that Jofra Archer is on the ground today and doing some practice. I can only assume maybe there's a group of people up there who are watching Jofra bowl. I may be completely wide of the mark there, but there was quite a gaggle of people standing up there watching what was going on. Jofra back in the country and in contention for a place in the test match next week, as in comes Crocombe and bowls and played firmly by Dixon to mid-on, fielded there at mid-on by Sean Hunt, who was very quickly round to field, and Dixon on his way after lunch. He goes to 29 and Glamorgan to 92 for 4.
Yeah.
Sorry, Nick.
Yes, you imagine that Archer would be zooming straight back into that side given the absence of Atkinson and Stokes.
Yes, I think so. It'd be interesting to see what else they do. I mean, you'd imagine Archer for Atkinson as the logical replacement, but quite what they do with the Ben Stokes position, because he would be the fourth seamer. So that all getting underway. I think it's on Wednesday at the Oval. So in comes Crocombe and bowls. Forward comes Kellaway, defensively plays back to Crocombe. There is no run. We haven't got people chatting away down below us. You could probably hear that because they're all inside having their lunch in the corporate area. I do rather fear that once they emerge from the corporate hospitality,
I think it'll be a rowdy Friday afternoon, do you?
I think it might be having a couple.
It'll be well lubricated.
Yeah, having a couple of glasses. So we might have to just keep an eye on the effects mic. But coming back to that test match, as Crocombe in again and bowls. A nice looking shot by Kellaway through mid-wicket, picks up a single fielded by Sean Hunt, who has to run from mid-on towards mid-wicket to field. Kellaway goes to 33, 93 for 4, and that's the 50 partnership between these two, and it's been a good partnership as well. I mean, there's been the fair share of plays and misses, but nonetheless, when the ball's been there, when the bowlers have strayed in length, they've certainly made them pay. And there's some, I think one or two people have just realised it's the 50 partnership.
Well done, got there eventually.
Yeah. As Crocombe is in and bowls, and forward comes Dixon, a bit of inside edge onto pad. Ball bounces into the offside now. Yeah, quite interesting, Nick, that both the two opening test matches against New Zealand are both in London.
Yes.
So Lords in the Oval. I don't know whether the I haven't looked where the venues are when Pakistan visit later in the summer. Of course, Ashes coming up next year, isn't it? So maybe they're just sharing things around a little. Jack Leading's practicing his golf at second slip as in comes Crocombe in and bowls, and forward comes Dixon, plays into the offside and picks up another single into the point region, and there is no run. So the opening over after lunch is safely negotiated by Glamorgan, who have moved on to 94 for 4. Crocombe 5 overs, 1 for 21, Dixon on 30 and Callaway on 33.
Yeah, third test against New Zealand is at Trent Bridge.
Okay.
And then the test matches against Pakistan at Leeds. Lords again, funny that. And Edgbaston.
Well, let's hope they sort out a decent pitch. I mean, I have to say, I was talking to someone about Lords. Sussex had a game there a couple of years ago, which was a dreadful game on a flat pitch, where after sort of 2 days, everyone had sort of pretty much given up, really, to what we got in the test match. So goodness knows what's going on there.
Yeah, and they've got a women's test match there as well. So
Yeah.
2 men's test matches and a women's test match, and yeah, it's just overcommitted, isn't it? Or they're not devoting enough resources. Anyway, after lunch it is Unadkat who resumes from the C end. It's third spell, 1 from each end. Now 2 from the C end. First ball is a dot ball. I mean, there's going from South Wales, obviously it's you feel for those people who are cricket supporters around England and Wales who don't get as many as they should near them. There's too many go to to Lords rather, as that is defended by Dixon out on the offside, and there is no run. And maybe the having 2 male tests and a female test in one ground, is the headquarters of cricket and all that, but if they don't produce a decent strip in the middle, then what's the point in having lovely surroundings?
Well, I couldn't agree more. I mean, look at the ball that Bethel got last week in the test. I mean, if you're on a village ground, you'd be annoyed at that, wouldn't you?
It would, as Sussex draft in an extra step. 3 slips and a gully as Unadkat is in. Bowls to Dixon, who pushes forward, bat and pad together. Just a gentle thought from the slips that maybe it might have been pad first, but not a serious inquiry. Yeah, I mean, they're riding on the back, obviously, of centuries of tradition at Lords, but tradition doesn't make for a decent pitch in the same way as it doesn't pay the bills in any particular form of cricket.
And it's very expensive to go to Lords as well.
Unadkat bowls, Dixon is forward, defends to mid-off, no run. And poor old Middlesex are left struggling, having relatively small number of county matches at what is meant to be their base, but of course they don't own it, so they don't have much say in it.
I thought I think somebody said Middlesex aren't playing again at Lords now till sort of halfway through September.
Doesn't surprise me. And obviously Middlesex have had considerable financial problems. Unadkat in, bowls to Dixon, who takes a step down the pitch and then defends it. Again, ball just rolling towards Coles at mid-off, doesn't even reach him this time, and there is no run. 94 for 4 it remains. And well, Middlesex really need to get on with establishing a proper county base, don't they? But that's been talked about for years and hasn't happened as yet.
Yes, I mean we're playing Middlesex in T20 at Merchant Taylor's School. I think they play at Radlett and used to play at Uxbridge.
As Dixon allows that one to hit him somewhere on the thigh pad. Maiden over from Unadkat to start back after lunch, and Glamorgan in 94 for 4. Yeah, Glamorgan are playing One Day Cup at Radlett.
And Glamorgan's One Day Cup games, will they all be at Neath or are they shared around?
2 at Neath, 2 back in Cardiff.
Right, okay.
My view is that they ought to try and play all the One Day Cup games at outgrounds.
Yeah.
Given that Cardiff is hosting the 100.
Oh crumbs, they've got to fit it in around that as well. Yeah. And what about Test match? There is no run.
So India ought to be a decent money maker. I believe it's already sold out.
That's a 50 over, isn't it?
50 over.
Yeah.
And Sri Lanka, though, is more difficult sell, shall we say, being on a midweek Thursday, the 17th of September. Tickets available.
Yeah. So it's also getting quite late in the season then.
Yeah.
Crocombe. The wicket bowls. Good delivery from Henry Crocombe. Beats Kellaway outside of the off stump. Good pace and good carry through to John Simpson. There is no run.
And the one dayer against India is on Thursday the 16th of July, but I think as far as things stand they're sold out. I mean, there's occasionally a small number of tickets become available close to the time if you fancy going to that.
Crocombe. Over the wicket bowls. Hit straight back. Oh, what a catch that is by Henry Crocombe! One-handed, high to his right-hand side. Ben Kellaway goes for 33. That is a terrific catch by Henry Crocombe off of his own bowling. His second wicket of the afternoon, and Glamorgan have lost their 5th wicket and now 94 for 5.
Yeah, had to go back to his right in his follow through and jump at the same time. Stuck up the right paw as he leapt. And a very fine catch indeed. Kellaway goes for 33. Faced 63 balls and hit 4 fours, and Glamorgan's burgeoning recovery is nipped in the bud. 5 down and in trouble again.
Well, Sussex will be very pleased to have picked up that wicket so soon after the interval. There's a good partnership between those two, worth 52 between Kellaway and Sean Dixon. But the wicket has gone down, and Chris Cook will be the new man in. Actually, coming back to those 50 over games, because T20 finals day I think is on the 19th or 18th. No,
July.
yes. So I'd sort of assume that all the England players would be available for T20 Blast finals day, but I wonder if that's in the middle of.
Yeah, it's between two limited overs internationals.
Right, so the others, the England players won't be available if they're. That's just madness, isn't it? Really, I mean, the Blast.
Yeah.
It's almost like it couldn't be more diminished, really. I mean, surely that should be penned in. So if you've got England players, they could play on Blast finals day.
Yeah.
I didn't realise. I knew it was in between Test matches, and I thought to myself, "Oh, that's good news."
Yeah, Thursday 16th of July, England are in Cardiff. Saturday the 18th, Blast finals day. Sunday the 19th, they're in Manchester.
Yeah.
I mean, they could conceivably play, but it'd be physically possible, but I doubt they'd be released, to be honest.
No, and if you got to the final, which might not finish till 10 o'clock on the Saturday night, I think our friends have just emerged from the corporate hospitality, unfortunately. So I might just need to turn the microphone down a little, because I can see the wine is flowing down below, so there's no reason why it shouldn't. And I hope they're having a good day, but maybe slightly irritating for our listeners. Crocombe coming into bowls, the new man, who's Chris Cook, is in and bowls, and Cook defends the ball just short of a length, played into the offside, no run.
You'll have to shin back up the roof again.
We used
Remember
to
the effect mic used to be up there.
It always used to be, and our engineer came down in the winter, and my understanding was it was all fixed, but I'm not sure that it is. But it's got quite gloomy. As Crocombe is in. Cook who's beaten outside the off stump through to Simpson, and there is no run. This is a good little spell from Henry Crocombe. 94 for 5. He's bowling at good pace from the Cromwell Road end. Yes, we had all our wires up on the roof. One of the problems up there is it's pretty open to the elements during the winter, so during the winter months, but we did think it was all fixed. There's Crocombe He's in again, down the hill and bowl. Short but quick, pulls it onto the leg side. Is he going to be caught? No, he's not. The ball. Well, he was never really in a position to play that shot, was Chris Cook. He's played it onto the leg side, and it is dropped between a couple of fielders on that leg side. Nonetheless, he picks up a run. We'll just see a repeat of the catch from Henry Crocombe. That really was quite spectacular. But the end of the over, 95 for 5, with Cook on 1 and Dixon on 30.
Yeah, it looks as though there is good pace and bounce in this pitch.
Yes.
Glamorgan having a stand of 31 and a stand of 51. Apart from that, it has been pretty slim pickings for Glamorgan. I don't think either of the openers, or Hassan and Tribe, will be terribly... Well, no one's ever pleased with the way they got out, but both playing shots they didn't need to play, really. As Unadkat will try and keep the stranglehold on from this sea end, running up the slope. Bowls to Cook, who pushes forward slightly uncertainly, plays it away on the leg side, Hughes Fields, and there is no run. It's nice to see a Sussex stalwart Les Lenham being interviewed over the PA at the lunch interval.
Yes, Graham Irwin doing the honours. A real tradition of Lenham's here. Sadly not involving Archie anymore, who was released by Sussex at the end of last season.
As Unadkat is in to bowl and Cook drives back to him on the bounce, no run. Remember Archie Lenham getting, I think it was 3 or 4 wickets in a T20 game, and someone had to chaperone him out to the interview with you, whoever was the captain at the time.
Yeah, probably Luke Wright, I think, back in the day. Confirmation that Jofra Archer has been, or is in the nets. Don't want to cause a stampede of people to go and watch him, but don't know who the unfortunate batsman is.
Unadkat is in, bowls, Cook up on his toes to defend, up to cover, there's no run. So Glamorgan in difficulties again, having had a half-century stand. Now that very much getting Sussex back in the driving seat. 95 for 5. Unadkat, left arm over, bowls to Cook, who deflects it down to the point area, and there is no run. Looking at an England selection, the Welsh spinner Sophia Smale, currently playing for Essex, is in the England Women A squad to play some T20s against India. Unadkat bowls, speaking of India, and Cook defends, and there is no run. And particularly pleasing to see some Glamorgan youngsters in the England under-19 squad. Tom Norton, who's playing in this game, and Harry Wallace, the young keeper batter, who's been doing well for the seconds, are in the England under-19 squad. And there's also a shadow development squad, which includes 2 more Glamorgan young batters. Jack Hope Bell, who's made 1 international appearance, and Jacob Blades. As Cook pushes into the offside and calls for a quick single, and it's well judged because Dixon was backing up well. So congratulations to all those Glamorgan youngsters involved in the under-19 setup at the end of the month and into July. Here at Hove, Glamorgan 96 for 5, with Dixon on 30 and Cook now on 2.
And under the eagle eye of former Sussex player Mike Yardy, who manages the under-19. So well done to those lads from Glamorgan who have been picked to play in that game.
Yeah, I can't remember Glamorgan having so many in, and all right, it's 2 squads basically rather than 1, but have 4 players in those 20-odd players is pretty useful.
Yeah, it is. Well, obviously, whoever's in charge of development's doing a good job down in Wales. So in comes Henry Crocombe racing in down the hill, bowls to Cook, who lets that one go through to John Simpson. There is no run. 3 slips in place. Tom Alsop at first, Jack Leaning second, Tom Haynes at third, Jack Carson in the gully, Tom Price at backward point, James Coles at mid-off. Looks like Daniel Hughes at mid-on. Fine leg is Sean Hunt. As our friends...
booze is flowing, isn't it?
It is. Crocombe is in again and bowls. He's hit on the pad. That's a big shout from Henry Crocombe. I wonder if there's a bit of inside edge onto that. I seem to keep a little low on Cook. Daniel Hughes is at mid-wicket. Mid-on is Sean Hunt, and Jade Evan Nudcat is down at fine leg. All seen so far from Sussex today with a rotation of the quicks. Hunt and Nudcat, Crocombe, Tom Price and Tom Haynes on their medium paces. And comes Crocombe again, bowls. Well, it's cut away by Cook. It's not a million miles away from Jack Carson, who was in the gully. He picks up a boundary, but it wasn't a shot of any great authority from Chris Cook. We just see this one again, where he looked to cut the ball away. Now our friends down below have fielded the ball, and they're very pleased with themselves that they managed to throw the ball back to Jack Leaning, who'd come to field the ball. So 4 to Cook. He goes to 6, and the total 100 up for Glamorgan. They're 100 for 5. There's Crocombe in again and bowls, and I think that came off the thigh pad. We'll wait for the umpire's signal. Yes, indeed. So 1 more to the total, 101 for 5. Good to see a good few Sussex members over in the pavilion at lunchtime. Special shout out to Julian, who was over there enjoying the game, and a few other people came up and said hello. So and actually the pavilion was busy at lunchtime. So I think the Sussex public are getting behind Sussex during these difficult times, which is good to see. There was a good crowd here on Sunday for the T20 match. As Crocombe is in again, bowls stretching forward is Dixon and plays to backward point, fielded there by Price, and there is no run.
Yes, what's the position in terms of them being able to offer new contracts to people already, who's on the staff, but whose contracts are up?
Well, those negotiations are carrying on actually, and I spoke to Paul Farbrace at Southampton a couple of weeks ago after a T20, and he wasn't looking forward to it, it has to be said. And there was an article on the BBC website where Paul said as much. In comes Crocombe and bowls, and Dixon is forward. I thought for a minute I bowled him. Plays to mid-on, and there is no run. And over 101 for 5. Dixon on 60. Cook is... No, get this right. Dixon is on 30. Cook is on 6. Crocombe 7 overs, no maidens, 2 for 25. Yes, we're in that stage now where other clubs can speak to players who are out of contract at the end of the season. I would imagine there's a bit of that going on. My understanding is that players that are out of contract have been spoken to and either offered revised deals, which probably won't be as much money as they are now, or been told that they'll be released. So it's a really tricky time for the club at the moment. But during this period, they've not allowed to bring anybody else in, and pretty much the ECB are in control of what's going on here at the moment.
Here's Unadkat running up the slope. It's coming round the wicket, and that's tucked on the leg side by Cook.
And Sussex have to also ensure that at the current trading year that their losses are, I forget the exact figure, but below a certain level, or else they'll be deducted points for next season as well. So there's an awful lot going on behind the scenes at Sussex to control budgets and make sure they fall within the guidelines that the ECB have directed that they must do so. So it'll be interesting to see who leaves and who goes, and it could be a very difficult time for some of these cricketers.
Unadkat is in to bowl, driven nicely straight down the ground by Cook. Not a great deal of follow through, but a muscular punch through mid-off, and it runs down the slope for 4, and Cook goes into double figures. He's on 10. It's 106 for 5.
Lovely shot. good a shot as this in today, really beautifully timed.
Yes, Cook making the headlines on Sunday at Blackpool with that T20 innings. Well, there's a women's game which finished a little bit beforehand, and I just tuned in to hear I looked at the scorecard and I thought, oh, is it worth listening to the last 5 minutes? It was. Unadkat is in to bowl, and Cook shouldering arms this time, allowing it to go through to Simpson.
That sounded like quite the comeback, really.
Yeah, there was a fluke run out off the first ball of the 19th over when Cook drove it back at McAndrew. You know, it might well have gone for 4 otherwise, but the ball hit the non-striker, bounced straight to the bowler, who dropped the catch, but promptly ran out McAndrew, who was sort of stranded backing up too far, as you would be at in the circumstances. Unadkat bowls, and Cook is on the defensive to mid-off. And then Cook hit 3 sixes in a row and set up the last over. I think it was 24 off the 19th over and 17 off the last over. Quite the win for Glamorgan, that one.
Yeah, absolutely.
As I say, 4, if you missed it earlier, 4 last ball finishes in 6 games. I think Douthwaite needed to hit a 6 and didn't do so in the first game. Then Matt Taylor hit a winning 4 for Gloucestershire. Neesham hit a winning 4, and then Van der Hoogten hit a winning 4, all off the last ball. Unadkat is in to bowl and threw outside off stump. Cook plays no shot.
Is Nathan McAndrew just playing T20 for you?
Yes, it was originally announced that he was going to play in this game and the Surrey game as well. But then he turned up with various parts, I paraphrase loosely, various parts of the anatomy in fairly ropey state. I think he had an ankle injury that delayed his restart by a couple of matches, and a bit of a back problem as well. So his Cricket Authority Australia paymasters suggested it might not be wise for him to be playing championship cricket over here. Unadkat is in to bowl, and Cook is on the defensive as well. So yeah, he's playing T20, but nothing else due to injury, headaches really. And then they signed Jimmy Neesham at short notice because Colin Ingram was still struggling for fitness, and the Afghan Fazl Haq Faruqi, let's get it right, was recalled bizarrely by the Afghan board after just 2 games, and I get the feeling that Glamorgan weren't terribly happy with that.
Right.
He was recalled for fitness testing when he'd already just played 2 games in successive days. Don't ask me.
No, it does seem slightly odd. Henry Crocombe is going to carry on down the hill from the Cromwell Road end. In and bowls to Dixon, who plays it onto the onside. There is no run. The over 8 is showing as -1 on the scoreboard, which I've just noticed. Yeah, that does seem an odd decision. I mean, Nathan McAndrew was very good when he was here for Sussex, both in county championship. He was very much a member of the side that got promoted, and been very good in T20 as well.
Yeah, mostly against Glamorgan.
Yeah.
11 wickets in the 2 games.
Oh well, you know your stats. I thought he was very good. In comes Crocombe, bowls. Dixon very nearly plays on the ball, just dribbles past the off stump, no run. And probably what he brought to the side was something that Sussex haven't had this season in the competition. Sussex have only won 2 of their 6 matches. Is someone coming in sort of 7 and 8 who can give the ball, a bit of a whack in those closing overs. Like, he reminds me, the sort of role, not quite as good as David Visa would be, but that sort of player who can come in and score a quick 20 or 30 batting at number 8, and a fine bowler as well. In comes Crocombe, bowls. Dixon pulls the bat inside the line for a rising sharp delivery from Crocombe, which goes through to John Simpson. There is no run.
Yeah, so far McAndrew has taken 8 wickets in the 4 matches that he's played. Been a little bit expensive more recently. Did start off with 4 for 15 in the home win over Somerset.
Right.
And won quick biff of 30 odd not out in his of 33 rather in his among his 3 knocks.
Yeah, I think he's a good signing. Nice guy as well. In comes Crocombe over the wicket, bowls, and Dixon glides this down to fine legger is fielded by another very nice guy, J. Devon Nudcat, who fields in front of the Shark stand. And 1 run to Dixon. He goes to 31 and Glamorgan to 106 for 5.
Yeah, look forward to seeing more from McAndrew with the T20. Glamorgan probably need to win at least 4 out of their remaining 6 games to have a chance of going through, but difficult to read things with this new format.
Yes, how many points have they got, Nick?
They got a 50-50 record, so
12
from the 6 games, 3 wins, 3 losses.
Yeah. Crocombe over the wicket, bowls, Cook defends to backward point, there is no run. Yeah, I mean Sussex have only won 2 of their 6 and they started the competition on -2. So Sussex with 6 points, so we were sort of working it out actually in the lunch break, saying they probably need to win 5 out of 6 to have a chance, and we were just speculating whether Joff Archer might be available to play. I mean, we're saying he'll play in the 100. Sure about that, and it's in between the test match, but they have now got these one-day matches, so I'm not entirely sure when they are. Anyway, in comes Crocombe, bowl. Oh, good delivery from Crocombe. That was rapid. Cook pulled the bat inside the line through to John Simpson, and there is no run. Notable here that Sussex are running in between the overs, and I'm sure that that's been pointed out to Tom Haynes that Sussex need to keep the over 8 going. End of the over, 106 for 5. Dixon on 31. Cook is on 10. And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC. Adrian Harms and Nick Webb, your commentary team, at a gloomy Hove. It keeps threatening to brighten up, and then the clouds seem to roll back in again, and the floodlights are on, as they have indeed been on for the whole match so far.
So if you want to email us, you can email either Glamorgan Cricket or Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk with your thoughts on this match or any other cricketing matter or any other nonsense we talk about. Unadkat is in to bowl. Appeal for LBW as Dixon didn't appear to play a shot there. He's letting a few balls hit him around the thigh area.
Interesting, that.
Was that a shot played? We get it on our monitor a few seconds later. It was pretty high. Pretty high to hit him around about the waistband. Might have 1 or 2 bruises tonight, Sean Dixon.
Yes, I wonder whether he's got plenty of padding there, I would imagine.
Unadkat in the 4th over of this spell. It's into bowl. Dixon drives, fielded at mid-on by Hughes, no run. So Unadkat is in his 3rd spell. All quite brief after his transition from T20, where he's playing for the Sunrisers Hyderabad. Not to be confused with the Sunrisers Leeds or whatever they're called these days.
Yes, I get very confused. I've no idea how they did in the IPL. I must admit, I don't particularly follow it.
In comes Unadkat, bowls and jabbed down into the gully by Dixon. No run. Good tight over this. Glamorgan may be taking the view that they need to get through Unadka's spells and maybe look to score a bit more positively off 1 or 2 of the other seamers. But the first 4 all took wickets. 2 to Crocombe now, 1 apiece to Hunt, Unadkat and Price. Sean Dixon battling away, 31 off 68 deliveries. Unadkat in under the Hove lights and bowls edged and caught at second slip, and there's the 6th wicket. Unadkat has his 2nd. Dixon has gone for 31, and Sussex look capable of rolling Glamorgan over very cheaply here under the lights.
I think that was another catch for Jack Leaning in there at second slip, low down to his right hand side. Well, he's battled away, Sean Dixon, hasn't he? But it's certainly not easy out there, and as I say, the brighter skies that have been threatening so far haven't arrived, and But Newcat's bowled well here on another day. He's passed the bat on a number of occasions today as J. Devon Newcat. And Sussex will be well pleased with their seamer who's come in for the last 8 games of the season, particularly with Ollie Robinson. Certainly after his performance at Lord's, the suggestion would be that Robinson's probably going to play a good amount of Test cricket this summer, I think.
Yes, it seems that way. 2 series of 3 tests apiece against New Zealand and Pakistan. And you might not see that much more of Robinson, I guess.
Well, that's the fear for Sussex, and not just the fact that he's such a fine strike bowler, but of course he's captaining the club as well this season, and clearly thoroughly enjoying it as well. But and also their opening bowler, who has been opening and bowling throughout the season, Finn Hudson-Prentice, not playing in this game. So Sussex, the arrival of a Newcat is good timing for Sussex. So Tim van der Hoogten, the new man.
Looking at the dates of that second Test series running between 19th of August and 13th of September, the penultimate round of Championship begins on the 15th, so unlikely he'd be available for that. Might get him for the last game of the season if you're lucky.
Yeah, there we go. Sussex will have to hope that everybody else can keep fit.
Glamorgan needing some batting heroics from Tim van der Hoogten, who's averaging 25 in the Championship so far this season. Unadkat bowls to him, and van der Hoogten turns it to forward square leg. There is no run.
I always associate Tim van der Hoogten, I don't know why, with giving the ball a bit of a clout. Would that be fair, or is he a better player than that?
He can hit the ball hard when
Yes.
required. Tends to be quite a doughty player in
Does
the
he?
Championship.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Can hit the ball hard and high and long, but he's got a reasonable technique. No frills as he defends one to mid-on. Applause for Jaidev Unadkat's second wicket, and Glamorgan, having recovered to 91 for 4 at lunch, now in further trouble at 106 for 6.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC. Adrian Harms and Nick Webb guiding you through the action at Hove. Elsewhere in the County Championship, there have been some interruptions for weather throughout the day, more especially in the Midlands, as J. Devon Newcat gets a nice round of applause from those sitting in the Shark stand away to our left-hand side. It is going to be Henry Crocombe who's going to carry on from the Cromwell Road in 8 overs, 2 for 26. Sussex with 3 slips and a gully in place. So they are underway now at Grace Road, where Leicestershire have picked up a couple of early wickets. Essex 37 for 2 as Crocombe is in. Bowls and beats Cook outside the off stump with a good delivery that really whistles past the outside edge and thumps into the gloves of John Simpson. And there is no run.
Yeah, you get the feeling that although there is batting capability in this Glamorgan lower order, the conditions still are pretty difficult.
Yeah, they are very difficult. Not easy at all. A couple of wickets there for Ben Green for Leicestershire, who have also got their share of injury problems. Joe Everson has signed from Kent on a short-term loan for the Foxes as in comes Crocombe. Bowls. Oh, that came a little low, and Cook did well to keep that one out. Plays it up the offside of the track. Crocombe fields off his own bowling, no run.
Yeah, that player, Joey Everson, I think played, if I'm not mistaken, played against Glamorgan for 3 different sides in the course of a season.
So Notts, probably.
No, not Leicestershire and possibly Kent as well.
Yeah. I think he's a good player. In fact, the T20 game down here last season, he won the game for Kent. It was a game that effectively knocked Sussex out eventually. Crocombe over the wicket bowl. Cook has a bit of a yahoo at that. He didn't really move his feet, and he's just tried to smash that through the offside, and it was a rather ugly looking shot for someone who's a very fine player. Go through to Simpson, no run. Had he got hold of that, he would have raced away for 4, I'm sure. Somerset are 94 for 3 at Trent Bridge. Thomas Rue going along very nicely. He's 37 not out. James Rue, his brother, out for just 10. And the other game in the First Division, Yorkshire 141 for 1 against Warwickshire at Scarborough. Luxton not out 69. Crocombe in, bowls, and Cook again is beaten outside the off stump, taken by Simpson. There is no run. The light is not good at the moment, you know, it's got worse in the last few moments. And I would say it's about how it is now when they started this morning. I'm unsure whether a light meter reading was taken at that stage. Elsewhere, they are playing at the Riverside, where Durham are 118 for 3 against Derbyshire in Division 2, and they've started at Blackpool, where Kent are in trouble against Lancashire. Here comes Crocombe, bowls, and Cook plays a forcing shot through the offside, chase around the boundary edge for Tom Price, but he gets there and prevents anything more than a single as Cook goes to 11, Glamorgan to 107 for 6. Interesting, no Zach Crawley in the Kent side today, but Kent 25 for 2. Harry Finch, ex-Sussex player, and Sam Northeast, who you'd know well from Glamorgan, the men out in that game.
Yes, shame Glamorgan still haven't got Sam Northeast in their ranks. They did want to retain him, but in the end, the contract offer from Kent and the fact that he wanted to be back on home territory outweighed his desire to stay with Glamorgan.
Northants 167 for 3 against Gloucestershire at Wantage Road, as in comes Crocombe again. Bowls, that's a good delivery, and that beats Van der Hookton outside the off stump. So good over from Henry Crocombe, just the one run conceded, but he went past the outside edge on at least 2 occasions. End of the over, 107 for 6. Van der Hookton yet to score. Cook is on 11. Just to finish the other game is at New Road, where Middlesex are 90 for 1 against Middlesex. Against Worcestershire, rather. Sam Robson is 58 not out.
If you're just joining us, just 2 Glamorgan batters have got going really today. Ben Calloway, 33, fell victim to a fine caught and bowled by Henry Crocombe just after lunch, and then Sean Dixon with 31 edged Unadkat to slip, and we are going to have another over from Unadkat, the 5th of his spell, I believe. He's bowling to Chris Cook, who works it into a gap on the leg side and takes a very comfortable single.
Going to say a big thank you to Margaret from the Sussex Cricket Museum, who every home game bakes us a cake, Nick. The cake has arrived, it's in front of us. I don't know what sort of cake it is, Margaret, but it looks very nice.
Labelled
Oh,
on the
hey,
top there,
yes,
isn't it?
yes, Sultana and orange cake.
Sounds cool.
So thank you, Margaret, if you're listening, and all the volunteers over in the museum have got their trestle tables out and their books and photographs for sale over to our left-hand side.
As Unadkat is into ball edged, and has that carried slip? Yes, it has. Van der Hookton goes, Glamorgan 7 down. Van der Hookton goes without scoring. Unadkat has 3.
Well, he does, and he's bowled well throughout. J-Dev and Nukat, hoping the bowling from the far end of. I know he's bowled. He's bowled from both ends, hasn't he?
Yes, he had the second spell, I think, from the top end. But it looks as though Sussex is going to be batting before tea at this rate.
Wow.
That was a thickish edge down into the gully area.
Who took the catch? I think it was
Carson.
Jack Carson. Yes,
Yep.
it was. Yeah. Who took the catch? I wonder if there's the sort of conditions, Nick, where Glamorgan. I mean, clearly they would hope for some lower order resistance here, but just might be thinking with the lights on and the cloud cover. Actually, they probably can't wait to get out there with the ball because it's not easy.
It might be the case where they're best advised for the last 3 pairings to have a swing, see if they can get an extra 50 or 60, and then see if they can do to Sussex what Sussex have done to them.
Yeah, totally. Actually, this was the situation up at the Oval, actually, when Sussex played Surrey. The lights weren't on, but it was a very green pitch, and Sussex were in all sorts of trouble, 90 odd for 7, and you almost wonder whether Sussex might do similarly. As it turned out, the pitch flattened out, and Ollie Robinson got 100, as did Jack Carson. But the wicket was not easy on that opening morning. Well, I guess it's sod's law, isn't it? You have a swing and all of a sudden the clouds part and the lights go off and batting is considerably easier. But I think it's a credit to Jay Devon. Look, he's bowled really well today, as indeed have the Sussex seam attack favourable conditions, but I guess you've got to take advantage of those when you can.
Absolutely. So Glamorgan struggling really to survive 2 sessions of this game. What are we now? Just 3/4 an hour after lunch, and they're 7 down already. Mason Crane is the new batter, and he's playing his first ball back to the bowler, and there is no run.
Just to say hello to our colleagues in Tunbridge Wells, that we are here and ready for the update to listeners wherever it comes along.
It's probably in a few minutes' time, I would imagine. Weather forecast, no chance of rain, the BBC site confidently says. Meant to remain around 17 Celsius and, well, sunny intervals, it alleges. Haven't seen any yet. Make with the sunny intervals, please. Unadkat bowls, and Crane has to take evasive action there. Short pitch ball. Getting a bit of bounce. That counts as a short ball, says umpire Long. 2 in and over in the championship. And tossing the ball from one hand to another. A Saurashtra and Sunrisers player in India. And he comes and bowls, and Crane pushes it into the offside and goes through for a single to get off the mark while he can. 109 for 7 on the board. So it was 107 that lost the last wicket. Oh, there we are. Maybe you got myself in a tangle. Why, has there been a no ball that we haven't noticed?
Yeah, the scorecard shows 108 for 7 as the...
We'll check that. What is the fall of the wicket?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Unadkat in. Bowls. Cook, I think, got his bat out of the way, but it is a fine line, and once more there's applause for a Sussex bowler at the end of a successful over. Unadkat has 3, Crocombe has 2, Hunt and Price have 1 apiece. It's 109 for 7.
Well, it's just what you want when you bring in an overseas for the final 8 matches of the season. You want him to come and take wickets, and he's going to get a good round of applause from the Sussex supporters. Away in the Sharks stand away to our left-hand side. Very fine figures they are indeed. 13 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 28. Henry Crocombe is going to keep going down the hill from the Cromwell Road, and why not? He's picked up a couple of wickets. Tom Haynes looking to wrap this up as soon as he can, but with these lights on, it's not going to be easy for Sussex when it comes their turn. But Mason Crane can bat, and Chris Cook still there on 12 as in comes Henry Crocombe running in down the hill. Bowls, and Crane plays slightly late down the track, and there is no run.
The weather is reportedly glorious in Birmingham for the start of the Women's T20 World Cup.
Yeah.
Seen a picture posted on social media which shows mostly blue sky over Edgbaston.
I'd imagine it's a good crowd for that. Although I don't know if it's a sellout. You'd hope so for the first match of the competition. Crocombe in again down the hill. Bowls. Crane cuts that one away with the slips for 4 runs. Well, that's a genuine shot by Mason Crane. It was short from Crocombe, and knowing there wasn't a third man, cut away firmly by Mason Crane. He picks up a boundary. He goes to 5. His former teammate Tom Alsop at Hampshire comes down to collect the ball. 113 for 7. Glamorgan. We're giving an update to our listeners in Surrey, Kent and Sussex in just a couple of moments' time. Ball has been retrieved and finds its way to Up to the far end of the ground, Henry Crocombe. Again, the light is going through one of these phases where the light is not good at all. Crocombe wheels around at the far end of the ground. Comes running in down the hill, bowls to Crane, who plays into the offside. More runs here for Mason Crane. Is going to pick up another boundary. Well, it's a grey, overcast, very cold afternoon here in Hove, I should say. The floodlights are on, but Sussex are having an excellent day. They won the toss this morning, asked Glamorgan to bat first, and Glamorgan are 117 for 7. And the main wicket taker for Sussex, Jaydev Unadkat, the Indian seam bowler, his first appearance of the season. He's bowled beautifully. As I say, he's taken 3 wickets. Henry Crocombe has taken 2. Glamorgan in trouble here on 117 for 7. Meanwhile, Kent, a delayed start at Blackpool in their game against Lancashire. Kent are batting first, but there's not a couple of wickets already. Kent 34 for 2. Harry Finch and Sam Northeast, the men out.
And welcome to listeners to 5 Sports Extra.
As Henry Crocombe is in over the wicket, bowls, and forward comes Crane and plays down the offside of the track, and there is no run.
And the news here is that Sussex have made considerable inroads after lunch, just as it seemed that Glamorgan were recovering. A stand of 51 between Ben Callaway, who made 33, and Sean Dixon, who made 31. But Callaway falling to a fine return catch from Henry Crocombe,
who's on his way from the Cromwell Road in, bowls to Crane, who's beaten outside the off-stump. A pacey delivery from Crocombe through to Simpson. There is no run.
And since then, Indian seamer Jaydev Unadkat in his first match of the season for Sussex has got rid of Sean Dixon, who edged to slip for 31, and Sim van der Hoogten, who edged to gully without scoring. So 91 for 4 at lunch became 108 for 7. It's now 117 for 7 with a couple of boundaries for Mason Crane.
Crocombe in again, bowls to Crane, not taken cleanly by John Simpson down the leg side, but it doesn't cost Sussex a run. It's the end of Henry Crocombe's 10th over, 10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 35 for Henry Crocombe. As Nick was saying, Glamorgan 117 for 7, Crane on 9. Cook is on 12. The light is not good here. We've had the floodlights on all day. At various intervals during the day, the skies have lightened. We did even get a glimmer of sunshine at lunchtime, but that's long since disappeared, and there's a stiff breeze blowing. It's cold. Spectators are pretty much wrapped up against the cold. Very un-June-like, but the good news is we have had play throughout. And you would imagine Sussex may not be batting today, but if so, the conditions remain like this. It's not going to be easy, Nick.
You wouldn't have thought so. Ryan Hadley, Tim van der Hoogten, Tom Norton would be relishing their chances, you would have thought. Morgan with 2 spinners. Will they be needed as Unadkat is in to bowl? Playing a miss from Cook. Through to the keeper, and there is no run. Flags on top of the clock tower scoreboard, blowing out briskly towards the road, away to our right. And the handful of Glamorgan supporters in the crowd not enjoying the look of this scoreboard. Unadkat is in to bowl, and a defensive shot from Cook. No run. Did spot a few Glamorgan emblems when I went for a brief walk at lunchtime, but not that many. And those who are following from a distance on today's evidence may have made the right decision. Unadkat from this sea end. In past umpire, long bowls, and that's played into the offside for a single by Chris Cook. 118 for 7. I hope you haven't given that cake away completely, Adrian.
No, I've just informed the guys next door. There's not many in there today. That the cake is available for eating. But I've made it clear that it was given to us,
Yes.
and not to the press.
I know I'm trying to lose a bit of timber at the moment, but I think a small slice might be permissible, given the travails of the Welsh viewpoint today in particular.
Well, it is sultana and something else. So
Orange, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Unadkat bowls driven into the offside, but not beating the tumbling coals at mid-off.
So it is sort of, half of our sort of 5 a day, maybe.
Yeah, that's fruit, isn't it?
Yeah, I think
Sultana,
so.
orange, that counts as a portion of fruit.
And I'm sure Margaret, who makes the cakes, will make sure that there are good, healthy ingredients in there. So we'll look forward to that and pretend it's healthy, even if it's not.
118 for 5. Yeah, at Healthy Hove. The flats at the far end aren't in great shape at the moment.
They look dreadful, don't they? All that scaffolding's been there all season.
Unadkat in. 3 slips in a gully. Wait in vain as another one goes past the outside edge. So a lot of scaffolding on view.
It's strange. There's about 8 stories of flats, and that scaffolding's been up all season. It looks horribly. I wondered if they were being painted. But if they are, there's no one working up there, and it seems to take. So I'm not entirely sure what's going on. But I imagine if you're a resident,
wouldn't be cladding, would it?
That's a great question. Maybe it is. Maybe that. They almost look like they're unoccupied, don't they? There's no lights on in there, so I honestly don't know what's going on. Oh, in fact, I can see someone now on about 2 floors up, walking around a balcony on the scaffolding. So anyway, they don't look great.
Unadkat in. Bowls down leg side. Crane doesn't get anything on it. 118 for 7. We are through 39 overs. So still 57 theoretically remain in the day's play. Now I can't actually see this game going late because with the fall of wickets, which obviously slows down the over rate and allowances are made, but with the light levels as they have been all day, I can't see us playing beyond 6:30 maximum, maybe not beyond 6 o'clock even.
I would agree with that. Sean Hunt is coming back into the Sussex attack from the Cromwell Road Inn, and I suspect that may be the end of Jaded Vanudkat for a little while. He's bowled since lunch. He has generally bowled in quite short spells. He's down on his haunches down the turf, fine leg, but I just got the feeling at the end of that over that 1 or 2 of the Sussex lads sort of went up to him and sort of well bowled. I wonder if that might be the end of Jada for a little while, but nonetheless, he's done his job, taken 3 for 29 with 3 maidens in his 14 overs. In comes Sean Hunt, running in over the wicket to bowl to the right-handed Cook, who drives firmly through the offside. In fact, firmly enough, I think he's going to get 4 runs. Tom Price is chasing around the boundary, but that was over-pitched from Sean Hunt. And Chris Cook very quickly onto that and played the ball through the covers for 4 runs. He goes to 17. And Glamorgan to 124 for 7.
I think there was a call of a no ball in there somewhere.
Yes, there was indeed. Well spotted, Nick. 3 slips. Tom Haynes is just changing the field slightly. He's now got 2 slips and a gully. Jack Carston has moved to cover to prevent that shot again, or hopefully prevent more runs in that area, as in comes Hunt over the wicket, bowls, and Cook turns that uppishly towards mid-wicket. It wasn't that far away from Daniel Hughes, who's lurking there, and there is no run.
Edward Bevan inquiring, similar pitch to Lord's last week. I don't think it's been keeping low much.
No.
More bounce, bit of movement with the conditions, some good bowling.
Edward, it's a much better pitch than Lord's.
Yeah.
Comes Hunt over the wicket and bowls, and Cook is going to get runs round to fine leg fielded by J. Devon Nudcat.
The openers, I don't think, will look back on their dismissals with any fondness. Ul Hassan and Tribe both getting edges to balls they could have left.
Yeah. 125 for 7. I mean, it's true to say, Edward, the pitches are here at Hove. I mean, they're generally really good cricket pitches. They leave a little bit of grass on, so it's good carry. It brings the slips into play, and there is a bit of bounce, but with the cloud cover and the lights on, that's making it very tricky. Hunt in, bowls. Crane is hit round about the thigh pad. The ball bounces out into the offside, and there is no run. But certainly, at least this season, we're not going to have to endure, matches with the Kookaburra ball on dead wickets as well, which were
There is that.
just a waste of time for everybody concerned. Really, who on earth thought about that as a good idea?
Yeah, even those used to playing in Australian conditions, which was meant to be half the theory, said they didn't play the same way as in ours anyway.
Hunt in again, bowls, and Crane is up on his toes and to get runs. He's going to get 4 runs. Nice shot by Mason Crane. We know he can bat. It's a bit too wide from Sean Hunt, and Mason Crane very quickly onto that and caressing the ball, timing the ball nicely away through backward point for 4 runs. He goes to 13, and Glamorgan to 129 for 7. Nice shot.
Yeah, he was a bit more in control of that one. That's actually his third boundary in this sort of third man to point area of the ground in his 13 runs, but that one was under rather more control than the first 2, one of which only just evaded gully.
He did play a couple of matches for Sussex, Mason Crane, on loan, probably 4 years ago. I'm trying to think exactly when it was. And comes Hunt over the wicket, bowls, and driven by Crane down the ground. There is no run. I don't think it was during Paul Farbrace's reign, which would be over 4 years ago.
You're absolutely right. It was exactly 4 years ago, 2022.
Right.
Now, if I say things happened to about 4 years ago, it usually turns out to be 9 or 10.
I think it was just the 1, maybe 2 maximum games that he played. There's a change in the field here. Tom Price is going back to a deep backward point. As Hunt is in again, bowls, and Crane with a play and a miss and steepling bounce from Hunt as the ball goes through to John Simpson. There is no run. However, end of Sean Hunt's over. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 25. Glamorgan 125 for 7. Chris Cook is on 18. Mason Crane is on 13. Listening to live cricket on the BBC 5 Sports Extra. Adrian Harms and Nick Webb, your commentary team. We've got a change of bowling, and the skipper for this game for Sussex, Tom Haynes, is peeling off his jumper. Gives it to umpire Nigel Long. Tom Haynes, who's taken over the reins of captaincy from Ollie Robinson, who was appointed Sussex captain at the beginning of the season, but otherwise detained with test match duties after his performance at Lord's. So Tom Haynes has taken over the skipper's armband, and not that they have that sort of thing in cricket. And he's going to bowl the next over up the hill under the floodlights on a grey, chilly day here at Hove.
So Haynes wearing 20, tosses a practice delivery to James Coles, who I don't think is going to get a lot of bowling in this innings.
No, I agree.
Spin options of Carson and Coles may be entirely unused until the second innings as Haynes bowls, keeper standing up, and Cook just gently knocks it away on the offside for a single. 130 for 7. Cook has 19, Crane has 13. The batting to come, the 18-year-old Tom Norton, who will be playing some England under-19 cricket at the end of the month. As Haynes bowls, that's a nice stylish drive, but it's well stopped by Hughes at cover. The veteran overseas flinging himself to his left to prevent what would have been 4 runs on that short side of the ground, and the pavilion side away to our left as we look up from the sea end. Haynes in, bowls, chopped into a little bit of a gap on the offside, single to Crane. He goes to 14, 131 for 7 here on BBC Sport Online and 5 Sport Extra.
As I was listening to you earlier this season, Nick, when Glamorgan played Yorkshire, and I think Mason Crane made runs in that game.
99.
Oh.
Haynes in, bowls, defended on the offside by Cook, no run. No, sorry, he got 90. He got 51 against Yorkshire and 99 against Leicestershire
Right, okay.
in the first 2 home games.
Well, I think it was the game against Yorkshire actually, where he was bowling and he was taking wickets, and that was a tight game as well.
Yeah, he's done well to play 6 games in the first block in April, May as a leg spinner. A cut shot. Nice one from Chris Cook, but finds the sweeper on the cover boundary in front of the pavilion. Single taken, 1-3-2 for 7. And, well, you hope he still stays in the England Lions reckoning, but it didn't go well for him.
No.
In that one-day series against South Africa. Haynes in. Bowls. Half appeal from behind the wickets as Crane was hit on the pad. No run. 1-3-2 for 7.
Yeah, Tom Haynes, 3 overs for 8 runs. Looks like it's going to be Sean Hunt who's going to carry on down the hill from the Cromwell Road end. The heavy cloud cover shows really no sign of abating here at Hove. Despite the forecast of better weather, it seems to be coming down from the north, in which case it's going to reach Hove, I guess, pretty late in the day, perhaps later than was anticipated. But Sean Hunt's going to carry on. The left-arm seamer, figures of 1 for 25, picked up a wicket with his first ball that he bowled in the match today. In the second over of the day, he's going to bowl to Chris Cook, who's 20 not out. Flags are billowing away on the clock tower scoreboard away to our right as Hunt is in over the wicket and bowls and leading. Cook clips that to mid-wicket, fielded there by tumbling Daniel Hughes, and there is no run. For those of you just joining us, Sussex winning the toss here this morning, deciding to bowl first, and it's been a real struggle for the Glamorgan batters. Partnership of 51 between Ben Kellaway and Sean Dixon, the only partnership of any real note, but even then there was a lot of playing and missing, and that's not to say it's going to be any easier when Sussex come to bat if the conditions remain as they are. In comes Hunt, bowls, and Cook drives firmly. It's another no ball from Sean Hunt. That's the second in consecutive overs, overstepping as he comes down the hill. And a single taken by Cook as well. He goes to 21 and Glamorgan to 133 for 7. So just struggling here a little bit, coming down the hill is Hunt. He has bowled from both ends today. In fact, the wicket that he took was from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. That means he's bowling down the slope. He just pauses. 2 slips in a gully. He's in and bowls, and there's a good delivery, which rather tucks Mason Crane up. The ball thumps into, well, he's feeling the area around his hip. I thought it was a little high to hit the thigh guard, or the thigh pad, I should say. The ball bounces out down the track, and there is no run. And that will hurt Mason Crane, in fact, to a degree that he's now down on his haunches, just sort of composing himself as he waits for Hunt, who's already back at the end of his run. Hunt coming over the wicket now to Mason Crane. He's in and bowls, and Crane is forward and defensively into the offside, fielded by the ever lively Jack Carson. And there is no run, so 2 slips in a gully, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. The trees outside the ground are swaying away in a really strong, well, it's more than a breeze, it's a strong wind that's blowing here at Hove, and if you're after tea you can come to Hove and get in for nothing on county championship days, and if you're thinking of coming down, well, wrap up because it's a little chilly. As in comes Hunt and bowls down the leg side, taken by Simpson, and there is no run. I noted my friend Julian was dressed in his shorts today, and I did say to him, there's a bit of a schoolboy error, Julian, today, because it's definitely not shorts weather. I think it's going to be over the weekend and going into next week.
Yeah, yes, it's all climate controlled in here. I've actually got a pair of shorts with me, but I'm not sure I'll be.
No, we could turn the aircon off as in comes Hunt and bowls, and more runs here for Mason Crane. It's a little short, cut away by Crane. He's taken one. He'll come back for the second. Tom Price chases round and fields the ball at deep backward point, but not before Crane has come back for 2 more runs. He goes to 16. Useful runs these for Glamorgan. 137 for 7. A reminder, the men out: Hassan for 5, Tribe for 6, Carlson for 15, Kellaway for 33, Ingram without scoring, Dixon for 31, and Van der Hookton also without scoring. In comes Hunt. Left arm seamer over the wicket, bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery. That's a really good delivery. It beats Mason Crane outside of the off stump, thumps into the gloves of John Simpson. And again, there is no run, and it's another no ball. So that's 2 no balls in this over, 1 in the previous over. And he did struggle bowling no balls on last Friday, Sean Hunt, in the game here against Leicestershire. And he's overstepped 3 times now in the last couple of overs. It'll be keen to stop doing that as he runs in down the hill. Bowls, and Crane tucks inside the line. Plays the ball down to deep backwards square leg. Picks up a single, does Mason Crane. He goes to 17. Glamorgan to 140 for 7 at the end of the over. Sean Hunt, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 wicket for 35. He picked up the wicket of Zain El Hassan for 5, the first wicket to go down today. There's a couple of Sussex players leave the field. Jack Carson and Jack Leaning running off the field. I don't know why. And running onto the field is Ollie Carter. And I think that's Charlie Tier who's come on. So Sussex with 2 men on the field on 12th man duties.
I wonder if we're going to see a bit of spin. Someone's going to get the shin pads and helmet.
Maybe.
I'd be surprised if that was the case, because the
surprised.
seamers are doing so well.
I would be surprised. I'd also be surprised they need a comfort break. So they've only been out there for an hour since lunch. However, that is the case. 2 12th men on.
Haynes is on, and his first ball of the over is defended by Crane on the leg side. Tier on his birthday wants to have something to do to be part of the action, I suppose.
Yes, well spotted, Nick. He is... What do my notes say? Where is Charlie? I haven't got a note of his birthday, which is poor.
I think it was 22.
Right, okay.
Haynes in, bowls, turned away on the offside. They think about a single, but Crane decides otherwise. Dixon was game.
Yes, I think Charlie Tier qualifies for Scotland through his mum.
Mm-hmm.
Let's have a quick look. Charlie Tier, yes, he was born 12th of June 2004, so you're right, he's 22 today.
Haynes bustling in. Balls,
Good
edge
catch.
caught at slip.
Good catch as well, Tom Alsop.
Crane is standing. He didn't think it carried.
Oh,
The umpires are coming together.
they are. Well, his former teammate, he's now walking
Now he's
off.
turned.
I think Chris Cook might have said he caught it.
Okay. So Crane has gone for 17. Tom Haynes joins in the wicket-taking party. Glamorgan have not much left. Cordell bowled Haynes goes up on the board. A few nice shots from Mason Crane. Found
Yes.
the boundary on the offside. 17 off 27 balls. 3 fours. 8 down. Well, this is going to be pretty inadequate, and Glamorgan are going to have to bowl really well to get themselves back in this match with just 140 on the board.
Well, there'd have been former teammates, Mason Crane and Tom Alsop, in their time at Hampshire. So I'd imagine they know each other. I mean, he's perfectly entitled, Mason Crane, to wait and just make sure that did carry, because it was caught very low down by Tom Alsop. But I think it was Chris Cook who wandered up, who had probably the best view in the house, actually, at the non-striker's end, who I think he just said to Mason Crane, yeah, definitely carried, and Mason Crane wandered off. Our apologies again, if you can hear a lot of crowd laughter in the background. We're very close to the hospitality area here at Hove, and there's a group of spectators who are having a very pleasant afternoon, enjoying the hospitality here, but they decided to sit right by the edge of the corporate hospitality, which is very near to our effects microphone. So if you can hear the jollity, that's what it is.
It's a choice between either that or us sounding as though we're indoors and in a studio somewhere.
Yeah. I might do some reorganisation of the...
Unless you've got a very long lead that you can get it away from them.
That's what I'm going to try and do during the...
Up the boundary.
Yeah, during the break in between innings, if we get one shortly.
Haynes is in to bowl to Norton, who prods forward and misses his first ball. Tom Norton in just his third championship match, the 18-year-old all-rounder from Abergavenny, with 11 wickets to his credit from those two matches, and his scores with the bat 11, 29 and 7. As Haynes bowls down leg side, and he hasn't got a touch on that either. As Simpson whips off the bails, and Norton obligingly picks up one of them for him. So he's a powerfully built young man, is Tom Norton. I think he's capable of hitting the ball quite hard on occasion, but at this stage in his career he's down at number 10 in the batting order. Has batted 6 or 7 for the second 11, so you can see him moving up in time. As Adrian is off to carry out some technical work. Haynes in, bowls, Norton pushes forward, does get bat on ball there. 140 for 8 now at the end of Haynes's successful over. As you may hear a bit of rattling on the effects microphone. So 4 wickets in the morning session for Sussex. Already 4 in the afternoon. An hour and coming up to an hour and 20 minutes since lunch. Glamorgan 8 wickets down in just 43 overs. So unless we see some miracles from the last 2, it looks like being a very inadequate first innings of this game for Glamorgan. Memories of the time where they had to bat a couple of days to save a game here, and did so, with Labuschagne and Nisa getting big hundreds. 140 for 8. Price down the slope, bowls to Cook, who drives to mid-off, and there is no run. Cole's the fielder, the only man in a sun hat. If Adrian doesn't come back in the next few minutes, you'll know he's been offered a glass or 2 of wine in passing. The hospitality area. Price in. Bowls, Cook on the hit on the pad. No run. So those technical adjustments being carried out as we speak. See if we can get you into a position where you're hearing a bit more of the action in the middle maybe, and a bit less of the action in the bar. 140 for 8 under the Hove lights. Price in. Balls. Cook works it away on the leg side and will take a single down to backward square. 141 for 8. They're back. Cook on 22. Norton's just come in. Wearing 12. As he's pushing forward. Defends to mid-on. No run. Had a couple of months in Australia playing club cricket out there to learn something of life, and indeed improve his cricketing skills at the same time. Not involved with university or college, so he's able to devote all his time to becoming a better cricketer. As he's edged that one and not claimed at slip, fell just short by the reaction of the fielders. As leaning, dived across to his right, but couldn't quite get to it before it bounced. Not a drop chance, I don't think. And in response, Haynes summons in another slip as Ollie Carter comes into 4th slip. Substitute fielder, and Henry Croker moves round and backwards at point. Price in, balls, and Norton will get off the mark here. His point has just been sent back 20 metres, and so he's able to knock it down and away for a single. Retains the strike with that. 142 for 8, Glamorgan. With 3 wickets to Jadav Unadkat on his first appearance of the season. 2 wickets to Henry Crocombe. And 1 apiece to Hunt, Price and Haynes. And our technical engineer is back with us. A bit more ground atmosphere and a bit less bar atmosphere.
Yes, good. I'm pleased about that. It was just starting to irritate me a little bit. I'm sure it was irritating our listeners as well.
I've heard people drinking before.
Yeah, and they're not a bit abusive or anything like that. It's just that they were getting quite loud.
Here's Haynes then, bustling in, bowling to Norton, who pushes slightly uncertainly to point, and there is no run. We had an inquiry about the gulls earlier on. There are quite a few of them round at lunch, but I haven't seen them again since, really.
I think they're pretty clever, the gulls, you know.
Yeah.
They tend to appear around tea time as well, so I think they kind of know.
1 to 140, yes. They've got an eye on the scoreboard. See when 32 overs will be left in the day as Norton drives to cover and there's no run. There are 1 or 2 sat on the outfield.
Yes.
They look as though they've been on the chips.
They do.
Weighed down a bit. Or perhaps they've been swooping for the odd slurp of vino in front of the hospitality suites. Haynes in to Norton, who leaves one outside off stump. Simpson standing up, can't take cleanly. There are 2 slips. Most of the rest are saving the single, apart from there's a deep backward square in case there's a big shot on the leg side. 4 men saving the single on the offside in addition to the slips, 2 in fairly close-ish on the leg side. Haynes in, bowls. Norton does get this one away and is caught at backward square. The one outfielder, and Norton has picked him out, and Glamorgan are 9 down. Sean Hunt, a tumbling catch at deep backward square, and Norton will be kicking himself. That was a slightly careless way to get out, really. Picked out the one outfielder with his aggressive shot. 9 for 142.
Good catch, actually, by Sean Hunt, who's... I do remember, actually, down at Cardiff, you probably wouldn't remember it, Nick, but not long after Sean joined Sussex, without being disrespectful in any way, and he would... Sean did carry a bit of weight, and he's worked really, really hard, and he's now in terrific condition. But I remember that game down at Glamorgan, and Sean was having to do laps of the ground with with some of the Sussex backroom staff as he got fitter and fitter. And it certainly paid off, because that was a terrific catch, running in from fine leg. So well done, Sean. Good catch. And another wicket for Tom Haynes. I was going to say, actually, having wandered outside to sort out the effects microphone, it's not as cold as I thought it was.
Okay.
It is breezy. I mean, it's not particularly pleasant, but it's not like it's bitingly cold. So if you can get a warmer wind, that's what it is.
There we are. Well, Sussex's opening batters can prepare mentally, I suppose. Haynes and Hughes, but Haynes has got to finish off the last wicket first.
Well, I suspect it's going to be tricky for Sussex. It's been like this all day, and I don't see it. It doesn't, certainly looking around, it doesn't look as if that's going to change anytime soon.
Haynes is in and bowls to Ryan Hadley, who is turning this one on the leg side. Straight to forward square leg, no run.
Does Chris Cook have a bit of a dip at the bowling now, if he gets a chance?
Well, you'd have thought so. But
Although Hadley did hang on a long time in the
Hadley
game.
did hang on a long time as night watchman against Somerset. Keep talking about Glamorgan beating Somerset on this broadcast. As Hadley gets a thick inside edge, he wants a single, then he isn't sure. And then Cook says, go on, we'll take him. It's the last ball of the over, and Hadley's nicked the strike. Applause for Tom Haynes for his second wicket.
So I think Sean Hunt will be quite keen to bowl to the number 11. Yorkshire going along very nicely at Scarp. I've had a bit of rain there actually. 192 for 2 though in that game, Yorkshire. Somerset 133 for 3 against Notts at Trent Bridge. Latest scores in the county championship. So can Sussex wrap this up here? 143 for 9 are Glamorgan. 3 slips, point, cover mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg. Nice buzz around the ground. There's a good crowd in today actually. On this Friday afternoon. As it's not Sean Hunt at all, it's Tom Price who comes in and bowls to Hadley, who lets that one go outside the off stump. There is no run. In fact, when I was hearing about Hadley, and I forget where I was commentating, I said, I wonder if he's related to the Hadley who played rugby for Wales, because there was a winger, wasn't there?
There was, Adrian Hadley.
Yeah,
Worked with him many times
Right.
on BBC commentary, rugby commentaries.
It was a left winger?
Yep,
Oh, there we are. Now.
well done.
In comes Price. Over the wicket and bowls. Hadley defends onto the onside, no run, and then makes as if he's wanted to pull that into the pavilion. I only remember him, so I'm sure I'd have been at a match where, as a spectator, he'd have got tries against England, Nick.
Well, 88 was his most famous one, where he got the 2 tries that beat England 11-3
At Twickenham.
at Twickenham.
Right, I think I was at that game.
The year of the Wales decided to get creative by playing 4 fly halves at the same time
Right.
in that particular lineup.
All right. That'd be a good question. In comes Price, bowls to Hadley, who's forward, plays into the offside. There is no run.
Obviously they didn't all wear 10, but there was Jonathan Davis, Bledin Bowen, Mark Ring and Tony Clement, who were all capable of playing fly half, and they
Right.
played fly half, the 2 centres and full back, and it was a triple crown year for Wales, that.
I think
Nearly a Grand Slam.
I think it might have been the first year that I stewarded at Twickenham.
Okay.
As in comes Price and bowls. Hadley defends onto the onside, no run. Yeah, a mate of mine who was a school teacher, where they used to have the volunteer stewards at Twickenham,
Okay.
and he sort of got me in on it, and it was great in those days because you could go along and have a steward's bar. So you had lunch before, and you could have a couple of pints, and then you get to watch the game. And,
Right.
and everyone's always very well behaved at rugby matches, so it was great fun. Here comes Price bowls. Hadley lets that go outside the off stump. There is no run, and I believe that game was before they demolished the old West Stand at Twickenham. I think it was before the whole ground development.
With the stewarding, didn't you have to spend half the match, the first half directing people to their seats that they couldn't find?
Well, there
or
was a bit of that.
stopping people
But it was
from barging round on their way to or from the bar or the toilet.
But it was good fun. In comes Price and bowls, and Hadley picks up a run very competently, plays onto the onside, picks up a single. He goes to 2. It is the end of the over, 144 for 9 at the end of the over. But then there was a number, wasn't there, of very serious stadium disasters around, and the stewarding then became much more serious and professional, and courses and various things. And I just didn't have the time to commit to it after that. So, but it was great fun while it lasted, and happy days. But I do remember that game at Twickenham, and I think that's probably why the name Adrian Hadley rang a bell with me when you said it. But he's not related.
Not as far as I know, no. Having spoken to Ryan Hadley and interviewed him, he didn't mention that. And
Right, okay.
having known Adrian over the years, he's never said anything about having Australian relations. As Haynes is in and bowls, and Hadley drives it back to him, and there's no run.
He's getting very proficient here at pinching the strike, Hadley, actually. Chris Cook is sort of rather leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end.
Your delights with tackling the effects in the crowd have been broadcast on 5 Sports Extra, who've just left us.
Oh, really?
As a prod and a miss from Hadley outside off stump.
Yeah.
The great stat from that match against Somerset was that Hadley faced more deliveries in that match than his previous 19 first-class games put together. As I was slightly baffled when I saw him emerging as night watchman, since he was averaging 3.5 when he arrived in Cardiff. As that is an inside edge from Hadley, which will earn him a couple of runs, I think, down to fine leg. Indeed, a couple. They don't push it particularly hard. It's easy jog back for 2. 1 for 6 for 9, Glamorgan. Top score is Ben Calloway's 33. Sean Dixon 13. Chris Cook watching on 22 not out. As Hadley dead bats that one onto the offside, and some goals on the move. Circling round, knowing that 9 wickets down, of course, and people might be having a nibble of their afternoon tea between innings, even if though we're going to have to wait quite a bit, I think, for the real tea interval.
Yes.
Haynes in, bowls, and turned away on the leg side by Hadley for a single. 1 for 7 for 9, Hadley to 5.
He looks very proficient.
I just wonder, would the umpires be... No, if a final wicket falls now, then I don't think they'd call the tea interval, because that would mean we had a final session of half the day's play, effectively.
Yeah, but we'd go to... Well, we've only had 45 over, not even halfway through the day, are we?
Haynes in, bowls, Cook hit on the pad. They have a think about taking a leg by, but decide otherwise. Chris Cook rehearses an aggressive swat on the leg side that he might have played but didn't, and it's 147 for 9.
A couple of emails have come in, which I shall read. Steve Ox has been in touch. Hi Adrian, hello Steve, thanks for getting in touch. He says, just a reminder that points lost only apply once a team has bowled for more than 8 hours in the match, which is ruling for this season. Yeah, Steve made us aware of that in the last game, so certainly we've only been playing, well, this innings hasn't lasted too long, what, about just over 3 hours? It goes Price down the hill and bowls, and he beats Hadley outside the off stump, taken by Simpson.
Yeah, we're just past the 3.5 hour mark.
Julian has been in touch, who's sitting up there in the Spencama in his shorts, shivering, and he says, interesting, this is when 7 wickets go down, all 7 wickets have so far been caught. Well, actually, it's all 9 wickets now, isn't it?
It is.
So well done, Julian, hadn't noticed that.
Mostly caught in the slips or behind the wicket, apart from the caught and bowled.
In comes Price, bowls, past the outside edge, taken by Simpson, no run. I'm sure that's not a record, but it doesn't happen too often that I'd imagine you get all 10 caught.
Indeed. Chris Drew says, I'm upwind from Hove and the weather has just taken a touch for the better. We have sun and a touch of warmth. I think if Chris is at home, that's over the channel in Normandy.
Really? Right. Okay.
Not sure whether the wind is blowing towards the weather towards him or towards us.
Price in and bowls, and up on his toes is Hadley, and played confidently enough into the offside. There is no run. Yes, I thought the good weather was sort of spreading down from the north of England.
Okay, yeah, so not prevailing winds then, not the usual prevailing winds.
No, not usual. I mean, I guess the normal prevailing wind here would be sort of a southwesterly coming up the channel. Carson is just doing, so Jack Carson doing some warming up. In comes Price again bowls. Hadley again just lets that one go outside the off stump through to keeper Simpson. There is no run.
The only thing I can think about is that they're worried about the over rate really, and they want to stick on Carson for a couple of overs because there's no bowling justification really.
No, actually, I thought that was Jack Carson mid on. It isn't. So Jack Carson is in the covers. Who's that at mid on? It's a long way away. We're a long way from the action this week because the wicket is cut a long way towards the Spenkarma Pavilion, which is on the left as we look out from our commentary box. Price in again, bowls, and defending is Hadley. Squirts that away to backward point, fitted by Crocombe, and there is no run. It's Sean Hunt who's warming up.
Okay.
But,
Makes more sense.
yeah, I'd imagine that Tom Haynes is perhaps quite keen here to, try and get this last wicket without having to bring back his sort of opening seamers. And I mean, Anughat and Hunt haven't done an awful lot of bowling, but that's just, keen to try and get this wrapped up without having to bring them back on again. As in comes Price over the wicket bowls, and Hadley looks very confident to me. I have to say, he picks up a single off the last ball of the over. The field had spread, and Chris Cook's very happy to allow Hadley to take the single. He goes to 6 at the end of the over. Glamorgan are 148 for 9.
David Battersby points out on X that another Hadley, Robert, played 2 first-class matches for Glamorgan in 1971 and took a 5 for at Leicester, which begs the question why he didn't play some more, really.
Is that spelt the same way?
Yes.
Right. Not.
But this one is all the way from New South Wales as opposed to Old South Wales.
Well, they're going to get a change of bowling, and it's, he hasn't recalled his opening bowler, but he's recalled Henry Crocombe into the attack.
2 for 35, next to Crocombe's name on the board, under the lights here at Hove. Adrian Harms and Nick Webb staffing the ship today and for the foreseeable. 1 for 8 for 9 as in comes Crocombe, and that's played by Hadley to backward point, and there's no run. Listed as 6-2 Crocombe. Looks as though he might be more than that, but not as tall as Hunt, who got some good bounce earlier on out of the pitch. Crocombe in, bowls back of a length. Hadley does well to play it down into the ground, and there's good scrambling stop at point.
Well, at the risk of talking him out, as I did earlier on with Kieran Carlson, for which I apologise, I think he looks a more than useful number 11, to be honest. He gets into line, he plays very straight.
Yeah, he's certainly a lot better than his first-class average when he arrived would have. If you average 3.5 over 15 matches, which I think he'd played before he got to Glamorgan, something like that, you'd think this guy can't bat. Or doesn't know which end to hold it. But he's a bit better than that. As he drives this one straight to mid-on. No run. And he was originally meant to be playing the first 6 games, but was persuaded to hang on for a couple more when it became clear that Nathan McAndrew wasn't in a fit state to play 4-day cricket when he arrived.
Will he stay on any longer than that, Nick?
Not scheduled, I don't think,
right,
because the final block begins in the second half of August, doesn't it?
Yes.
As Crocombe is in and bat and pad together. There's half a shot from behind as Hadley pushes forward. It tends to be that the Australian provinces recall them at some point in August.
Yes.
For preparations for the state cricket season, whether it be Sheffield Shield or one-day cricket that they play first. I mean, I've never quite got the hang of it. Obviously there's different conditions, but you'd think if they played a bit more they could go into the Australian season straight off the back of the UK one. Crocombe bowls, turned on the leg side, no run.
Yes, I agree, because at least here you're playing cricket as opposed to, perhaps a lot of nets or indoor practice. Well, probably not indoor practice in Australia, but you never know. At that time of year, you can get some dodgy weather. I'm sure it's something that coaches take into account, though, when they are looking as to where they're going to take their overseas from, particularly with this schedule now, was so heavily weighted towards the beginning and end of the season for Championship cricket.
Crocombe bowls. Adley has nothing to do with it. Through to Simpson. 148 for 9. The end of a maiden over.
Yes, and very competently played by Hadley, who touches gloves there with Chris Cook. Crocombe 11 overs, 1 maiden. He's taken 2 for 35. Floodlights still shining brightly. Still no sign really of this heavy cloud lifting. It's been very grey here all day. Just a brief glimpse of the sun round about lunchtime, but thank goodness for floodlights really, because certainly without them we wouldn't be playing.
Wasn't there a time at which floodlights were not used here?
Yes, it was all a little odd actually. There was a season, I think it was 3 seasons, the year that Sussex went up I think it was, where Sussex decided that they weren't going to use floodlights during the season, and it was all a bit confusing as to whether that was down to cost or quite what it was down to, but no, they didn't, and then the next season they reverted to using them. In comes Price, in a bowls to Cook, who slams that one to mid-off, fielded by James Coles, who's fairly deep at mid-off. There is no run.
Yeah, not something that'll trouble you this season, but Glamorgan have just started using lights for Championship cricket, having been subject to various planning controls before, which said they couldn't. They've now managed to put some new floodlights in, and presumably they're more efficient in terms of light dispersal and so on.
Price in and bowls. Cook takes a step down the wicket and very nearly a caught and roll to Tom Price. That was a leading edge really by Chris Cook. It eluded the grasp of Price, and it brings Glamorgan to 149 for 9 and Cook to 23.
So we're going to get a replay of the Crocombe caught and roll to get rid of Kellaway there. Very similar.
So I never quite understood that at Cardiff, 'cause it's not like it's a residential area, is it, around the ground? It always struck me as slightly odd.
It was. There was a planning restriction in place for some years, is not now.
Price bowls and Hadley defends into the offside. Loud cry of no. Chris Cook was halfway down the wicket actually, and
yeah, it looks as though Cook has maybe decided it's time to get on with things.
yes, he did, didn't he? He looked very anxious to get down to this end of the ground. 3 slips in place for Hadley. Price, it is 10th over, figures of 1 for 34. In and bowls, Hadley lets that go outside of the off stump through to Simpson. Again, there is no run. He's just annoyed with himself, Tom Price, that he's not making Hadley play at these deliveries. The good news for Sussex is that he's showing no ill effects of the ankle injury that he picked up at Headingley back in April, which kept him sidelined for the last 3 county championship matches. Rolling down the hill, our friends in the corporate hospitality, I can hear there. I think they're getting louder and louder. Actually, I'm rather glad we moved the effects mic. In again, bowls. That's a better delivery as Hadley looks to clip that one away on the leg side. It hits the pad and ricochets into the offside. No run. Now with that, Sussex moved the field back to allow Hadley the single. There's a deep backward point, deep cover, long off. Deep mid-wicket and a long on. Tom Haines still keeping the 3 slips in place. And Price pauses and then comes in down the hill. Bowls and Hadley defends back down the track. Price fields off his own bowling at the end of a tidy over from Tom Price, who's bowled 10 overs, no maidens, taken 1 for 34. Glamorgan 149 for 9. Cook is on 23. Hadley is on 6. We've had 50 overs in the innings, so 46 overs still to be bowled today. So we are some way behind. Sussex over 8 is showing as -1. And you can see how tall Hadley is. He's sort of towering over Chris Cook out there in the middle.
Yeah, 6'5". And that's a genuine 6'5", not a increase your height for the for the purposes of the record books. He's a tall man and will be looking to get a bit of bounce out of this wicket. Right, what approach will Chris Cook have here? He'll hook this one to mid-wicket, and he's not going to take the single. Now, don't understand this. Chris Cook's obviously decided he's going to have a go and he wants the strike. Although Hadley's prodded around perfectly competently for the first few overs of his innings. Cook maybe going to try and hit sixes, or boundaries at any rate, as Sussex are reacting to that by popping another fielder out to the mid-wicket area. Haynes himself is going there. And the leg side field is reorganised, and I suspect more short balls are going to be bowled if Chris Cook is going to take them on, because there's now a 5-4 leg side field, and 3 of those fielders are out pretty deep. Come in, bowls. Cook has a wahoo at that one going down the leg side. Simpson takes no contact. Cook on 23 not out. This is a little bit odd, because he was quite happy to see Hadley on the strike for a few overs, and now they seem to change their minds.
Strange, isn't it? Yes, it is a little odd.
There's his singles almost wherever he wants them now. As Cook pulls this one up on the leg side, has he got enough of it? Yes, he has. That's over backward square for half a dozen. Cook does know what he's doing. 29, he moves on to 155 for 9. Man at deep backward square was interested for a moment, but couldn't get anywhere near it in the end.
Well, he's certainly made his intentions clear, hasn't he, Chris Cook?
That's on the longer side of the ground.
Yeah, big hit. I don't think Henry Crocombe was overly impressed. Well, he's chanced his arm.
And after that, they've taken away one of the leg side fielders.
That's a little odd, isn't it?
Where are we? Halfway through the over. Very odd. Perhaps has he had his 2 short balls for the over, maybe? Crocombe bowls, and Cook knocks it back to the bowler.
Well, as you said, in the game at Blackpool at the weekend in T20, he's very capable of scoring very quickly, Chris Cook. So maybe Glamorgan think a quick 20 to 30 here is... and you know, with the condition not looking like they're improving, perhaps he's thinking, well, let's just get some quick runs and get out there.
Get bowling.
Yeah.
Crocombe in, bowls. Cook is squared up by that one. Looking to play on the leg side, gets a thickish leading edge back to the bowler. Now the fielders will come on in off the final ball of the over to try and prevent a single being taken and get the number 11 back on strike for the start of the next over. As Crocombe is in and bowls, and Cook looks to slap it away on the offside, gets completely on top of it, hits it down into the ground. It's a dot ball, 155 for 9, Cook 29, Hadley has 6. Getting towards the time where it might be the tea interval taken between innings, maybe at 3:30, but we're going to have a very long final session if that is the case, unless of course the bad light intervenes.
I mean generally they go, it's 32 overs, isn't it?
Yes.
Before tea.
And they don't like it
No.
more than about 40, I don't think.
Well, Jade Evanukat is coming back into the attack for Sussex, having picked up those 3 wickets. So that's... I think Tom Haynes, if he could have avoided doing that, probably would have done, but I think it shows that he's pretty keen to wrap this up, seeing that Chris Cook looks like he's moving up a gear or 2. As in comes in to catch bowls. Hadley sit on the pad, the ball bounces out into the offside, and there is no run. Lovely fluent approach to the wicket as J. Devon Cat. 3 slips still in place. Allsop leading. And Tom Haynes, just the one error in the slips. That was Tom Allsop who put down Colin Ingram. But it didn't cost Sussex any runs because he was caught in the next over by Jack Leaning. Cat again. Around the wicket. Bowls and caught a bowl! That's a brilliant caught and bowl by J. Devon Cat. Really good catch, low to his left hand side. And that seals what's been a tremendous performance by the Indian seam bowler. Back at Sussex for the final 8 championship games of the season. His first game of the season. He's picked up 4 for 29 in his 14.2 overs. Tremendous performance. He's led the Sussex attack in the absence of Ollie Robinson. He picks up the final wicket. Hadley goes for 6 and Glamorgan are bowled out here for 155.
Yeah, Hadley doing his bit, lasted 31 deliveries for his 6 runs, but 155 all out. Put Sussex very much in the box seats in this game. And Jaidev Unadkat has done more than anyone to ensure that with 4 wickets to the Indian seamer. Update for BBC Radio Sussex to come, then we'll have a break and come back with commentary of the Sussex reply.
Yes, we certainly will, and the applause is for Jaidev Unadkat, who has been given the honour of leading Sussex off the field, having picked up those 4 wickets. So excellent performance by him. So as Nick says, we're going to take a little breather now. I'll update the listeners on BBC Sussex and Kent, and we'll rejoin you shortly. Well, it's going really well for Sussex, despite it being a grey, gloomy, rather cold day here on the south coast. We've had the floodlights on since the start of play at 11 o'clock, but they've helped Sussex, who have bowled Glamorgan out for 155, having won the toss this morning. An excellent bowling performance by Sussex, led by Jaidev Unadkat, the Indian seam bowler. He's taken 4 for 29 on his seasonal reappearance for Sussex. Sussex will start their innings soon, but it won't be easy in these gloomy conditions and with these floodlights on. Meanwhile, they are playing up in Blackpool now, a delayed start due to rain, and Kent going along very nicely after losing 2 early wickets. They're 102 for 2. Ben Dawkins is on 48, Daniel Bell-Drummond on 31. Well, a very good afternoon and welcome back to Hove. I have to say that I was rather caught out by the fact that it was tea. Merrily chatting away, and I thought this is a long 10 minutes between innings, but we've now had tea, and we're faced with a very long session now of 44 overs. Whether we've got any hope of getting those in with the low cloud, etc., I think this cow will have to break for that to happen. Anyway. Glamorgan went out for 155. Batting has not been easy all day. I don't think that's going to improve anytime soon. And my thanks to Julian, who's reminded me that all 10 of the Glamorgan batsmen were caught, which doesn't happen all that often. So I mentioned that in the press box, and some of the guys who've very well versed in looking up these statistics are going to see when was the last time that happened, or how frequent it is that all 10 wickets fall to catches. Anyway, it is going to be Tim van der Hookten who's going to get us underway. 44 overs left in the day, and I suspect this will be as difficult for Sussex as it was for Glamorgan earlier on today, as Van der Hookten is in. Around the wicket bowls to Daniel Hughes, who drives down the ground. Oh, think about a single. Well, that could have been a run out off the first ball of the innings. Daniel Hughes played the ball to mid-on. It was fielded by, is it Hadley down there?
If he's taller than everyone else, it's Hadley.
Yes.
Yes.
Who threw the ball at the stumps. Tom Haynes had committed from the non-strikers end to the single, and he was a little way down the wicket. He got back in time, but very dramatic start to the innings. Van der Hookten motors in around the wicket bowls. Hughes lets one go outside the off stump, goes through to keeper Cook, and there is no run.
Yeah, Jada of Unadcat finished up with the fine figures of 14.2 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 29. So he's been Sussex's main man, 2 apiece for Crocombe and for Haynes.
Yes, to see Jada Unadcat back in the wickets after his spell over in the IPL this season, as in comes Van der Hookten bowls to Hughes, who plays into the offside, and they do go through for a single. So Hughes is on his way, and the Sussex are on their way. An all left-handed opening partnership.
Yeah, you've got a lot of left-handers down here. Always have had for the last few years.
Yes, there is. So these two are left-handers, and then Tom Alsop, who's batting 3, is a left-hander. Then Jack Leaning and James Coles, who are right-handers, and then John Simpson, who's a left-hander. So what, 4 of the top 6 are left-handers. It's Tom Haynes waits, the Sussex skipper for this game. I haven't seen anything of Tom for a little while because he doesn't play T20, and in comes Van der Hook and bowls to Haynes, who's forward, plays down the onside of the track. There is no run. And in the beginning of the season, so much talk around Zach Crawley and could he keep his position in the England side, which clearly he didn't, and Emilio Gay coming in. But Tom Haynes was amongst those who was being discussed as potential opening partners for Ben Duckett. But he just hasn't made enough runs, is the reality, and despite skippering the lines in the winter, has rather slipped down the pecking order. Van der Hookton around the wicket bowls to Haynes, who turns us onto the onside, and there is no run.
If he'd got some runs, he might be in as captain by now.
Well, I was thinking when they were talking about, you know, who's going to stand in as captain. I thought, well, the only one who's captaining at the minute is Ollie Robinson, who's captaining Sussex this season. But I think that will be quite the elevation.
Yeah, might be too accelerated in the comeback.
Yeah.
Even though it might some good socials for his better half.
In comes Van der Hookton round the wicket bowls to Haynes, who plays that to mid-wicket, fielded by Al Hassan, and there is no run. So end of the opening over. Sussex are 1 without lost. Hughes on 1. Haynes is yet to score. It is going to be Tom Norton who's going to open the bowling from the C end of the ground. He was having a bit of I don't know if you saw, he was just standing down here, Tom Norton. There was a seagull standing right by him, and I think he was rather putting Tom Norton off. Just kept eyeing him. Anyway, he's a big strapping fella, is Tom Norton, and he's going to bowl up the hill from the C end of the ground.
I think you're going to have to talk about it as well, Adrian, because I've got a 4 o'clock radio bulletin update in a couple of minutes, so you might as well get in your rhythm at the start of the over.
So he's going to be bowling to the left-handed Daniel Hughes. Just a reminder, if you're just joining us, Glamorgan bowled out for 155, with J. Devon Nugcat taking 4 for 29. As Norton runs in around the wicket, in and bowl, short pulled away by Hughes, down to fine leg, and picks up a single. He might feel he slightly missed out there, Daniel Hughes. That was a bit of a loosener from Norton. Hughes pulls it down to almost deep backward square leg and picks up a single. He goes to 2, and that's the Sussex total, 2 without loss. 3 slips in place. There's a backward point. Already there's a fielder back on the cover boundary. Extra cover is Kieran Carlson, who looks a little chilly there as he jumps up and down at short extra cover. There's a mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg as Tom Haynes waits, and Norton around the wicket, in and bowls, and Haynes lets that one go outside of the off stump, taken by Cook, and there is no run. Top scorer in the Glamorgan innings was Ben Kellaway, who made 33. The only partnership of any real note was 51 between Kellaway and Sean Dixon, who made 31. Norton in bowls, and Haynes is forward, clips to mid-wicket. There is no run. Jordan Cox in form for Leicestershire today, a 73-ball century for the Essex man. Essex 155 for 2 after Leicestershire had taken a couple of early wickets. Somerset 167 for 3 at Trowbridge. Thomas Roos 68 not out. Norton in again, bowls. Haynes drives through the covers. He's not going to get 4 because the sand's going to cut that off on the cover boundary. But nicely shot by Tom Haynes. He goes to 4. As Norton wanders back to his mark, tall, strong, powerfully built man. He's coming around the wicket. Bowls to Haynes, who's forward defensively, plays out into the offside, and there is no run. So just to run you through those bowling figures for the Sussex bowlers. Nudcat 14.2 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 29. Sean Hunt 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 33. Henry Cockram 12 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 41. Tom Price, just break off for a moment. In comes Norton bowls, and Haynes, well, he's going to get 4 runs, and they are 4 very streaky, lucky runs. Looking to drive that one away through extra cover. He's got a big thick edge, and the ball has ended up going down to fine leg for 4 runs. That could have gone anywhere. As it is, the skipper picks up 4 runs. He goes to 6, and Sussex to 8 without loss at the end of the second over. Tom Price 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 34, and Tom Haynes 6 overs, 1 maiden, 2 wickets for 12. As I say, the top scorer 33, Ben Kellaway for Glamorgan. There were 3 no balls and 6 leg byes in the innings, as Tim van der Hoogten, in gloomy conditions here at Hove, is in around the wicket. Bowls to Daniel Hughes, who takes a step back in his crease and lets that one pass by outside the off stump, taken by Cook, and there is no run. As I say, the promise was of much brighter skies this afternoon, and that really hasn't materialised. It's been a pretty overcast, miserable day here at Hove with a strong breeze. And certainly without the floodlights, we wouldn't have had the amount of cricket that we've had uninterrupted since 11 o'clock, but I'll be surprised if we get through the remaining 40 odd overs if it stays like this. Van Hookton in, bowls to Hughes, lets it go outside the off stump, and there is no run. 41 overs remaining after this one. Tom Norton is chatting away to the spectators in the corporate area away to our right hand side. And the wind has got up again. I can see the trees outside the ground are really swaying in the breeze. Van der Hoogten around the wicket, bowls to Hughes, who's rather squared up by a good delivery by Tim van der Hoogten. And Daniel Hughes comes down, does a bit of gardening. He was surprised by that delivery, quick delivery by van der Hoogten. Beats Hughes and ends up in the gloves of Chris Cook, the Glamorgan wicket-keeper. You can probably hear the wind actually in our effects microphone. Van Hoogten in again, bowls, and Hughes is forward solidly, plays out into the offside, and again there is no run. Live cricket on the BBC. I'm Adrian Harms. Nick Webb will shortly be joining us after he's provided his radio update. There are some brighter skies actually over towards the Downs. I'm pretty certain that's the direction the weather's coming from. Sussex will be hoping that this murk clears away. And hooked it in, bowls to Hughes, who's beaten again outside the off stump. Batting has not been easy all day, and so it continues as Daniel Hughes wanders down and does a little bit of gardening. 3 slips in place. There's a backward point to cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg down below us. It's Tom Norton again, who's chatting away to the crowd. Tim van der Hoogten in his second over around the wicket, bowls to Hughes, who lets that go outside the off stump. Ball goes through to keeper Cook, and there is no run. So end of the third over of the Sussex reply. They are 8 without loss. A maiden over from Tim van der Hoogten, 2 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 1. Tom Norton 1 over, which cost 7 runs, and he's going to bowl the next over from this, the C end of the ground, bowling to the left-handed Sussex skipper Tom Haynes, who's taken over skippering duties from Ollie Robinson, whilst Robinson is away with England. So Norton runs away from us around the wicket, bowls to Haynes, and Haynes flicks this one away nicely, more than a flick actually. He's done that beautifully off the hip, through square leg for 4 runs. Nice shot from Haynes. That's his second boundary. The first was rather streakier than that, but he goes to 10 and Sussex to 12 without loss. Loose delivery from Tom Norton. He was annoyed with himself as soon as he bowled it. It's a very short boundary on the Spenkarma Pavilion side of the ground. That's the leg side as Tom Haynes is hitting towards that edge of the ground. And the ball sped away for 4 runs over the beautifully manicured outfield. In comes Norton again, bowls to Haynes. That's a much better delivery. Beats Haynes outside of the off stump. He was rather groping for that. Was the Sussex skipper through to Cook, and there is no run. Norton marches back to his mark, and he does march as well. No hanging around from Tom Norton. None of this sort of taking your time to walk back to your mark. He's already there, and he's ready to come in again. Bowling to Tom Haynes. Is it in bowls? And Haynes, well, that's a wild shot by Tom Haynes. But it was a really wide delivery from Tom Norton. But you have to say that he absolutely threw the kitchen sink at that, Tom Haynes. And I think as the skipper, I don't think they'd have been best pleased in the Sussex dressing room if he'd gone out playing a shot like that so early in his innings. Of course, it's always different if it goes to the boundary for 4, but I'm not sure that's a great shot at this stage of proceedings. Norton in bowls, and Haynes is more circumspect on this occasion. Plays to mid-wicket, slightly across the line. There is no run.
You do just wonder, Adrian, whether you're going to get 1 or 2 shots like that at this junction between the different formats. You know, they've been playing T20 for the last 3 weeks.
Yeah, although Haynes doesn't.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Withdraw that remark then.
But no, I think in general, yeah, that's a good point. In again comes Norton, bowls to Haynes, who was far more solid this time. Plays the ball down the offside, fielded by Kieran Carlson, the Glamorgan skipper, number 5, on the back of his shirt. He fields, and there is no run. 12 without loss, Sussex. As Haynes waits, and Norton around the wicket, bowls, and Tom Haynes is going to get 4 more. Rather erring down the leg side there was Tom Norton, and Haynes inside the line. Got the ball very fine down to fine leg for a second boundary of the over. So Sussex off to a decent start. Tom Haynes very quickly on to 14 into the 4th over. Sussex are 16 without loss.
Yes, Norton is obviously a hugely promising youngster with 11 wickets in his first 2 first-class games, but you have to take into account that he's raw. He's 18 years old. He's probably only played 1 full season of second-team cricket even, so you're going to get a little bit of that. You probably won't get it off Tim van der Hoogten as he comes down the slope and bowls and hits Hughes on the pad as he looks to work it on the leg side. Hughes obligingly tosses it to Callaway, coming in from gully. So this 16 for naught is in reply to Glamorgan's 155 all out, and although conditions were difficult, you would have thought it was maybe a sort of 220 to 250 par day, maybe?
Yes, I would have thought so, yes. It is tricky though.
Van der Hoogten in, bowls, Hughes leaves, good carry.
I think it's, I've said this several times today, it's got a bit brighter. It has, hasn't
Yeah,
it?
I think you're right. This,
Over sort of to the northwest.
yeah,
There are some brighter
I believe you
skies.
this time. It is slightly lighter, but I'd be surprised if they got through these. Was it another 39 overs
Yes.
after this? You're talking at least 2.5 hours. You're talking 20 to 7. Don't think so. There's that. Scott, good carry again. No shot played by Hughes this time. Through it goes to Chris Cook, accompanied in the slips by his old mucker Colin Ingram. 2 men of similar age and South African background, both making family life in South Wales these days. Van der Hoogten in. Ball's edged, and that hasn't quite carried the slips, and it's gone between them. In fact, between first and second, I don't think anyone got a hand to it, and it's run away for 4.20 for naught. Let's have another look at the replay. Yeah, I think just down to Tribe's right at second slip. And apologies that we're not getting the replays at the same time as you are at home or wherever you're watching. First boundary off Van der Hoogten. As he's in again to bowl to Hughes, who seemed to be beaten by that one. Again, it's coming through. Really nice bounce to Chris Cook, who stood well back. And accompanied by the 3 slips, who are probably expecting something sooner rather than later. Not sure if you picked it up on the effects microphone. The people in the hospitality suites were offering Tom Norton a beer.
Oh, were they?
Van der Hoogten bowls. Hughes drives through the leg side. Norton is off in pursuit, but so is Al Hassan, who is going to get to it first. There'll be an easy 2. Al Hassan picks it up 5 metres inside the ropes, and they just settled for the 2.22 without loss. Norton was forced to turn down that generous offer. Maybe in a couple of hours he might be entitled to one.
Yes. I could see he was chatting away to the fellas down below us.
I think it's, oi Norton, do you want a beer?
Yeah. Is he only 18?
Yeah.
He's a big fella, isn't he?
He is, he's well built. Could be a back rower maybe in rugby terms.
Yeah. He just looks older than 18, I have to say.
It's probably the beard that does it.
Yeah. Well, he's going to bowl his 3rd over. First 2 overs have cost 15. He's coming into bowl to Tom Haynes in a bowls, and Haynes is forward to ball of good length, and he punches it into the offside, fielded by Carlson. And there is no run. I said it was getting lighter, then all of a sudden it's got gloomier again. And noticeably, it's strange, isn't it? When this sort of heavier cloud comes in, you suddenly just see the light just really changes very quickly. It's been a strange day down here on the south coast. There's Van der Hoogten is in bowls, and Haynes is forward and plays that to mid-wicket. A cry of no.
I don't think it's an evening for strolling along the seafront here and watching the sun go down, as
no, or eating
I've been wont to do in better times.
No, it isn't. Yeah, if you were sort of sitting here on a nice bench, eating your fish and chips and watching people going along the front. There's lots of activity down at the front at Hove, as in comes Norton bowls, and he beats Haynes. Good delivery outside the off stump, taken by Cook, and there is no run. I think it might be nice the next couple of days, though, Nick. The forecast was okay for this afternoon, but certainly the forecast for the weekend is dry, so we shouldn't get any interruptions. Maybe more pleasant tomorrow. In fact, we now have got a burst of sunshine, and then it's gone. Norton in bowls to Haynes, who's forward defensively. He plays down the wicket. Norton fields of his own bowling, no run.
Are you sure that's sunshine and not just reflection of lights off the corner of the
no, I think that's sunshine.
Box?
Yeah, I think that's sunshine.
Oof.
Yeah, I do.
I believe you, thousands wouldn't.
Local knowledge. But yeah, it's certainly not full-on sunshine. Norton in again, bowls, and Haynes. That's a nice shot and well fielded. Good cricket all round, actually. Nice shot by Tom Haynes, and a very smart piece of fielding at mid-wicket by
Crane, possibly Crane.
Yes, very good. Diving to his right-hand side. That was a certain boundary had he not stopped it. Tom Haynes was in good form this morning at the toss. Been sitting for a little while, and he's a big Tottenham Hotspur supporter, is
okay.
Tom. In comes Norton bowls, and Haynes again clips to Crane, and again there is no run. So a tidy over from Norton, a maiden over. 3 overs, 1 maiden, and no wicket for 15. The Sussex 22 without loss in reply to the Glamorgan total of 155. Yes, he was. I said, I haven't seen you, Tom, since Tottenham survived in the Premier League, and he said, yeah. He said we'll be in the top 5 next season. I said, right, okay. So he's very confident. I think he's a season ticket holder. He's certainly a regular visitor. He's certainly a regular visitor to the, I think they call it the Tottenham Stadium. So anyway, Tom was very pleased with life this morning.
Yes, I'm not sure whether Spurs fans would be delighted they stayed up or act off that they came so close to relegation. Van der Hoogten bowls. Hughes turns it round the corner for 4 runs. In fact, it came off the pad. Chris Cook went diving across to his right, couldn't get a paw on it. Tom Norton has to pop over the advertising hoardings to go and retrieve the ball in front of is it club offices or something the other side of the block?
Yeah, club offices down there. I think they sometimes I think Sussex should have a steward down here really, because he's retrieved the ball as Tom Norton. And often it hops over, it skips over the advertising hoardings here as the ball rolls down the hill. He's a fit man, isn't he? Tom, as he clambers back, he's got to go past all the gubbins down here at this end of the ground.
Yes, bespectacled Tom Norton. As Van der Hoogten bowls, and Hughes knocks this one away on the leg side. Hassan is going to beat Norton to it. Single taken. 27 for North Sussex in reply to Morgan's extremely modest 155 all out.
I thought he had spectacles on.
Yep.
Okay. He's not a contact lens person, obviously.
Not sure if he bats in his specs. Might use lenses for batting.
Does Asa Tribe field in specs as well?
Yes, Asa Tribe plays the whole game in specs. Right. And Jimmy Neesham was wearing them batting the other evening as well.
Right.
As Van der Hoogten bowls and stretching forward his hands, playing to mid on no run.
How long has Neesham signed for, Nick?
He's just here for the T20 Blast.
Right. Good signing, I think. Plenty of experience.
Yeah, absolutely. Not the quickest of starts to his campaign, but he did hit the winning boundary at Taunton after a relatively slow start to his knock. Van der Hoogten bowls. Haynes plays that one to mid-off, and there is no run. He also got 3 for 24 up at Blackpool, where everyone else was being carted around the park. So he has made contributions already, Jimmy Neesham.
So he's presumably not playing international cricket anymore, or
I think he's pretty much a gun for hire on the franchise circuit. What his availability is for New Zealand T20, I'm not sure. But a man with more clubs than the average golfer, that's for sure. Van der Hoogten bowls a swing and a miss from Haynes. An airy drive outside off stump. Made no contact. So, Glamorgan rattling through their overseas players. Last season they used 6, including Matt Kuhneman for 1 championship game only.
Yes, he bowled well. The championship game here a couple of years ago. I remember Paul Farbrace was very impressed. Have you been playing for you then?
No. Would have been someone else. Can't remember who. As Haynes jabs that one into the offside. No run. Kellaway fields at point. 27 for Naught.
Yes, I can't think for the life of me who Kuhneman would have been playing for. I remember him bowling particularly well here. So, Sussex off to a decent start. My hopes of brighter skies have evaporated because it's got gloomy again, and that brighter weather that looked like it was on the horizon just now seems to be the bank of dark cloud that's been around Hove all day today. But it is going to be Tom Norton who's going to bowl his 4th over from the C end of the ground, running in away from us. He's in and bowls, and Daniel Hughes lets that one go through to wicketkeeper Chris Cook, and there is no run. So 3 slips still in place, and a ring of 3 saving 1 on the offside. The onside field, there's a mid-on and a fine leg way down in the distance, who I'm assuming is Ryan Hadley. There's Norton. Is it again? Bowls and quickly taken single by Daniel Hughes, played onto the onside. Norton needed to move smartly on his follow through to field the ball, but not before Hughes had gone through for that single, which takes him into double figures. And Sussex to 28 without loss. Look at the scores elsewhere around the country and as we go through the over. Norton does, he really does march back to his mark. I've noticed that. There's no hanging around and he's ready to bowl the next delivery. In and bowls to Haynes, who drives nicely through the covers. It'll be a couple of runs here for Tom Haynes as Rothesay gets to the ball quickly and prevents anything more than two, but a nice shot by Haynes, nicely timed. Probably his favourite shot. I think he goes to 16, that drive through extra cover. So, at Grace Road, Essex 156 for 3, a century there for Jordan Cox in just 73 balls for Essex. Probably played the best innings I saw all summer last summer down here. Norton in bowls, and again that's down the leg side, and Haynes helps it on its way for 4 runs, and he's annoyed with himself, is Norton. He's scratching away at the crease. Tom Haynes goes to 20 and Sussex to 34 without loss. He batted absolutely beautifully here, Jordan Cox. At Trent Bridge, Somerset are 176 for 4. Thomas Rue out for 68. But Jordan Herman, the South African, is still there. He's 73 not out. Norton in again, bowls to Haynes, and that's he's looking to cover drive that, and he could so easily have got a nick on that, Tom Haynes. He doesn't, the ball ends up in the gloves of Cook. But perhaps too often this season he's got out playing that sort of a shot, and you can see why.
There's a few kitchen sinks being launched, aren't there, by Tom Haynes?
There is, yeah. He does like to launch the kitchen sink, and it's great all the time it comes off. But you could also, it's so easy to nick one, and comes. Not to get, oh, he's going to get. Is he going to get caught? No, he's not. He gets away with that. Crumbs. So that's a leading edge. The ball spirals over the head of Kieran Carlson at mid-off. Tom Haynes gets a single, he goes to 21, but he's living dangerously here, is the Sussex skipper. He's 21 not out at the end of the over, a 35 without loss. So just whistling around the other games, Yorkshire 253 for 3 at Scarborough against Warwickshire. A century there for Will Laxton, he's 113 not out. In the second division, Durham 189 for 4 against Derbyshire. Kent 115 for 5 now against Lancashire at Blackpool. Northants 288 for 3 at home against Gloucester. Middlesex 193 for 3 at New Road, Worcester.
As Van der Hochten from the Cromwell Road end is in and bowls, and that's dabbed away past Gully. That'll run away down the slope for 4 runs, and Sussex galloping on to 39 without loss already. We're only in the 9th over, and it is in reply to a mere 155 all out. So tough times for Glamorgan, and really in serious need of wickets very soon. And Haynes looking to drive that one, I think.
Yeah, it was.
Making no contact. First shot was a genuine shot down between point and slips on that short side of the ground away to our left, with the pitch very much towards the pavilion side of the ground. 39 for naught. Van der Hochten to Haynes, who plays that one rather more gently back towards cover, and Van der Hochten picks it up before Carlson got to it even. Well, Hassan is doing a bit of limbering up at mid-wicket. He'll be one of the next changes along with Ryan Hadley, possibly even before Hadley. Anil Hassan tends to be a fairly economical bowler, so he'll put the brakes on, you would have thought, but Glamorgan need breakthroughs as Haynes pushes at that one, and it took off a bit, and Chris Cook took it tumbling backwards in front of his face, as if there was an extra yard of pace in that delivery. Well, Van der
That was
Houten
quick.
getting a bit of life from the pitch, where the Sussex seamers Hunt and Crocombe did from the top end. In comes Van der Houten, bowls, and dabs that one into the offside. There's probably a single there actually, because there's some way from Ben Calloway at point, but they didn't attempt to do so. 39 for naught. The cloud is certainly higher and lighter than it was, but no real signs of shadows being cast by the players. And one or two spectators, I think, have departed from the top end. Van der Houten bowls. Haynes drives. He'll get runs here up towards the sight screen. Hadley is off in pursuit, but he's not going to get near. Nicely timed shot up the slope. That went for 4. Haynes has 29. Hughes has 10, and Sussex are 43 without loss, and they're already only 112 runs behind. So if we do get all the overs tonight, Sussex could well be in front as things stand.
I would say about Sussex in recent weeks, not so much in the Championship, but certainly in the T20 competition, the amount of good starts they got, Nick, and they just didn't capitalise on those good starts. And they'll certainly be hoping that they can capitalise on this good start. For the umpteenth time today, there are brighter skies to the northwest. But
Tell it to the Marines.
so we've got the change of bowling. And it is all Hassan who's going to come in from this. The CN, Tom Norton taken out of the attack. There's still an attacking field with those 3 slips in place. In comes Hassan bowls to Hughes, who dabs that into the offside. And there is no run. 3 slips backward point, cover mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and there's deep fine leg. Let's have a look at Tom Haynes' statistics for the early part of the season. Hassan is in bowls, driven beautifully. That's a lovely shot by Daniel Hughes, over pitch, and he's drilled that away for extra cover for 4 runs. That's a lovely shot by Daniel Hughes. He goes to 14 and Sussex to 47 without loss. Nice shot.
Well, they're putting Glamorgan's batting efforts into context, aren't they? It doesn't seem that difficult at the moment. There are plays and misses, but not as many as in the visitors' innings.
Yeah, just looking at Tom Haynes, 221 runs this season in 10 innings, average of 24. Hassan in bowls to Hughes, and again, that's 4 more. Over pitched, and he's just played that beautifully timed between cover and mid off for 4 runs. That's a lovely shot. He goes to 18. 50 partnership between Hughes and Haynes in 57 balls in 35 minutes. Sussex are certainly motoring along here. Yeah, and if you're averaging 24 in the county championship, you're not going to be pressing for an England place. So that's been the issue for Tom, as I spoke about a lot pre-season, but it really hasn't happened. But there's still time to make an impression. Hassan is in bowls, and Hughes lets this one go outside the off stump, taken low down by Cook, and there is no run. Yes, I have to get updates to how Kent are doing in our updates. And so they were 111 for 2, and then find themselves 116 for 5. So it's a bit of a collapse at Whitehall. Comes Hassan bowls, and Hughes got rather tangled up and then the ball just drops in front of me, very obligingly picks up the ball and gives it to fielder who was close to him, who was Mason Crane. And there is no run. Still the wind gusting away. The flags of the two counties are billowing away on the top of the clock tower scoreboard. Hassan turns and is on his way again. Bowls, and Hughes again just lets that one go outside of the off stump through to keeper Cook. End of the over, 51 without loss. Sussex, Tom Haynes on 29, Daniel Hughes is on 18. And then reply to the Glamorgan total of 155. Top scorer was Ben Calloway, who made 33.
Yeah, another great effort from Glamorgan as they bid to push on from a very successful first block of the season. 1-2 drawn 3 and lost just the one, but they do have Surrey visiting Cardiff next week. As Van der Hochten bowls and Haynes pushes to mid-off, no run. So if Glamorgan were to lose this, got potential title contenders in Surrey coming next week. And they play them again at the Oval in the last block, so Glamorgan, we thought, might give us a relatively sedate end to the season. As Van der Hochten bowls and Haynes pushes it back to the bowler. A lot of people would have been happy with just survival, and it seemed on the evidence of the first block that might have been assured, but there's still work to do.
Yeah, I mean, that being said, Surrey have only won one game all season. They've had a lot of draws.
Yeah, well, it's the Oval pitch until recently.
Yeah, yeah.
Did have some fairly batting heavy surfaces, didn't they?
Yes. Yeah, certainly early season.
At one point. Van der Hochten bowls. Haynes is making a bit of a mess of that shot from this distance. Anyway,
No, definitely beaten, wasn't he?
looked to push forward, wasn't really with his feet to the ball or any sort of balance. Although he did eventually take his bat away, but I suspect after it had gone past the ball had gone past the bat. 51 for naught, just 104 in arrears. Van der Hochten bowls. Haynes drives to mid-wicket, fielded by Norton, and there is no run. David Harrison, the Glamorgan assistant coach, has taken up residence in the bus shelter, alias the T20 shelter down beneath us, with Andy Gorvin, one of the 12th men. Seeing if they can walk a wicket, maybe. Van der Hochten on his way towards the sea. Bowls to Haynes, who drives slightly uppishly but safely enough. Ball just bouncing out to Norton at mid-wicket. There's no run. 51 for naught. Haynes 29, Hughes 18. This after Bernard cuts 4 for 29, helped hustle Glamorgan out for just 155. Sussex hoping the light stays in this evening session and they can get up level or ahead by close of play. Van der Hochten bowls. Haynes turns this one nicely off his legs through mid-wicket. A chase for Norton. It's going to be a couple of runs. Norton slides, picks up 10 metres inside the ropes at mid-wicket. They're back for 2. He only runs in the over. 53 for naught. Sussex just 102 behind, but still with all their wickets in hand.
Well, it's been a good day for Sussex so far, and a gloomy, cold day here on the south coast. The floodlights have been on all day, but Sussex are making very good progress. They're 53 without loss in their first innings. Daniel Hughes on 18, Tom Haynes on 31, and that after they bowled Glamorgan out for just 155 earlier on today. J. Devon Nukat, very much the star of the bowling. He took 4 for 29. Meanwhile, Kent are in trouble at Blackpool in their game in Division 2 of the Championship. At one stage, Kent were 111 for 2. They're now 117 for 5. Ben Dawkins has top scored with 54. 2 wickets there for the evergreen Jimmy Anderson. As over pitching is Al Hassan, and he's driven for the third time through the offside by Daniel Hughes. That's another boundary. Hughes goes on to 22 and the total to 57 without loss.
Yeah, this is quite rare from Al Hassan. He usually manages to put the brakes on, but not today.
He's a bit frustrated, isn't he? He wanders back to his mark. Daniel Hughes is very strong through that offside area. But as I say, we've seen some very good starts for Sussex before this season, and they'll be very keen to capitalise on this. 57 without loss. Al Hassan is in again, bowls. Well, Hughes wasn't. I think I might hit Daniel Hughes on the foot actually. He's sort of hopping around in his crease, and the ball dribbles out onto the onside, and there is no run. Still the 3 slips in place. As Glamorgan search for a wicket. Al Hassan, and Hughes is running down the wicket. Plays it into the offside. Tumbling save in the covers by... Is that Billy Root who's on the field?
Yes. That's you could tell from a little shimmy of the shoulders there.
Yeah.
That's the lively Billy Root.
Right.
One of Glamorgan's 12thers for this game, along with Andy Gorvin.
Right.
Andy Gorvin's still sitting in front of us.
Al Hassan in bowls, and Hughes, and let's let that one go outside the off stump, taken by Cook, and there is no run. Has he been playing much, Billy Root? Has he been, or been in and out the side, perhaps?
He's been largely being the senior pro in the seconds, I'm afraid.
Right, okay.
It's not where he'd want to be at this stage of his career. Hasn't played in the first team this season.
Right.
He's been the spare batter on quite a lot of occasions.
Al Hassan in bowls, Hughes, bat and pad close together, plays into the onside. Better from Al Hassan, having conceded a bounder for the first ball of the over. 4 tight deliveries. And Daniel Hughes just wanders away to square leg. And surveys the field. Nice chatter around the ground as Al Hassan is in again, bowls, and Hughes defends into the offside. So good end to the final 5 balls of the over. All dot balls at the end of that over, the end of the 12th over of the Sussex innings. They are 57 without loss. Daniel Hughes is on 22, Tom Haynes is on 31. Al Hassan has bowled 2 overs, no wicket for 12. He gets a pat on the back from Chris Cook, the wicket-keeper, who Nick was saying was 40 this week or last week, Nick?
Fairly recently. Since the last time I commentated on him anyway.
Now Andy Gorvin is going on the field.
Yes.
And who's that going off? Tom Norton. Is Tom Norton? Oh no,
There's 2 have gone off at once.
How funny. We had that in the Sussex innings of it, didn't we, with players going on and off the field?
Oh, yeah, I hope it's nothing in the lunch menu that's responsible for these sudden departures.
Yeah, well, there were certainly 2 players that left the field, wasn't there?
Probably Van der Hoogten changing his boots or something, because Ryan Hadley's coming on.
Yeah.
Ryan Hadley, who has 21 wickets at, if I can read my writing, 26 or 28. Comes from having poor handwriting. Here comes Hadley, racing down the slope, and bowling, and Haynes turns his first ball through mid-wicket. Gorvin's dived, does not quite get to it, and it's a comfortable 2 runs. On to the Sussex total, and Sussex are going along far too comfortably for Glamorgan's liking, you would have thought, at this point in proceedings. Hadley 26.3 his bowling average before that ball. 59 for naught. Sussex just 96 runs in arrears, still 10 in hand. 10 wickets. Hadley bowls with a grunt of effort, and Haynes looks to play it on the offside, gets it off not entirely the right bit of the bat. And it is a dot ball.
Yes, he was looking to absolutely belt that one away through the covers, Tom Haynes. But didn't time it.
So, who will be the man to make the breakthrough for Glamorgan? That's their four seamers already, as Hadley is in and bowls, and grunt of effort again, no shot from Haynes this time, through to Chris Cook. And been talking for several years really as to the successor to Chris Cook with the Glamorgan wicket-keeping gloves.
Yeah.
And as far as the championship is concerned, he is telling the younger pretenders not yet. As Hadley bowls and Haynes plays it back to him, and there's no run. Missed, he was briefly dropped from the T20 side, Chris Cook. Came back in fairly quickly after just one game out, in fact, when Tribe went off to play T20 to play for England Lions. And Glamorgan in wicket-keeping terms, well, Will Smale did the One-Day Cup last year. Alex Horton had a run in the white ball side as well. Henry Hurl, who's been playing as a specialist batter in T20, he's a proper keeper as well. As Hadley bowls, and that's just past the slips. A spectacular attempt at third man by Billy Root, but he can't get to it, and it's run away for four, steered away by Haynes, who moves on to 37. Your brother would have stopped it. What a nasty little heckle coming in for Billy Root there.
I'm sure he gets it all the time. Dear, oh dear.
Yeah, it's one thing I've tried not to do in his spell at Glamorgan is ask him too much about his brother's progress, because I'm sure he gets well. Hadley in, bowls to Haynes, who drives on the leg side just for a single this time. 64 for naught.
Something fell out of Hadley's pocket there.
Yeah, I think it was just a cloth or something, wasn't it, on the way through?
As he was running in. Yeah.
Yes, he didn't seem to have noticed it even. Probably just a handkerchief or a ball wiping cloth of some nature.
Yeah, Chris Cook's got to pick it up. There we are.
Yeah.
Clean up your litter.
Yep. Not sandpaper, so that's all right.
Yes, that's right. Now someone else has gone off now. Is that? Oh, I don't know. People leaving the field all over the place. I was going to make a point which can't have been that important, but just as Billy Root dived to get that ball, can't remember. 64 without loss. Al Hassan is going to carry on. Still got 31 overs to be bowled tonight.
Well, you can see some spin if we're lucky.
Well, we might do. It's been all seam. Al Hassan runs away from us. Uphill bowls to Haynes, who's forward and plays that into the offside. And there is no run. Top score this season for Tom Haynes came up at Leeds in that game where Tom Price got injured. I believe that was, I think it was 63. This is top score. And so often Tom seems to get in and then get himself out. Let's see what happens today. Al Hassan in bowls to Haynes, who's forward. Playing to the onside, and there is no run. Yeah, he started off with 56 at Leicestershire in the opening game of the season, 56 and 13. Then against Warwickshire, 32 and 12. And that game at Yorkshire, he made 64. That was his top score. Hassan is in again, bowls. Well,
Felt the draft from that one.
yeah, I mean, if that goes through the covers, we say, well, it's a brilliant shot, but it's a fine line that Tom Haynes drives really. I mean, he's beaten on the outside edge.
Yeah, despite Glamorgan's poor batting performance, it's not a ball with your name on it sort of wicket.
No, I don't think so. Haynes waits, Hassan is in bowls, and Haynes this time is more circumspect, plays to mid-wicket, fielded by the aforementioned Billy Root. And there is no run, just the 2 slips in place now for Glamorgan. So, yes, I was going to say to you, so you were giving a list of names there. That suggests to me in the one-day cup that's coming up in August that Glamorgan might be quite strong, Nick. Would that be fair? Hassan is in again, bowls, and Haynes is forward, plays into the covers, no run.
They are relatively light on 100 calls, with Tribe and Callaway playing for Welsh Fire and Mason Crane playing for someone else. One of the London sides.
Hassan is in, bowls. Haynes drives, doesn't time it at all. Short extra cover footed by Gorvin. There is no run. Carlson hasn't got a deal.
Carlson hasn't got a deal, and this
That's
is something
incredible.
that has
It's incredible.
surprised many Welsh listeners and contributors to these broadcasts over the last few years, really, that he hasn't been picked.
Hassan in bowls. Haynes defends down the offside of the track. And there is no run. End of the over. 66 without loss. Hughes 22. Haynes on 38 at the end of the 14th over.
And off go the 2 12thers, so there's no injury. Obviously, just a change of boots or a quick cup of tea after your bowling spell or whatever they do. The laws are not strictly interpreted or enforced on many occasions, and players going off the field. As Ryan Hadley will continue from the Cromwell Road end. He'll be bowling to Daniel Hughes, the experienced Australian who's had considerably less of the strike. 32 balls faced against 53 to Haynes. Aussie to Aussie then on the south coast of England. Hadley bowls, Hughes across his stumps, drives back to the bowler, fields in his follow through, and there is no run.
He's a tall figure, isn't he, Hadley?
Yeah, 6'5". He could play in the second row.
He could do. Yeah.
And yeah, with Glamorgan this week and next. I think he's enjoyed his spell in Wales.
He's got a long run, hasn't he?
Yes, I mean he's not lightning pace, so he may well be the fastest Glamorgan's bowlers. As Hughes drives, and that's beaten the dive of Carlson at cover, and that's raced away up the dressing rooms for 4 runs. And Sussex galloping on to 70 without loss, almost halfway to Glamorgan's, well, earlier we said modest, now looking meagre, I think, the Glamorgan total of 155 all out.
Yes, I've just learned this season. I mean, clearly we would like our respective teams to do well, but I'll say on so many occasions this season Sussex seem to have had good starts and not quite capitalised. So, you know, and often one wicket has led to 2 or 3. So it's important that these two stay together.
Hadley in, bowls again to Hughes, no shot played this time, through to Cook. I know he's bowling downhill, but Cook seems to me to be standing a little bit further back from normal, which suggests there is quite a bit of pace to this pitch.
Yeah, and there's good bounce, isn't there? There was one earlier on from Van der Hoekten that almost knocked Chris Cook off his feet.
So it is a pitch that gives the bowlers a little bit of help, but Glamorgan have not taken advantage so far, and Sussex are rattling along at nearly 5 runs and over. Hadley bowls. That's another beautiful drive by Hughes up the ground for 4 more, straight of Carlson, who's trying to cover mid-off and the cover position, and has been beaten on either side, and so Carlson reacts by pulling Sean Dixon away from slip area, and he'll go into cover, and Glamorgan will have another run saver on the offside. 74 without loss. Sussex already looking set, you would have thought, for a significant first innings lead, with the best of the conditions to come. If they can get through tonight with something in hand, should be a bit of sunshine tomorrow. Hadley bowls short pitch ball that is called a wide. There was a querying look from Hughes to the square leg umpire, and the query was answered by Mr. Blackwell at the far end. Well, that was on height, or whether it was just shortened down leg side, I'm not sure. Certainly hadn't been in excess of short pitch balls in this over. Hadley retreats into the far distance towards the scaffolded flats, and now charging towards us. Bowls to Hughes, who shapes as if to try and chop it down to third man, and then thinks better of it. Through to Cook.
Yeah. I think he was just a little annoyed with himself at having played that shot for it. Could so easily got a little nick on that. Didn't do so though.
In comes Hadley once more, trying his luck from around the wicket for a change. Bowling to the left-handed Hughes. Drives, hasn't quite timed this one. Plays it to mid-on, end the over, but a couple of boundaries coming there. And Sussex 75 for naught, just 80 runs behind.
Yes. So Sussex getting themselves into a decent position here. We've got another 29 overs to be bowled tonight. Still the breeze gusts away here at Hove. Sussex looking to press home the advantage given them by this good opening stand between Hughes and Haynes. Tom Haynes on 38. He faces Hassan. He's in and bowls, and Haynes drives fluently to mid-off, fielded there by the Glamorgan captain, Kieran Carlson. 2 slips. A sweeper on the cover boundary. Now, who's that warming up? That looks like Ben Callaway, who's warming up at a point.
Yes, probably about an hour before Glamorgan would have wanted him to come into the attack.
Hassan in bowls, Haynes drives carefully into the covers, fielded there by Sean Dixon, and there is no run.
Tends to come on before Mason Crane. Though Crane is more of a source of wickets this season. Callaway's only had a couple, let's say he missed one game and didn't bowl in another.
In comes Hassan again, bowls to Haynes, who's defending back down the track. I was saying, having conceded those 3 early boundaries in this little spell, is bowling a much tighter line here to Tom Haynes. His 4th over, figures of 0 for 14.
Yeah, it's what they'd want from Zainul Hassan, who's very much a military medium, wicket to wicket sort of operator, try and dry up the runs, frustrate the batters.
He's in again, and Haynes again to a ball of good length is forward and pushes that out into the offside. Again it's fielded by Dixon, who enthusiastically throws the ball to wicketkeeper Chris Cook, and there is no run.
Well, Hassan averaging 30 with the bat before this game, 48 with the ball, which he'd obviously be keen to bring down.
He's in the mould. Haynes plays that one well away through backward point. Is that going to go for 4 runs? It's not. Very good bit of fielding on the cover point boundary out in the deep by, that was Tom Norton, who was very quickly round. Good bit of fielding. That could have easily gone for 4. Sliding the stop. Haynes picks up a couple of runs. He goes to 40. Sussex to 77 without loss.
That's why you have the kids to do the fielding like at club level, perhaps.
That was very good.
Get the
wasn't it?
teenagers to run round the boundary.
Yeah. Yeah. Sun is in again. Bowls and Haynes tries a lovely shot. That's 4 runs. Yeah, avoided Tim van der Hookten and went on. That was beautifully timed by Tom Haynes. And once it beats the infield here at Hove, it's virtually impossible to stop the ball running away for 4 runs. Van der Hookten's a big man. He couldn't get round quickly enough. And Tom Haynes moves on to 44. And Sussex continue to go along at a good rate of knots here. 81 without loss. Hughes on 30, Haynes on 44. 16 overs gone in the innings. So Sussex rattling on at the best part of 5 and over here.
Yes, this is horrible stuff as far as Glamorgan are concerned. Been outplayed with bat and ball. And, well, seems very early to say they're staring down the barrel, but a long, long way behind in this game, potentially, if Sussex establish the sort of lead that they look likely to as things stand. As all the sun comes back to a fielding position at fine leg, just in front of us to our right. And Hadley bounces in, bowls to Hughes, who defends on the offside, and all the sun getting some strapping back on his arms to prevent any sort of pulled muscles. As the wind still howling across the ground, the flags on the clock tower scoreboard flapping out away to our right. And still 27 overs plus to be bowled. Hadley in, bowls to Hughes, who's hit on the pad, I think. There's a gentle inquiry from Chris Cook, but no more. The ball flew through to him. You think that with all the seamers conceding, Glamorgan are going to have to go to spin sooner rather than later.
Yes.
The off spin of Callaway, leg spin of Crane, off spin of Carlson among their options. Hadley bowls and Hughes leaves. Through to Cook, and well, Glamorgan look a little bit heads down at the moment in the field. Chris Cook and Colin Ingram chatting away. Keeper and first slip. Bit of experience in those two players. Cook, a former captain of Glamorgan. Ingram also led them in the shorter formats. As Hadley is in to bowl. Driven. Oh, that was almost.
Was that almost a catch?
I think that was almost a catch on the. Well, it was certainly a good stop by Callaway at cover.
Wow.
If that had been a catch, it would have been a worldie. Now, was that on the full? I think it probably was.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be almost wrong to put that down as a chance, really, wouldn't it? When it was.
A technical chance, but no more. Really, it was 4 runs saved. Hadley in, bowls to Hughes, who tucks this one nicely through the leg side. This one might run away for 4 up to mid-wicket. Norton is doing a good go, but it's beaten both him and Van der Hoogten. Turn nicely through mid-wicket for 4. Callaway is doing even more warming up, so pretty definite that he's going to be on within an over or 2. Hadley has been expensive. His 17 balls so far have gone for 20 runs. You'd have thought with a bit of bounce, pace in the pitch that he might have enjoyed it, but Sussex have tucked into him. So they move on to 85 for naught, 70 runs behind. Hadley is in balls. Didn't have a clue where that one went. He was turned round by it completely and the ball just lobbed out towards Gully, but not all the way towards Gully. And he survives, 85 for naught, Haynes 44, Hughes has 34. And we have, Mr. Harms, still an awful lot of cricket to be played, 27 overs.
Wow, I mean, it's, 5 o'clock. So if we get through these overs, it's going to be near 7 o'clock when we finish tonight. You have to say we're nearly at the longest day of the year. What are we? Just a week away from the longest day, the 21st of June. So the spectators are going to get their money's worth today. If Sussex can carry on like this, they could have a lead by the close of play. But as I say, we've seen it before this season. Change of bowling. And will it change the progress of the match? Ben Kellaway into the attack. He's going to come bowling right arm round, I'd imagine, to start with. Yes. Comes into bowls Tom Haynes. He's in the bowls. And Haynes is back and glides that one to the sweeper on the cover boundary, who is Tim van der Hookten, who gets in the throw. Haynes goes to 45 and Sussex to 86 without loss.
And from the games I've worked on, I haven't seen him bowl left arm this season.
Okay. I remember being completely fooled at Neath when I came down for the one day a couple of years ago, and I thought, hang on, he bowled the last bowl right arm round, and then he bowls left arm, so he's ambidextrous, is Ben Kellaway. He's bowling round the wicket. In bowls, and Hughes is beaten outside the off stump. Taken by Cook, and there is no run.
Yeah, talking about the One Day Cup, I'll probably better wait till the Seamers overs, because there's not time to discuss anything in this.
Kellaway. And again bowls. Hughes defends into the offside. There is no run. I'm assuming his nickname is Keller.
Kellers. Yeah.
Kellers.
Kellers.
Okay. Well, Kellers has suddenly started well. He's in a bowl, slightly shorter. And this is not so good, but Van der Hookten is quickly round on the sweeping on the cover boundary. Keeps it to a single. Hughes goes to 35, the total to 87 without loss.
Yes, I was interviewing one of his teammates and I referred to Ben. And he looked sort of puzzled. Oh, Kellers! Obviously never called Ben.
He's again bowls. Haynes is forward defensively, plays into the offside. There is no run, fielded by Kieran Carlson. He's just moving his mid off back a shade. There's Kellaway in bowls to Haynes, who steps away to the leg side and plays the ball through the covers, fielded by Van der Hookten. So an over that just cost 3 runs for Ben Kellaway. Doesn't take a wicket though, and Sussex 88 without loss. Haynes moves on to 46. Hughes on to 35. 26 overs remaining, so the lead or the deficit rather, is 12, is 67. After Glamorgan, if you're just joining us here on BBC Radio Sussex, Adrian Harms and Nick Webb were bowled out earlier today for 155, with J. David Nugcat very much the star of the show, taking 4 for 29.
Yeah, a really difficult day at the office for Glamorgan. I mean, Welsh listeners, viewers would have hoped that they could have got into the Sussex batting order and taken 4 or 5 tonight. Looks improbable at the moment, as that's flicked by Haynes, but straight to Rothesay at square leg, makes a tumbling stop. If Sussex had been 120 for 5 or thereabouts overnight, then Glamorgan might say they're still in the game. As it is, 88 for naught and still 25 overs to come. Sussex likely to be in the lead, and a few signs of wickets falling at the moment. Hadley in. Ball is driven back to him by Haynes. Deflects it to mid-on, no run. So the Sussex opening pair making a fine start, galloping along at 4.5 plus runs per over.
Paul Farbrace has spoken a lot about in games knowing when you're in a good position and really, you know, grasping that opportunity, and Sussex have got a great opportunity here, and I'm sure Haynes and Hughes are well aware of that.
In comes Adley. Ball's turned on the leg side by Haynes, no run.
Certainly from Tom Haynes' point of view, having been short of runs this season, though he's got himself in, he's 46 not out. Certainly doesn't seem to be quite as difficult batting as when Glamorgan were batting earlier. The conditions are very similar, it has to be said. I mean, the lights are still on. But in a very strong position.
Adley round the wicket, down the slope. Balls to Haynes, who tries to turn his way on the leg side. I think it's off the thigh pad, but it's a single to the Sussex total nonetheless. No signal. Bit of bat or glove in there somewhere. Reminder that England women begin at 6:30 this evening on a World Cup campaign against Sri Lanka women. And you can listen to that on 5 Live Sport and on the BBC Sport website as well. Adley miles away. He's on the sponsor's logo as he charges in. Balls to Hughes. No shot played through outside off stump.
That was a pacey delivery.
It's a pacey pitch.
Yeah, I heard it thump into Cook's gloves.
Elsewhere in Division 1, Essex 208 for 3 against Leicestershire. Jordan Cox is still going, 117 not out of 96 deliveries. I think he's slowed down a bit there, actually.
Yeah. He's another player who I'm a little surprised hasn't had an opportunity. I know he broke his thumb in New Zealand, I think that was last year, but I think he's a fine player.
Well, he's next in line now, isn't he?
Yeah.
In the England squad. As no shot played by Hughes. It's a bye as Cook had to go miles to his right. The ball came back a long way after it had passed the bat. And through for a bye. At Leicestershire, by the way, was a delayed start, so Essex making good progress there. Trent Bridge, Somerset 202 for 4. Jordan Herman, the new South African signing, is still there, having opened on 87 not out. Thomas Roux made 68 there. And at Scarborough, Yorkshire 296 for 3, with Will Luxton 137 not out, and that's against Warwickshire.
Ben Kellaway is going to bowl his second over of this innings from the C end of the ground. He's in around the wicket. Past umpire long bowls, and Daniel Hughes defends. And just onto the onside, fielded by Sean Dixon, who trots in from mid-wicket to field. And there is no one, just the one slip in place. 3 men saving 1 on the offside, sweeper on the cover boundaries, a short fine leg as Kellaway is in again. Bowls and driven by Hughes. We'll just pick up the single because Van der Hookton is smartly in from the cover boundary to field, but not before Hughes has gone through for his 36th run, 91 without loss. The rest of that leg side field, there's a mid-wicket and mid-on and a deep mid-wicket. Yes, Kellaway is again around the wicket. Bowls. Haynes is solidly forward, bat and pad close together, plays it back down the offside of the pitch. And again, there is no run.
Chestler Street, Durham 203 for 4 against Derbyshire.
Kellaway was on his way into bowl. I think a seagull flew right in the line of Tom Haynes' sight there, which they just stepped away. That's Callaway. He's in again. Bowl, full toss, and Haynes drills that down the ground. If he hits, he's out. Oh, that was a risky single. Good bit of fielding at mid-on by Tom Norton, who was very quickly to the ball and threw at the stumps. And I think if Tom Haynes if it had hit, I think Haynes was a goner. It was a full toss. He drilled it straight to mid-on. We might see this. Oh, I think he was out, wasn't he? Bit of hit.
Yeah, he just hit the ball too hard to pinch a single there.
He did. Good pick up by Norton. Callaway in again, bowls, and Hughes defends into the offside, no run.
Yeah, if you're going to be critical, probably should have hit from there. Got the pick up right, but the ball just over the top.
22 without loss. Callaway in again, bowls. Hughes is forward, a bit annoyed with himself. Tom Haynes, if he'd ran himself out. Another tidy over from Ben Callaway, who's just done the job for his skipper here. Glamorgan needed someone just to dry up the runs. It looks like Norton's going to come on to bowl from the far end of the ground, the Cromwell Road end, which can be quite tricky for bowlers who've never bowled here before. You talk to bowlers down the years I imagine this is probably the first time Tom Norton has bowled at Hove. I mean, he might have played a second 11 game or something, but it can take a little while just to get used to the camber of the ground. 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 23 in his opening spell. Probably means he'll take 3 for none now, but it can be tricky. But,
well, we've seen he can make things happen in that Durham Derbyshire game. No one's actually got 50. Beddingham 49, the top score so far in 203 for 4. Shoaib Bashir is playing for Derbyshire, strangely. 9 overs, 0 for 22.
Yeah, it is odd, isn't it?
Does that mean that they want to keep him in rhythm, or they're going to drop him? As Haynes has another huge slash outside off stump, and Kieran Carlson thought he heard something from mid-off. Unfortunately, the skipper, who's always an enthusiastic appealer, had absolutely no reaction from anyone else on the field.
No, he didn't.
Bless him. Oh dear. So, who knows what Shoaib Bashir playing for Derbyshire means. Norton bowls through outside off. Haynes plays no shot.
Well, it's certainly a strange one, isn't it? Because I wouldn't imagine anybody else who's playing in that test match is playing.
We didn't bowl in the last one, did he?
No.
Very peculiar.
I would have thought you'd always want to go into a test match with a recognised spinner, wouldn't you? I mean, well, that's not the way that England think, really, is it?
Norton bowls, Haynes leaves. I mean, my view would be to go to Rian Ahmed to bat at 7 as your all-rounder, and then that takes Bashir out of the equation, and you can play someone else to come in lower order as a specialist bowler.
Well, he can certainly bat Rian Ahmed.
As Haynes drives into the offside, but doesn't get it past Carlson this time. So means maybe if Archer comes in to replace Atkinson, and then you've got, who else is in the squad? Fisher
at the Oval actually might be a good shout.
Yeah. Is that caught behind? Glamorgan think it is. Norton celebrates. Cook took it cleanly. Umpire says no. Haynes stands. Well, look to have come back maybe off an inside edge, Glamorgan thought it was.
He was certainly very excited about it.
Everyone behind the wicket was. Norton was almost celeb appealing. And umpire Blackwell was unmoved, maybe thinking that it had brushed the thigh on the way through.
Yeah, it was
a ball that came back, and if it hit anything, it hit the inside edge. But Norton is unrewarded. He is this time, though, and Haynes nicks this one to slip where Tribe takes the catch, and Norton does get the breakthrough. Having been denied the previous ball, it's 92 for 1. Haynes has gone for a lively 48.
Well, good bowling by Tom Norton. I think Tom Haynes will be a little disappointed. Let's just see if we can see the dismissal again. Good low catch actually though by Tribe, because that went very quickly. It was well taken. So Haynes getting Sussex off to a good start, but again I think he'll be a little disappointed that not to have gone and made a really big score, but he gets a good hand from the Sussex crowd. First wicket goes down from 92, and we have seen from Sussex this season that one has led to 2 and then 3. And Tom Alsop coming out at number 3 as a replacement for Tom Clark, who is out for several weeks with a knee injury. We'll see a replay of that.
Well, having observed some of Tom Norton's early cricket in the first team, and he has once or twice been a little bit expensive, as he was in the first spell here, but I think he's proven that he is a player who can make things happen with 7 wickets in his first match, 4 in the first innings of his second before a truncated second innings. So that's his 12th wicket, and you know, he's only just over a fortnight into a championship career really. So well done to the young man. Lancashire against Kent at Blackpool. Kent in trouble at 139 for 7. Jimmy Anderson with a couple of wickets, so too Bailey and Liam Livingstone the man at the moment.
So Kellaway is in, bowls to Daniel Hughes, who plays into the offside. Now we have got some proper sunshine, Nick.
Yeah, well, yes, I can see that, the sun now, or a round bright disc reflecting off the glass. I'll take this as sunshine.
And comes Kellaway, he's gone again now, bowls to Hughes, who's forward, plays into the offside. Now this is where it's important that Daniel Hughes stays in for Sussex. You don't want to throw away a good start. 92 for 1. Plenty of time left in the game. It's only the first day of the match, but all of a sudden Glamorgan just sensing that now may be the time to get 1 or 2 fielders around that. Kellaway's done a good job here. Comes in and bowls. Hughes is back and hits this firmly through point, picks up a single. He goes to 37 and Sussex to 93 for 1, brings Tom Alsop on to strike. So there's a bit of gardening. Takes his garden off. This is Tom Alsop's first championship match of the season actually. He's
12 matches last year.
Yeah.
Missing out on the first 6 this year.
Yeah. And in the side because of the injury to Tom Clark. Kellaway is in, bowls, and Alsop, another left-hander, plays it to backward point, fielded there by Al Hassan. There is no run. I'm rather glad we moved our effects microphone because things seem to be getting quite lively to our right-hand side with the guys there. As Alsop plays that slightly uppishly towards Al Hassan. I don't think it was a chance. Half parried. Well, I don't think it was a chance.
No.
No. Just bounced in front of him, but Alsop is on his way. 94 for 1.
To be honest, it's preferable really to have a bit of fun and noise to the sound of one hand clapping.
It is. And comes Kellaway, bowls, and Hughes is forward. Another tidy over from Ben Kellaway. He's doing a good job here. 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket, 4-7, 94 for 1. Sussex. The excitement seems to be because one of the gentlemen down below us has lost a shoe. I'm not quite sure how he lost his shoe, but the others seem to think it's quite funny. So anyway, they're having a good time.
Fair enough. One of the problems at Sophia Gardens is that the end that our commentary box is at, the Cathedral Road end, the stand beneath us tends to go into shade as the day goes on, and so sometimes by the last session there's hardly anyone sitting in front of us to make any noise. So I don't mind a few people on the Friday afternoon liveners. Norton looking to follow up his success, bowling to Alsop, who drives. It's a no ball, and the applause is entirely unrelated to the no ball being delivered.
I think the applause is because the gentleman's managed to get his shoe back on.
Something a bit of a difficult task in his state,
yes,
was it?
and he's got his beer back, so the others seem very pleased about that.
Shoe tick, beer tick, what more can a chap want on a Friday evening? Norton in, bowls to Alsop, no shot played. At Northampton, Northants 342 for 4 against the struggling Gloucesters, with 142 from the bat of Saif Zaib and 112 not out for Nathan McSweeney. Gloucestershire in a bit of a pickle at the bottom of the table.
Yes, they are.
Norton bowls, Alsop runs it down towards third man deliberately for a single. 97 for 1. Worcestershire against Middlesex at New Road. Middlesex 219 for 6. Robson made 70. Yes, Deploy is 54 not out, but a 3-wicket spell from Adam Finch has pegged Middlesex back. Glamorgan won't have happy memories of Worcester after the other night there. There's Norton bowls outside off stump, wideish ball. Hughes plays no shot. Where Kieran Carlson won the toss, decided to bowl first and have a chase, only to find out that it was pretty much pitch black by the time they were chasing. There's Norton bowls, no shot played again by Hughes. They actually went off for bad light during the Glamorgan chase, but went back on when it got a fraction brighter. But yeah, I don't think it's a decision Kieran Carlson would be repeating of an evening game at New Road again. But he probably hasn't played an evening game there before, since the groups have all changed round this year.
Of course, the only ground without floodlights.
Yeah. There's a short ball from Norton that Hughes initially shaped to pull it, but then pulled out of when realising that it was coming towards him rather quicker than he thought.
These games can change very quickly, Nick. I mean, I think Kellaway's done a really good job here for Glamorgan. He's just put the brakes on. Glamorgan might feel if they can pitch a couple of wickets here, then it won't have been such a bad day after all. Sussex need to make sure they don't.
Norton in, balls, Hughes drives squared the wicket to Kellaway at backward point, no run. Dixon rather than Kellaway. It's usually Kellaway there. He swapped passes with Chris Cook and gets the ball back for Ben Kellaway to bowl from this CM. 97 for 1, just 58 runs behind. 21 overs theoretically remain to be bowled this evening, and we might actually get them if it stays this sort of conditions.
We might do. It's certainly getting a little brighter. It's going to be Kellaway who comes in and bowls, and Alsop is forward, plays it down the onside of the track, and there is no run. It keeps going brighter and then darker again, does it? It's been a strange day. It's going through one of those darker phases at the moment as Kellaway is in and bowls. Alsop defends into the offside. There is no run. He's just doing a good job, isn't he, Kellaway? He's just keeping things nice and quiet in his 4th over, no wicket for 7, and considering Sussex got off to such a good start. Kellaway again bowls. Alsop is forward, plays to mid-on, fielded by the eager Norton. Again, there is no run. Kellaway. Bowls cut away by Alsop. Straight to Andy Gorvin, who is on as a 12th man for somebody, I'm not sure who. But there is no run. 3 dot balls, 4 dot balls to start the over. Kellaway in bowls, Alsop is forward defensively, played into the offside. Again, there is no run. They're just building a little bit of pressure here, Glamorgan. Tom Alsop just surveys that offside field. 4 men saving 1 on the offside. There's a slip as well, and a sweeper on the cover boundary. Now the mid-off has gone a little deeper. Asa Tribe just down below us as In again is Kellaway, and there's a maiden over from Ben Kellaway. 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 7. At the end of the over, Sussex on 97 for 1. Hughes on 37, Allsop on 2. 20 overs remaining in the day. Would you like a cup of tea, Nick?
Oh, if you're making, Adrian, that's very kind
I
of you.
shall go and put the kettle on.
Good man. And the good folk who run the BBC Live scores page, which is always worth a look with updates from all the games. That might be a bit murky, that one. Perhaps you could give it a sloosh out because it's had coffee in it. There we are, on-air production. Norton in, bowls to Hughes, who drives into the offside and gets a single. Round of applause. Thought the 100 was up for a moment. It's just a round of applause for a nice shot. A Sussex listener, Johnny, has provided our text team with a team of Toms, because earlier on they had a team of Bens on this particular page. There's Tom Norton bowls and Tom Allsop plays on the offside. So the team of Toms could include Haynes, Kohler, Cadmore, Lammonby, Banton, Rue, Clark, Allsop, Price, Curran, Helm and Norton. It's a bit light on spin, but it's a feasible team, certainly. Norton bowls and pulled by Allsop, but not really timed, and there's a good diving stop by the big man Ryan Hadley at square leg. And there is no run. Just scrolling through to see if I can easily find their team of Bens. I might have to wait until Adrian is back with us. Kellaway would be Glamorgan's contribution. There's Norton bowls, and that's a nice drive by Allsop through the offside. Racing away for 4, and that is his first-class boundary of the season. A fine one through the covers up to the short pavilion side of the ground. 49.7 yards, and that does bring up the Sussex 100. 102 for 1, Allsop on 6. Norton in bowls, no shot played by Allsop this time. Through to keeper Cook it goes. Norton with his 12th wicket of the season to get the breakthrough. Glamorgan need, you'd have to say, at least another 3 by close of play to stay anywhere in this contest as things stand. Norton bowls, also clips this one firmly through mid-wicket, and he'll get at least a couple here. Van der Hoogten, gives it a heroic charge to save 1 run, flicks it back in field to fellow fast bowler Ryan Hadley. Ah dear. That was a long way to go to save 1 run, and a lot of yardage for Van der Hoogten in particular. And the team of Bens, provided by a couple of listeners up in Scarborough, suggest this as a possible team that's better than any other single name first team in the championship. Compton, McKinney, Duckett, Folkes, wicketkeeper, Cox, well, he could be wicketkeeper as well, Stokes, Rain, Kellaway's in, bowls, and that's defended out on the offside by Allsop, no run. They haven't got Kellaway in it. Oh, heavens. Dear, dear, dear. They haven't got a spinner in it. Oh, this is terrible. Ben Kellaway has not made the team of Ben suggested by one listener, as Allsop is forward and defending. So middle order of Stokes, Rain, Green, Aitchison, Sanderson and Code. Well, that's a beginning of the season side with no spinner. As back on his stumps goes Allsop and defends the next ball. I'm offended on behalf of all Welsh people. They've forgotten about Ben Callaway and their team of Bens. Get rid of one of those seamers and get Kellers in. Balls and forward comes Allsop to defend. No run. Callaway thinks about picking it up, but Sean Dixon says I'll do that one instead. Morgan pushed Dixon back to the mid-wicket boundary as Ben Callaway is in and bowls, and that's defended by Allsop. Back to the bowler. No run. Callaway bowls and Allsop looks to play an expansive drive, but gets it off the bottom of the bat. Ball just trickles away, and it's a maiden over from Callaway. 5 overs at a cost of just 7 runs. Norton's more expensive, but he has got the 1 wicket to fall so far. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 34. Sussex 105 for 1, just 50 runs in arrears of Glamorgan's 155 all out, in which Unadkat took 4 for 29, and Callaway top scored with only a 33. Sussex have already got 16 boundaries. As Norton bowls, Hughes punches this one firmly off the back foot through the offside up to the pavilion boundary, but fielded by the sweeper. Single taken. Glamorgan hit 19 fours and a 6 in their entire innings. Sussex already have 16 fours. Norton in bowls, no shot played by Allsop, who, as befits a man really in his first championship game of the season, is taking a reasonably cautious approach to these early stages of his innings as he looks to build. Norton in, round the wicket to the left-hander. Bowls to Allsop, who gets on top of this one. And it's fielded by Dixon in the covers. Callaway almost got to it from point, but was backed up well by Dixon. 106 for 1, 49 runs behind us. Sussex here on BBC Sport Online. As Norton bowls again to Allsop. I thought for a moment he'd got an edge on that one. Good amount of bounce and carry. Flew through to Chris Cook, chest high. It's just another dot ball. Thank you for your beverage making effort, sir.
That's right, I thought I'd give it to you in a nice Sussex mug.
It's all right. I'll drink out of anything. Norton in, bowls, and no shot played by Allsop. While you were away, Adrian, I've been reading out a couple of contributions from listeners to the BBC text page, in which they came out with a team of Toms, which naturally included quite a few Sussex players,
yes,
and also a team of Bens, which bizarrely, but the contributors were from Scarborough, didn't include Ben Callaway. But should have, because they didn't have a spinner. No shot played by Allsop again to the last ball of the over. So it's 106 for 1, 49 in arrears still.
Well, it's been a good little spell this for Glamorgan, Nick, and I guess you could say for Sussex as well, and that Sussex haven't lost a wicket. Kellaway's done a good job for his county. 5 overs, 2 mains, no wicket for 7. The light again is not great. And it makes you wonder whether we are going to see anything better today. But Kellaway is going to count. We've still got 17 overs to be bowled tonight. Whether we're going to get all those in, I think remains to be seen. But certainly Glamorgan are hastening through their overs, and certainly helps having Ben Kellaway bowling. He's going to be bowling to the left-handed Daniel Hughes, who's 39 not out. You can hear the wind has really got up again, sort of whistling around the ground as Kellaway is in and bowls, and Hughes plays firmly into the covers, fielded there by Al-Hassan, and there is no run. Kellaway again just pauses. In and bowls, and Hughes this time works this one away through the covers to the field on the cover boundary. I think the light is as bad as it's been all day, you know, Nick, actually. And I just noticed umpire Nigel Long is looking at Ian Blackwell, and it's got really dark. Almost in front of our eyes here, you can see the dark. In fact, Ben Kellaway just looked towards the light to see what's going on. It's got really, really gloomy, literally in the last few moments. Kellaway is in again, bowls, walks up his forward and works this one back to the square on the legs. I think the umpires can have a word with each other here, you know, Nick.
Well, we'll see now, presumably at the end of the over, because it's one thing facing an off-spin in this light, but it's probably unplayable by now for a seamer anyway.
And look how the lights on the scoreboard are really glowing brightly now. Kellaway is in. Bowls, played into the offside. There is no... I'm not so sure it's not raining, you know, in the distance. Out to the northwest of the ground.
Yeah, happy to see Sussex bowl in these conditions. Glamorgan bowling, you want to get off? Come on, Adrian.
Oh dear. Kellaway, thanks very much. We are ready. There's play through the offside. Good bit of fielding at backward point. There is no run. She's waiting for an update. Well, Ben, it's been an excellent day for Sussex here. The floodlights have been on all day, mind you, and it's been a pretty cold, gloomy day. But Sussex won the toss, bowling first. They bowled out Glamorgan for just 155. J.D. Nukat on his first appearance of the season for Sussex, the Indian left-arm seamer, picking up 4 for 29. Then in reply, Sussex off to a great start, 92 without loss before Tom Haines was well caught at slip for 48. Daniel Hughes is still going along nicely. He's on 40. Tom Alsop on 10. Sussex 108 for 1, but the light not good, and the umpires are just having a discussion to see whether we'll be going off the field.
Let's have a look.
We're going off.
That's it for the time being.
Yes.
Now, the light levels have varied, so this might well not be it in terms of close of play.
No, I agree. I don't think this will be a long stoppage at all. I mean, there are brighter skies in the distance, but all of a sudden it just got very, very dark. You know, you could almost see it closing in. So I'm not surprised that we've got, certainly with Tim van Hoek, but I don't think this is going to last very long. I agree with Nick. That there are brighter skies in the distance. And I doubt we'll lose any time, actually, Nick. This is the first break we've had. So bad light has stopped play here at Hove, with Sussex 108 for 1. What's the time? It's 17:37.
We'll take a brief break, shall we? But
yes,
I think we're going to have more. So leave your phones, laptops, whatever, switched on, because I think we're going to probably get more in the next 10-15 minutes.
Yes, I agree. Thanks for listening. We'll have a quick breather and a cup of tea and be back with you. And I'll say I feel fairly certain there'll be some more play this evening.
have a bet on when the bad light with it or something?
Well, we didn't think that interruption would last too long, and indeed it's lasted for exactly 5 minutes. And we are back underway here at Hove.
Haven't even finished the cup of tea that Adrian kindly made me.
No, it's it was really odd. It just got incredibly dark, and everybody started looking at the sky as if something was going to happen. But we're back on, and that delay has only lasted for 5 minutes. As in comes Van der Hoekten around the wicket bowls to Alsop, who lets that go, gets the gloves and bat high out of the way. Through to keeper Cook, and there is no run. So we've still got 16 overs to be bowled tonight. I just have a feeling that may not be the last interruption for the light. In fact, I think you've probably said to Sussex now, we're off for the day. I think they'd be delighted. But doesn't quite work like that, as Van der Hoekten is in again. Bowls, Alsop defends stoutly to mid-on, fielded there by Hadley. I mean, in this sort of situation, Nick, you sort of feel that Glamorgan are the only side who can win out of this situation for the remainder of today, because the light is variable. You know, Sussex will be thinking, we just want to get through the day now. And
yeah, I think Hughes, reasonably well set, might disagree with you.
Possibly. Van Hookton in bowls to Allsop, who defends onto the onside, and there is no run. Yeah, I just don't have the feeling if you could say to Sussex, right, you go in tonight 108 without loss and it's going to be a nice sunny day tomorrow, they'd say, yeah, we'd take that. But the lights have been on all day. It hasn't been easy for the batters. Our friends have gone.
The Boozers?
The Boozers have gone, yeah. They've gone. As Van Hookton is in, bowls to Allsop, who's caught a second slip, is he? Yeah, wicket goes down, Allsop has gone. Well, I did say earlier on that Sussex have throughout this season had good starts and then rather let the situation slip. And we've had an interruption for bad light, and immediately on the resumption, a wicket goes down.
Colin Ingram getting underneath it at slip. Did well there.
Well, that's 12 catches today. We've had all 12 wickets have been catches, and some good catches as well in the slip cordon. And Tom Allsop given a rare opportunity in the Championship side at the expense of Tom Clark, who's out with a long-term knee injury. And Sussex suddenly 108 for 2, and I just felt that if, you know, one wicket leads to 2, and, you know, Sussex just need to make absolutely certain they don't let this good advantage slip. But Glamorgan fighting back, and credit for that. The new man coming in. Now, is this going to be James Coles or Jack Leading? It looks like James Coles. Or is it Jack Leading? We shall see. It's a long way away.
To be fair to Tom Allsop there, he accepted the words of the fielder
Yes,
that he'd caught it, because
Yes,
it was
he
a
did.
low catch. Colin Ingram did just about get his hands underneath it, but I think that's really good sportsmanship from Allsop, because he looked behind him to get the confirmation of the fielder rather than back down the wicket to get the confirmation of the umpire. So well done, Allsop.
Oh, that's good. Well, I'm sure he's a very honest guy, is Tom Allsop. He'll be disappointed to be back in the pavilion for 10. A wicket for Tim van der Hookton. So 108 for 2. The new man in is Jack Leaning, who made a very good 100 here in the win against Warwickshire earlier on this season. He's been short of runs in the T20 competition.
This is interesting. Sean Dixon is going in at short leg, because they've just had a helmet brought on.
Well, I wonder if that's something that an awful lot of research goes on, isn't there, to different players. I wonder if that's some research that Glamorgan have done. As Van der Hookton is in and bowls to Leading, set to the pad. There's a loud appeal, which is turned down by Ian Blackwell, and the ball is thrown at the stumps by Asa Tribe and misses, and suddenly there's just a different feel to this game, Nick. A couple of wickets make all the difference.
Yeah, they weren't that close together, but Glamorgan getting a little bit of a bang-bang feeling.
Yeah. Van der Hookton with his tail up. Final ball of his 7th over. In down the hill and bowls. And that's a big shout. That's, oh, they're all up for that one. And Jack Leaney was rather caught on the crease. He's not too far forward there, you know.
That looked a better appeal. Maybe he's just got outside off stump Jack Leaning there.
Well, we've seen those given, you know. That's a good shout. That's a good shout. Even from here, it looked a good shout, Nick. And having looked at the replay, I think Jack Leaning might consider he might have got away with one there. Unless he got a little nick on that, but I don't think so. Well,
interesting to hear the umpire's reasons. It's hit him below the knee roll. Maybe, just maybe, there was a hint of an inside edge.
Well, it was a good shout, no question about that. And I wouldn't have been surprised to have seen umpire Blackwell's finger raised.
Yeah, having seen the replays, that did look out. Anyway, here comes Ben Kellaway from this C end. Bowls and Hughes pushes forward. Hughes having relatively the smaller share of the strike while Haynes was around. So on 40 is Hughes, and he's played that one nicely through the covers for a single out to Van der Hoogten, who is sweeping. And yes, trying to read Van der Hoogten's body language from about 50 metres away. That looked a little disgruntled, the way he threw that ball in. If one can return a ball in from the boundary in a disgruntled manner. As if he thought he should have had 2 wickets instead of 1.
Well, Sussex were 92 for 1 in 20 overs, Nick. And now we've had 29 overs and they've scored 109. So the run rate is really slow, but they're going at 2 and over for the last 10 overs, which shows what a good job Kenaway has done.
Yeah, he's done the holding role, hasn't he?
Totally. I mean,
probably earlier in the match than they would have wanted him to do.
No, he's done a very good job.
So Callaway in balls. There's a token inquiry as Leaning was shaping to play that one down leg side. No run. Callaway in, nice easy little jog, and forward comes Leaning. Finds the middle of the bat that time. 109 for 2, just 46 runs in arrears. There's Callaway in, balls, a little faster, Leaning defends it off the back foot. Al-Hassan swoops in from mid-wicket, and yeah, there is a noticeable change in Glamorgan's body language and demeanour in the field, having been under the pump early on. Callaway bowls, Leaning stretches forward, defends, and Callaway has whipped through another cheap over. 7 overs, 0 for 10, 109 for 2. We have 14 overs to come of the day's play if the light lasts, and signs are now that it might do.
Yeah, absolutely. It just goes to show how these games can swing, and just, you know, what Callaway has done is just shore up an end. It's just brought a little bit of pressure, a couple of wickets go down. I know we were saying Daniel Hughes is set here, is on 41, but it's important for Sussex that he stays there. There's still 14 overs to go tonight. As I say, Sussex would have settled for this, but they've got some overs to get through. As in comes Van der Hoogten, round the wicket, bowls to Hughes, who lets that go. Good leave by Daniel Hughes through to Chris Cook, and there is no run. Again, brighter skies to the west, but heavier cloud away to the north of the ground. Tom Norton's going through a warm-up routine down below us. He looks like a very enthusiastic cricketer, as he should be, of being 18 years of age. He's got a big grass smear all the way down the side of his trousers. Picked up the wicket of Tom Haynes. Van der Hoogten in again. Bowls, Hughes is forward, plays into the offside, picks up a single. 1 more to the total again. The light starts to fade as that darker cloud comes down from the downs. 110 for 2 are Sussex here on BBC Radio Sussex. Live cricket on the BBC. Adrian Harms and Nick Webb steering you through the action here.
Yeah, I had an inquiry from Duncan on the email, glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk, about Jamie McIlroy and his first team chances.
And the Hookton coming over the wicket to the right-handed Leaning. And Leaning is forward, plays down the offside of the track, and there is no run.
I think the answer to that is, unfortunately for Jamie McIlroy, yes, it would provide a left-arm option, seam option for this squad, but he hasn't really got enough wickets for the twos to force himself back into contention. I think he's only been in 1 or 2 first-team squads this season, apart from the game down at Hampshire that he played in.
Van der Hoogten in again, bowls, Leaning is forward. Sorry, Nick.
And he just got back into the team and suffered concussion in a fielding incident in that game and was unable to play in the next game, and Norton obviously has taken his chance. So I take your point, it would be a better balanced side if there were a left arm seam option, but not quite at the moment till he knocks over a few more for the twos, I would guess.
2 slips and a short leg are the only close fielders. And Hookton in bowls to Leaning, who plays firmly to mid-wicket. There is no run, still searching for his first run.
Freddie Jones, surely the shoeless wonder, and his mob will be escorted off the ground. Quick speed, can't be seen to be having fun at a championship game. Perish the thought, says Freddie in a freezing mumbles.
Oh right, interesting, it's cold in the mumbles. It's pretty cold here as well, but yeah, they've had a good day, and they didn't upset anyone though.
Yeah, I think the club were quite happy to take their pounds off them over the bar.
I'm sure they were. Van Ookter in bowls, Leaning is forward, squirts that one through backward point. There's a slight misfield, and that allows Jack Leaning to pick up a single, which gets him on the way. Who was that misfielding?
Callaway, that's a rarity.
Ooh.
That's your one for the season, Ben.
I say misfielding, he sort of seemed to dive over the top of the ball. Anyway, Leaning is going to pitch the strike. 111 for 2, Hughes on 42, Leaning on 1. The last home game here, was it the last championship game here? Yes, there were a group of guys. In fact, I think there were 2 or 3 stag doos here on a particular Saturday.
Wow.
And they took a particular liking to Ben Green, the Leicestershire all-rounder. And they had a good time. They were singing songs, and I don't think anyone minded too much. You wouldn't have wanted to sit next to them, but you know, they brought some atmosphere to it. And in fact, the Leicestershire lads said at the end that they really, you know, they enjoyed it. It was a bit of good-hearted fun. So, and we want to encourage people to watch county championship cricket.
Absolutely.
So it's no use people like me being snooty and saying, "Oh, well, we don't like the noise."
More the merrier.
Yeah, I agree.
And presumably, with the volume of the noise today, Acer Tribe is now signalling to get some shin pads on as well, so they're going to bring in a second close fielder, it appears. Ben Callaway is bowling with Sean Dixon at short leg. It's usually the youngster Tribe under the lid first choice. Today it's Dixon. As Callaway is in to bowl to Leaning, who prods it just wide of short leg to Al Hassan at mid wicket. And there is no run. Liam Livingston's having quite the week. He's got a 5 foot for Lancashire. He's Callaway bowls and Leaning drives nicely into the covers, but Mason Crane is lurking in front of the pavilion, so it's just a single.
Yes,
12 for 2.
But this is just the sort of reason why Paul Farbrace brought Jack Leaning to Sussex from Kent. You know, this is just the situation, isn't it? An experienced player. You know, your job is to be there at the close of play. That's his job now.
Callaway into Hughes, stretches forward and defends. No run.
Good weather forecast tomorrow, and you'd want to be there.
Yes, you want to be batting on a batting day, don't you? Callaway bowls and Hughes again forward defensively. What have we got? 12 overs left. I think he's going to shut up shop tonight, but he's happy to play out Ben Callaway, it seems, at the moment. As this one's prodded away on the offside, Al Hassan makes ground at cover and fields, no run.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's a long time just to prod the ball over, but the number one priority here is don't lose a wicket.
Last ball of the Callaway over. And he comes to bowl to Hughes, who knocks it away on the leg side. Carlson swoops, no run. Just the single off. 112 for 2. Sussex 43 runs behind Glamorgan with 12 overs remaining of the day's entertainment, and the Radio Wales will require an update.
I can see some blue sky.
Oh, hey.
A patch of blue sky has appeared above Hove. Not a big patch, but it is a patch of blue sky. It's followed by some darker cloud, I have to say, and it's moving across very quickly. But nonetheless, maybe signs that the improved weather is at least on its way to Hove, as a flock of seagulls swirls and circles above the head of Tim van der Hookton, who's running in down the hill to bowl to Jack Leaning, and Leaning drives, and not at all where he intended. He came off the inside of edge of the bat, and it's up at mid-wicket instead of mid-off, where he was attempting to play that drive. And there is no run. 112 for 2. The couple of the well, that's Richard Dawson doing a little tour of the ground, the Glamorgan head coach. Van der Hookten in, bowls, leading, stretches forward, plays into the offside. Again, there is no run. I think Nick said that's David Harrison, who's the one of the backroom staff at Glamorgan. He's got a bobble hat on, which probably tells you everything you need to know about the temperature here at Hove today. You said there'd be more seagulls circling as the evening went on, and that's certainly the case. There's a 15 or 20 circling around at the Cromwell Road end as Van der Hookten is in. Bowls to Leading. Oh, crumbs, that could have gone anywhere. He was all at sea there, Jack Leading. He was going to force that one away on the offside, and the ball's ended up sort of dribbling towards short leg. And, well, he's made a lot of cricket in his career, Jack Leading. And he'll know the importance of being there tomorrow morning for Sussex, but there's work to be done. 112 for 2. Van der Hookten has already picked up 1 wicket. He's in again, bowls to Leading, and this time Leading is much more solidly forward. Plays that to mid-off, fielded by the Glamorgan skipper, Kieran Carlson. And there is no run, so 2 slips, a third man. There's a point and an extra cover, mid-on, short leg, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. There's now 4 members of the Glamorgan backroom staff just literally down below us, watching on, talking to Zain Al Hassan on the boundary edge as in comes Van der Hookten bowls, and Leading looks to clip that one away through mid-wicket, doesn't time it. And there is no run. Total remains 112 for 2. Van der Hookten's been very economic. This is his 9th over. 1 more ball remaining of that over. Current figures, 2 maidens, 1 for 20. This would be his 3rd maiden over. As the seagulls gather in increasing numbers at the far end of the ground. I don't know what's attracting them, but there's plenty of them. As in comes Van der Hookten, bowls to Leading, and Leading is forward. Well, that's a good over from Tim Van der Hookten, and credit to Jack Leading, who's really gutsing it out there. Maiden over, 9 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 20. Sussex 112 for 2. Daniel Hughes on 42. Jack Leading is on 2. If you're just joining us, earlier on today, Glamorgan bowled out for 155, having been asked to bat this morning. J. Devon Nugcat, very much the star bowler for Sussex. He took 4 for 29. All 10 of those Glamorgan batsmen were caught, as were the 2 for Sussex that are out. So 12 wickets have gone, 12 catches in the match, as Ben Kellaway is going to bowl from the C end of the ground. He's in and bowls, forward stretches. Hughes plays into the offside, and there is no run. 11 overs remaining in the day, and a shaft of sunlight makes its way across Hove. Kellaway again. Around the wicket, bowls, Hughes forces that into the covers. There is no run. Just to give you an idea of how the run rate has really stalled here for Sussex. Tom Haynes was out. Just break off for a moment. As in comes Kellaway again. Bowls, and Hughes plays it into the offside. There is no run. At the end of the 21st over, Tom Haynes was out. Then the score's on 92. So at the end of this over, it'll be the end of the 34th over. Kellaway in bowls to Hughes, who defends into the offside, no run. So we'd have had 13 overs, during which time Sussex have scored 20 runs. That's how well Glamorgan have bowled. And picked up a couple of wickets. Kellaway in again, bowls, forward come Hughes defensively, and Ben Kellaway has really led the way for Glamorgan. 1 more ball to go in this, his 9th over. Figures of 0 for 11. Let's get the ball in hand again. Coming around the wicket In bowls, Hughes defends. So maiden over from Ben Kellaway, back-to-back overs, back-to-back maidens for Glamorgan. 112 for 2, Hughes on 42, Leaning is on 2. So as I say, the last 13 overs have produced just those 20 runs. Hughes and Leaning up a little natter in the middle of the pitch. 10 overs remaining in the day. And the first of those is going to be bowled by Tim van der Hookten. 9 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 20. Some brighter skies in the distance. So maybe we will get these overs in, we shall see. Van der Hookten running in down the hill from the Cromwell Road and bowling to Jack Leaning. He's in a moles, and Leaning is very happy for that one to pass by outside of the off stump, taken by keeper Cook. And there is no run. Elsewhere in the First Division today, we should first of all say good luck to England's women, who start their World Cup campaign at Edgbaston at 6:30. That's a game you can hear on the BBC on Sports Extra against Sri Lanka. In the Championship, Essex 280 for 3 against Leicestershire. Jordan Cox 148 not out. Matt Critchley on 73. At one stage, Essex were in all sorts of trouble in that game. 8 for 2. Van der Hookten in, bowls to Leaning, who's forward. The ball bounces just in front of the fielder at short leg, and there is no run. So Jordan Cox certainly making his England case. Somerset 251 for 6 at Trent Bridge. Josh Herman, the South African, made 106. 3 wickets there for Fergus O'Neill, the Australian, who I think is an excellent cricketer, and I think could be a very key part of the Ashes for Australia next summer. Van der Hookten in, bowls, let go outside the off stump by Leaning again, and there is no run. Thomas Rue made 68, James Rue 10. A good day for Yorkshire at Scarborough. Will Luxton making 167, Johnny Bairstow 42 not out. Yorkshire 377 for 5 against Warwickshire. I'm sure there's a good crowd at Scarborough. Durham 255 for 6 at the Riverside against Derbyshire. Comes Van der Hookten again, bowls to Leaning, who's forward. I have to say, not with any great conviction. He runs that down to third man. They've taken one, they're going to come back for the second. I'm not sure there was 2 there really, but they do come back for a second. Leaning goes to 4, 114 for 2. At Blackpool, Kent bundled out for 178 at one stage, 111 for 2. So disappointing performance from Kent today in terms of wickets there. 2 for Jimmy Anderson, and as Nick was saying, 5 for Liam Livingston. Lancashire 4 without loss in reply. Van der Hookten in again, bowls, Leaning drives. That's the most confident shot he's played. He hasn't got a run for it, but that's come out in the middle of the bat, and a good bit of fielding by Kieran Carlson at mid-off prevents any runs. Northants 374 for 7, and safe save with a very good 100 there. And at New Road, Middlesex 265 for 7 against Worcestershire. Lewis Deploy at 37 not out. So that's how we're looking around the country. Still 9 overs to go after this one here at Hove. There's Van der Hookten. He's in over the wicket, bowls to Leaning, who drives on the bounce straight to Carlson at mid-off. And there is no run. So 2 runs off the over, 114 for 2. Hughes on 42. Off 82 balls, that matters not a jot for Sussex. The important thing is he's still there. Jack Leaning is on 4. So I was just saying, Nick, off the last 14 overs, Sussex has scored 22 runs, which just goes to show the brakes have really been put on by Glamorgan in the last hour or so.
Yep, but they didn't really have enough runs in the bank to play with, did they? So it's come a bit late. Norton, Ul Hassan and Hadley have gone for 4 and 5 and over. Only Van der Hookten among the seamers has been economical, and Callaway now going at just over a run and over as Hughes defends the first ball of his over back down the pitch, and there is no run. So strong work from Callaway, and if you put the brakes on at one end, that increases the chances of the guy at the other end to taking wickets as well as the next ball is driven to mid-on and there's no run. Hughes, you would have thought at the age of 37 would have the temperament to be able to just say, well, we're not scoring many tonight, so I'll bat through till the morning and see if it can still be there. Callaway bowls, Hughes drives nicely into the offside. It's well interrupted at cover by Ul Hassan, who gets his throw in, and they had to go through for a single. Hughes thinking that he'd got it past Ul Hassan, but he managed to make a sprawling stop, probably saving 3 runs. But the ball rebounded away from him a bit and wasn't able to effect a run out. So, who will Glamorgan have in close catching for the new batter leaning? There is I think that's a backward short leg. Or is it a square of the wicket?
Slightly backward, I think, Nick, yeah.
Callaway bowls, leans forward, defends back to him. No run.
Well, I don't know what the Glamorgan over 8 is, but it is certainly in positive territory because they have rattled through these overs.
Callaway bowls, leaning defends. Cook picks it up from behind the stumps. Well, Callaway as naturally gets through his overs quickly anyway, and they haven't been taking more than singles off him, so that has hurried proceedings considerably. As he finishes the over, it flicks up to short leg. Glamorgan appeal for a catch, it's not given. Looked more paddish.
Yes, I think Ben Callaway with a rueful smile there. I think he rather ran up Leaning's pad.
It was well taken by Dixon, rocking backwards at short leg. Callaway in hope rather than expectation, I think, and his appeal died away. Rather than sulking away, I don't think he expected that really.
Well, there's another 8 overs to be bowled tonight.
The replay shows that it was the correct decision from Mr. Long, thumped off the pad round about the knee roll.
Well done, the umpire.
Well, we give him a bit of stick from now and again, so might as well give them some praise when they get a decision absolutely correct.
Here's an interesting email, which I shall read in a minute. Van der Hookton down the hill bowls to Hughes, who looks to turn that out to fine leg. We're disappointed he missed out on that. Hasn't had too many loose deliveries. I don't know if I heard this bit of commentary. This is Callum. You might need to correct me here, Nick. So he's saying your colleague was wrong when he said the applause was entirely unrelated to the no ball being delivered. I was sitting in the pavilion bang in line with the crease at the Cromwell Road end. Norton had bowled 3 front foot no balls, not called by umpire Blackwell, before Haynes was dismissed by a ball that should also have been called. Interesting. In comes Van der Hookton through to keeper Cook no run. When at the start of his next over Norton was finally called for a front foot fault, we gave an ironic cheer.
Okay. There may have been an ironic cheer from the pavilion, but I think what our microphone picked up, which is about 10 metres from the drinkers,
yes,
and about 80 metres from the pavilion was, yeah.
Yeah, I think.
Okay, I'll take your point, up to a point.
He comes by the Hookton bowls to Hughes. Yeah, certainly Callum. There is no run. The applause we heard, Callum, was very much the drinkers who were enjoying themselves. But interesting what you say about the no ball. That's your opinion, of course. But I guess Ian Blackwell is a lot closer to the action. But thank you, Callum, for your email. SussexCricket@bbc.co.uk. In fact, Sussex Sport, not Sussex Cricket.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, Sussex Sport at BBC.
Sorry, I forgot that wrong.
That's right. That's my fault. We changed. For some reason, it couldn't be cricket. I don't know why. Short for a man. That's a quick delivery, and thumps into the gloves of Chris Cook. There is no run. It's certainly brighter to the north of the ground, where it's been for some considerable time today.
Yeah, I think we're going to get through these remaining overs, unlikely as it seemed earlier on. BBC forecast says there'll be sunshine in Hove at 8 o'clock tonight.
Yeah.
Keep playing.
Yeah, it does feel like that, doesn't it?
Yeah, tomorrow sunshine most of the day. Huzzah!
Van der Hookton. He's in at bowls. Oh, he's beaten. That's a good delivery from Tim van der Hoogten, and Daniel Hughes just gives a little nod as if to say, well bowled. Ball again goes through to Chris Cook. 115 for 2. Dangerous times these for Sussex. They'll just be desperate for these two to be here at the close of play. So easy in this situation to lose a wicket, and then, you know, a night watchman comes in and suddenly you find yourself 4 down at the close of play. Really important passage of play. Van der Hoogten in, bowls. Hughes again just shoulders arms. Lets that one go through to the keeper. Another maiden note from Tim van der Hoogten, who has bowled 11 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 22. 7 overs remaining in the day.
I wonder if we might see a little bit of leg spin with Mason Crane.
Well, you almost feel it's a stage of the day when Glamorgan have got nothing to lose. You know, it's unlikely that Leaning and Hughes are going to be running down the wicket trying to belt him out the ground. So I think it would be a good time.
Yeah, I'm not. Yes, can't see any sign of him warming up. To be honest, maybe that Callaway bowls through until the end from this sea end, but he is bowling well and he's not conceding runs, so leave him on at one end. Maybe they don't want leg spin bowled from the other end with that short boundary on the right ender's leg side. This is stroked down to deep mid on, where Asa Tribe does the fielding and Leaning picks up a single. 116 for 2, that is Leaning's 5th run. Hughes has also quietened down since the dismissal of Tom Haynes.
Oh, totally, yeah. I say, Haynes went at the end of the 20th over.
Callaway bowls, Hughes clips this one into the leg side for a single. 117 for 2. Haynes faced 74 balls for his 48. Hit 8 boundaries. Hughes has hit 7 so far. Allsop 1, and Leaning yet to find the ropes. He's on strike. Sussex a mere 38 runs in arrears, and 8 wickets in the hutch as Leaning stretches forward and defends on the offside. Callaway wanders across and defends himself. Don't think Glamorgan will be happy with their performance with the ball. Didn't put Sussex under enough pressure with the new ball earlier on, and they were scoring at the best part of 5 and over for the first hour and a bit. Callaway bowls, and they'll take a quick single up here to Tribe at deep mid on. He's set halfway back towards the boundary.
Not where he intended that to go, was it? Jack Leaning, he was looking to play that through mid-off. It's been a gutsy innings, really. He's not really timing the ball or playing at all fluently, but
6 off 30 overs, 30 balls, sorry. As Hughes dabs one down to gully, no run, and very few shots in anger being attempted by the home batters at the moment. 3rd wicket pair came together 29th over, now in the 38th. And they've only put on 10 runs. Callaway bowls shorter, flatter, punched to point where Van der Hoogten does the fielding. 118 for 2. It remains 6 overs left of the day's play.
I wonder if there's going to be a change here. I just saw Kieran Carlson. No, I think it is going to be. Or is it? Van der Hoogten, is he going to bowl? I think he's just doing up his bootlaces.
Yes.
The big fast bowler, so he's going to bowl another over. 11 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 22 for Tim van der Hoogten. So 6 overs remaining in the day. And as Nick was saying, a good weather forecast for tomorrow here in Hove. Indeed, I think across much of the country tomorrow. So can Sussex get through these next 36 balls without further damage? 2 slips and a short leg of the close fielders as Van der Hookten is in. Right arm over the wicket, bowls to Leaning, who jumps and plays that on the bounce to the short leg fielder, who is Sean Dixon under the helmet, I think it is.
Yeah, it's unusual, isn't it, to have one of the older members of the
Yeah.
side under the lid, but has been there a few times. It's usually Ace of Tribe in if they have one close fielder, but it isn't today.
Yeah, Daniel Hughes has done that duty quite a lot for Sussex. I've noticed that he's the sort of the senior member in the Sussex side, so maybe it's sort of setting an example. Van der Hookten again, bowls, Leaning, model forward defensive shot, forward, plays it to mid-off, fielded by Carlson, and there is no run. Now somebody's rolling around on the floor at backward point. Is that Ben Kellaway? Doing a bit of sort of Pilates stretching. He's good as well.
It's more
Look
than
at
I
that.
could do.
Look at that, that's impressive. He's younger than us, Nick.
Yeah, just looking to keep limber through these closing overs. Long spell from him.
Well, he batted nicely for 33. Ben Kellaway top scored. As Van der Hookten is in, bowls and Leaning, plays firmly to mid-wicket. Again, there is no run.
Yeah, this would be one of his longest spells of the season, really, because, as I say, he's bowled relatively little, probably, compared to last year. 1 for 31 on a couple of occasions, but not been a long spell man. He did bowl lots of overs in a day on a couple of occasions last season when he got through 30-ish overs in a day, but relatively unfamiliar with that this season.
Van der Hookten in, bowls, Leaning again, defends to mid-off, no run. That looks to me like, is that Hadley warming up at mid-on?
If he's casting a long shadow, yes. So he'll probably take over from Van der Hookten, you would have thought. Van der Hookten working hard this season. He missed just a couple of T20s and he's played in all the championship.
Van der Hookten in again, bowls. And short, pacey delivery, and Leaning does well to keep the ball down out of the grasp of the short leg fielder, who's Sean Dixon. Sean Dixon spent some time at Kent, didn't he? In his career.
Yes,
So he-
Somerset, Kent and Durham. There's a
Yes.
seagull scrap in front of us.
There is,
Gull
oh yeah,
scrap.
they're all real scrap. Look at that.
Someone's got a nice
Oh,
chunk of
oh dear,
bread.
they all come. Look. Oh dear, oh dear.
Knock on, scrum down.
Al Hussein
Forward
is
in the
he's
tackle.
just trying to chase them all away.
He's trying not to get distracted at third man.
Van der Hookten in, bowls to Leaning. That's a good shout, and again declined by Ian Blackwell, and Tim Van der Hookten looks quizzically at Ian Blackwell. They've had, well, one very, very good shout about Jack Leaning before he'd scored. Let's have a look at this one.
Possibly going
Possibly
down.
going down
leg.
leg side.
Yeah, probably hit in front of Midland leg-ish, but might have been sliding down.
It's a good shout nonetheless, but the second shout that he had was a very, very good shout from Tim Van der Hookten, and sometimes you get away with it, sometimes you don't as a batter, and possibly Jack Leaning got away with one there. But he's still there, and it is indeed going to be Ryan Hadley who's going to come into the attack. A little expensive, as Nick was saying, his 4 overs cost 21 runs, but he's going to be bowled up the hill now by Kieran Carlson, which maybe, he's a tall man, isn't he? Hadley just down in front of us. Sussex with 5 overs remaining.
Little surprise, no crane. The gulls are out in force, swooping round us at the sea end of the ground, and Hadley will try his luck up the slope, bowling to Hughes, who cuts firmly. You could hear that one coming off the bat, but Tim Van der Hookten doesn't have to move to field it at deep point. And it's an easy single. Hughes to 45 not out. Sussex to 119 for 2. Glamorgan, I think, will feel a little bit more in the game than they were an hour ago,
Yes, definitely.
but they haven't bowled as well with the newish ball as Sussex did. didn't keep the pressure on in the first 20 overs or so, and Sussex able to get off to a fly up with 92 for the first wicket as Hadley bowls.
That's quick.
And that one has flown and gone. I thought for a moment, was that a catch? It's not been claimed anyway.
Well, certainly
Looked to have deviated a bit as we see the replay. No, it's just gone sharply off the pitch.
Just gone off the pitch, yeah. I mean, actually, Hughes has come down and done some gardening. I think they're all saying, crumbs, where did that come from?
From the trajectory of that ball, you thought it had to have taken an edge, but it has gone a long way. Good heavens. The pitch remains bowler friendly to some degree then. 2 slips weight. Hadley bowls, leaning pushes into the offside, thinks about a single. Kieran Carlson makes sure it's not there.
Yes, I think he's probably quite keen to get off strike, Jack Leaning.
So the ball back with Hadley. There's about a dozen gulls, mainly in the deep mid-wicket area, but a few more in the air. As Hadley is into bowl to Leaning, short pitch ball that flies a bit and is taken by Cook head height. Leaning didn't need to play a shot. You may get one or two of them if you're watching online with our commentary. Might see them whirling past in front of the camera.
Yes, they always seem to arrive at this time of day.
Oh, they know what they're doing.
They do. They look pretty well fed to me, Nick, let's be honest.
Yeah, there's a few of them carrying a bit of timber. Hadley bowls through outside off stump, no shot played. Might be the 40th over of the innings, so it's a middle-aged ball, but one earlier in the over certainly went off the pitch. As Glamorgan probe for a late breakthrough and look for their first bonus point off the game.
Yeah, I think Sussex will be, delighted if they can get through here with just 2 down tonight, because as I say, quite often this season they've, 1 has led to 2, has led to 3. That's not to say that still could happen, but these 2 have suddenly battled away.
Hadley then to finish his 5th over and turned on the leg side by Leaning, hurried him a little into the shot. It's not ball as Norton picks up and does the fielding and trudges off towards the Cromwell Road end, where it looks as though he is going to be taking over from Tim van der Hoogten, so double bowling change.
I mean, I'm just looking here. Tom Alsop was out in the 28th over on 4 balls, so call that 29 overs. Since then we've had 11 overs and Sussex have scored 11 runs. So the runs really have dried up enormously. In fact, since Tom Haynes was out, in the 19 overs since Tom Haynes was out, Sussex have scored 8 plus. Did I say the score was 114?
119 the score at the moment.
19 plus 8. That is 20. So they've scored 27 runs in 20 overs. So the runs really have dried up, but that's not important for Sussex. The important thing is they stay there. As Norton is in around the wicket, bowls to Hughes, who plays it into the offside. They think about a single, but it isn't there. There's no run. What are you laughing at? The seagulls?
No, the message is coming through on a WhatsApp group that I'm part of.
Oh, right.
In which far too much time is being expended on discussing who will transport a pair of wicket-keeping pads from A to B tomorrow.
Good old cricket. In comes Norton bowls, and Hughes clips that one through mid-wicket and gets welcome relief and scatters a couple of seagulls. 1 more to the total, 120 for 2. Well, unfortunately, Nick, you can't take them.
No, unfortunately not at the moment. Were I fit and available, I might be playing for Mackin 3rd 11 tomorrow up at Aberdare in the Cynon Valley.
We've got a team though tomorrow, have they? The third.
Yes, it's
Yeah.
the third time this season we've fielded a third 11 for a friendly. So
Wow, that's excellent.
that's good.
Very good.
And when I joined the club, we were desperate to get out 2 teams, and thankfully now we've recruited a few, and there's now an occasional third team as well.
Are you still sort of taking own teas and that sort of thing, or a club's back to making teas?
Yeah, no, bring your own tea, sadly.
Norton in bowls and leading defends a ball a good length down the onside of the track. No run. I think some clubs are back doing teas.
Yeah, a few, not many in our neck of the woods.
It's a shame, isn't it? That was always, I mean, I've said it many times on commentary, that was one of the great things for me, the teas at clubs.
Yeah,
Tradition.
Probably better for the health, though.
Well,
rather than
mate.
stuffing into the scones and whatever,
but we used to
sausage
get-
rolls.
You used to get
it's
some. Get some lovely teas.
You did. It was a major part till
And,
COVID.
Van Hookton is in again. Bowls to Leaning, who works this to backward point. There is no run fielded there by Mason Crane. I tend to agree with you, Mason Crane. I mean, who am I to tell Kieran Carlson what to do? But just a couple of overs here at the end just might be worth a little whirl from the leg spinner.
Doesn't look like he's going to get him tonight because they've just changed both bowlers, and it's Norton and Hadley sending them down at the moment.
They are. In again, bowls Norton Leaning. That's probably the best shot that he's played. There's some rather ironic applause around the ground as Jack Leaning picks up a boundary. He goes to 10. That's the first boundary for some considerable time, actually. Total goes to 124 for 2. Nice shot by Jack Leaning. Nice juicy half volley, and he, having defended and defended for so long, he wasn't going to miss out. He goes to 10. 124 for 2. 3 overs remaining after this one, so almost miraculously I think we're going to get the 96 in. As Norton is in bowls and Leaning lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by Chris Cook. The end of the over. 3 overs to go. Leaning 10. Hughes at 46. 124 for 2. As I say, 3 overs remaining in the day.
Yeah, very, very much Sussex's day. Glamorgan doing something to put the brakes on in these closing overs of the day, but too little too late. As things stand, Glamorgan need a much more substantial swing in the momentum of the match, such as they achieved against Somerset, really, when Norton got that hat-trick and Glamorgan had Sussex fixed for 30 yards. It's Ryan Hadley up the slope, and that one's allowed to go through by Hughes, who has dropped anchor through to Chris Cook. So Sussex have won long periods of today, really. Glamorgan with 1 half-century partnership, and that was about it. A couple of 30-plus scores from Callaway and Dixon, but nothing of much substance in the Glamorgan innings. Sussex seamers all contributing, as that's jabbed into the leg side by Hughes. Single taken. 125 for 2. Sussex just 30 runs in arrears, still with 8 wickets in hand here on BBC Sport Online. Adrian and myself will be joined by Bruce Talbot tomorrow on commentary to give you a bit more variety in your listening pleasure. Yes, the odd coffee break.
Yeah.
125 for 2. And the final knockings of the day's play. Hadley in to bowl to Leaning, who drives into the covers. Kieran Carlson swooped on that like a man possessed, just in case they were thinking about a single. Glamorgan's bouncy captain, been in the side for 10 years now, since the age of 18.
Is he really? Yeah. I just think I've always thought he's a good cricketer. He's excellent in the field and
exciting batter to watch when
absolutely.
he's in his prime.
Does he bowl at all, Nick?
Yeah, he's got 4 first-class wickets this season at 30.
Ooh.
So that's a thick edge, and they'll run away for 4. As Leading pushed hard at that, but found the gap between second slip and gully. Runs away up to the top end of the ground. Don't think it would have carried even if they'd had more slips in, but it was a full shot. 129 for 2. The deficit down to just 26 runs.
Well, he's had to really graft Jack Leading. I think just that shot through extra cover in the last over was the only shot that's really come out in the middle of the bat, but he's doing a good job for Sussex here. Just needs to see it through to the end. It's been a gutsy display.
Hadley in. Balls and a play and a miss. Outside off stump.
Wow.
Driving.
And cricket at Swansea.
Put together by the club scorer, archivist, statistician, Dr. Andrew Hignell. As Hadley bowls, Leading defends back to the tall Aussie. It's a dot ball to end the over, but there were 5 off it. It's 129 for 2 with 2 overs to come.
I think I probably told you before, Nick, when I was at primary school, which was in Surrey, we did have a Welsh headmaster who we were all frightened to death of, to be honest, as you were in those days. But I remember he used to read Under Milk Wood.
Oh yes.
To us, so he was a very keen on Dylan Thomas. So I remember that from the school days. And another teacher at the school was also Welsh, but he was a keen rugby man. And on one occasion he came into assembly and he somehow knew one of the Welsh players and turned up at assembly with a Welsh jersey from the international at the weekend. In comes Norton and bowls, and Hughes is forward, plays him to the offside, and there is no run. Mr. Saunders was his name. That is a long time ago.
England are batting first, or will bat first fairly shortly, in the first match of the Women's World Cup against Sri Lanka at Edgbaston, but proceedings have been delayed by a sight screen malfunction.
Oh, in comes Norton bowls, Hughes, oh my goodness me! Oh my goodness me. Well, just to explain what happened upon my poor commentary of oh my goodness me, it was short from Tom Norton, Daniel Hughes looking to pull the ball onto the leg side, the ball dribbled off his bat and it must have missed the stumps by inches.
Yeah, it was back to boot.
Let's just see this again.
And then nearly played on.
Oh, I'm not sure. It didn't hit the stumps, you know. Well, perhaps he just missed them. Hughes would have been furious to have got out with a shot like that at the close of the day. Norton in bowls. Hughes lets that go outside the off stump through to keeper Cook. There is no run.
Yeah, they're finally underway at Edgbaston, England batting first, so don't forget you can switch over to 5 Sports Extra or the BBC Sport website to catch commentary on that once we've finished here.
Yeah. Good little spell this by Norton. I think he's bowled better than his figures suggest. He's in his 10th over, 1 for 40. Around the wicket, bowls to Hughes, who drives firmly. A slight misfield. That's a collector's item from Kieran Carlson. But there is no run.
In the England side, Amy Jones has been pushed up to open and Sophia Dunkley misses out. So
we'll see how that also got the Women's World Cup. We've got the Football World Cup in America. It's a busy time for sport. Tom Norton down the hill, bowls to Hughes, who pulls onto the leg side and this time does pick up a single. He
yeah,
goes
did you
to 48.
Did you follow the opening game yesterday evening? Mexico
I didn't actually. No, did you?
South Africa. Yeah, Mexico comfortable winners at 3 3 red cards, so I thought 2 of them were quite harsh.
Right, yes,
As an occasional observer of football, I mean, I'm not the man to comment on footy, to be honest, but yeah, I thought it sort of spoilt the occasion a little bit.
Yeah. So, final ball of the day from Tom Norton, provided it's not a wide or a no ball. He's in and bowls. Oh, he hits Jack Leading around about the thigh pad. Leading had no idea where that had gone. It's ended up in the slip cordon. Was it a no ball?
Yes, it was.
Well, there we are. So he's going to have another ball. It's not going to, there we are. Yeah, so...
Did well to stick that proviso in.
I did.
Our friend in the pavilion watching Tom Norton overstepping will be justified.
Yes. 32 for 2. Norton in again, bowls and Leaning glides that one nicely through the leg side and picks up a single. End of the over, 133 for 2, 1 over remaining in the day. Leaning on 15, Hughes on 48, Sussex 133 for 2, trail by 22.
It is the close of play at Scarborough, where Yorkshire have piled up 386 for 6 against Warwickshire, where Luxton made 167. And Johnny Bairstow's 49 not out overnight. Elsewhere in Division 1, at Trent Bridge, Somerset at 291 for 7, a century for Herman there. 68 for Thomas Rue, 51 not out Archie Vaughan, 3 wickets for Fergus O'Neill.
Yeah, good cricketer. A name for the future, I think.
Well, they're going to have a changing of the guard, aren't they, at some point pretty soon, Australia and their fast bowling attack.
I saw him last year at Trent Bridge when Sussex got beaten in 3 days, and I thought he was some cricketer, so we'll see how he goes.
At Grace Road, where they started late, Essex 334 for 3. 182 not out for Jordan Cox now.
Yeah.
Galloping along. Critchley's on 93 not out, and Glamorgan are fiddling around a bit to get a close fielder in for Ryan Hadley's final over of the day here on BBC Sport Online. So I hope you've enjoyed our commentary as Hadley waits. Short leg. Dixon is now in place. And Leaning is on strike and gets a short ball first up that he sways away from.
I think Sussex will be pleased the way things have panned out, that these two have stuck together for the last... They came together towards the end of the 29th over, so they've hung around for 14 overs together. And the fact they haven't scored many runs is irrelevant, really. If they can still be there at the end of this over from Ryan Hadley, I feel they've done their job.
Hadley, long strides, racing in. Bowls. Leaning works that one past short leg, and there will be runs here down to square leg, a couple of them, as Crane has to make ground round from his fine leg position to do the fielding. Comfortable 2, 135 for 2. Sussex just 20 runs in arrears. So Hughes, I'm sure, will be not too worried about getting the strike and a chance to reach a half century tonight. It's 48 not out. And Hadley bowling to Leading again with 3 slips and a short leg and a shortish mid-wicket, and he pushes forward and defends in textbook style. Hughes, I'm sure, will be happy to sit on his bat at the non-striker's end.
I think he'll be very pleased. It's been a very circumspect display from Daniel Hughes.
104 deliveries he's faced so far.
He's had to work really hard.
As Hadley comes loping in, nice rhythmic run, and Leaning will get a single here, so Hughes will get to face. Pushed away on the leg side, that ball. Leaning moves on to 18. 136 for 2. 2 balls remain of the day's play. And Hughes going well. Now, will there be an effort to get the 2 runs that he needs to get his 50?
I don't think so.
Just the 2 slips in a gully, no short leg for the left-hander, who checks his guard once again. And Hadley moves most of the way back to the boundary. It's not a long straight boundary. And he starts his run. Now past umpire Long, bowls to Hughes, who turns one off his legs, but it's parried by Callaway, who gets up in the manner of a man who's bowled a long spell in the recent past, and examines his trousers, having picked up a stain maybe, has a little word with the umpire. 136 for 2. Last ball of the day's play here on BBC Sport Online. Thank you for your various contributions via email and social media, and Hadley is going to bowl it around the wicket to the left-hander. One last chance to claim a wicket, or for Hughes to get a 50. Hadley bowls, and it's dabbed down into the gully. It is neither. Hughes survives to fight another day on 48 not out. It's 136 for 2, and Sussex, having dominated the day, finished just 19 runs in arrears with 8 wickets still standing.
So we are. The players leave the field. We'll be getting post-match interviews that will appear on social media, the BBC social media channels this evening. Thank you so much for listening to me and Nick throughout the day. As Nick was saying, Bruce Talbot, local journalist, will be joining us tomorrow for commentary. Thanks very much to Nick. Great to see Nick again, as always, here at Hove. Thank you for listening, and we'll speak to you again tomorrow. But for now, from myself, Adrian Harms, from Nick Webb, thanks very much indeed, and we'll speak to you tomorrow.